I think that Final Fantasy is the final game in the series of...
Can I borrow your car keys? I need to go to Wawa real quick. I'm gonna get a Slurpee, I'm gonna get 2 chips, I'm gonna get a large fry, I'm gonna get a hot dog, I'm gonna get a corn dog.
Watch out Final Fantasy.
Yo, what's up, fellow kids?
Who the fuck are you?
I'm a kid too. Wait a minute.
Why do you look like old and decrepit, like you're 4 years old and you dropped out of college?
Professor Fuck's here. Everyone shut the hell up. I fooled you all. All right, everyone. Thanks for being here. It's time for another PCPU lecture. Final Fantasy 101. Yay! Everyone's been waiting. It's been a long time. We're all here to learn. Oh, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to just take a diminutive sip of this cup of water.
He's going for it! Fuck
Oh no!
yeah!
Oh no! I'm out of water. How am I gonna get through this with so little water? Wait a minute. I've got all this water too.
I love Final Fantasy!
Take that, everyone who made fun of me for small sips before. All right.
Is this why it took so long? Because you were practicing bits?
Yes. Hey, everybody. Today is the day. We're finally doing the Final Fantasy lecture here. This is my coveted folder full of notes. Here's the board that I've prepared extensively. We are going to go through every mainline entry in the Final Fantasy series. We're going to go through a little bit of the lore of the Square Enix company. Ben?
Mystic Quest?
Yes.
Yay!
Oh.
Yeah, Mystic Quest is right over here, you'll see.
Good.
Oh, yes, and if you're going to speak, you will be destroyed if you speak out of turn, but also no one will be able to hear you unless you have the microphone. So, double incentive to raise your hand so you can get the microphone. Munchie.
Is Mickey Mouse in this one?
Did I write Kingdom Hearts on here? No, Mickey Mouse is not in this one.
Thank fucking God.
That's, hold on to that.
Okay.
Now, again, this is an interactive lecture like last time, everybody. We're going to have a fun time. We're all going to have fun with it. So here's what's going to happen, everybody. We're going to sing the Final Fantasy theme song to keep everybody engaged on regular No, stop. Here's the theme, the Final Fantasy theme song. As everyone knows, it's called What's Happenin', Crystal? And here's how it goes. Final Fantasy, it is cool and I really like it. Wait, are they still making them shit? I don't know what's happening. There it is. So every time I say, what's happening, Crystal? We're all gonna sing the Final Fantasy main theme. That's what's gonna happen. Yeah! All right, here we go.
Take the shit back, my man.
No, I've got a microphone right here.
Well, then don't fucking do that. Skin alive.
All right, guys, let's get right down to it. Let me get to my first note here. We're going all the way back before the formation of the company that would make Final Fantasy, to briefly touch on the history of a man, Masafumi Miyamoto. You probably can't zoom in on that, but that's the guy's name. In 1983, Miyamoto worked for his father's company, Denyusha, which was a electrical contracting company. In 1983, he was able to convince his father to help him establish a games division within their company, with their little electrical, like, unrelated company. Ben, yes?
Was he some kind of nerd?
He was a little bit of a nerd. There was a logic at the time. This was the old days of making games, where people thought you only need like a small team to make a video games before it was like a big AAA market and stuff. So his idea was to combine like artists, programmers, musicians, put them all under the umbrella of one company so they could work together to make games. And they made some unrelated games starting in 1983, and then in 1986, they broke out and became Squaresoft formally under this guy, Masafumi Miyamoto. Munchie.
We beat up nerds.
We beat them up around here. Yeah. So, that being said, in 1986, Squaresoft was formed, and one of the part-time employees working at Squaresoft Incorporated at the time, was a man named Hironobu Sakaguchi. And he made a couple of games working with Squaresoft, again, part-time. It was a small company. And eventually in 1987, he was able to convince his boss that he wanted to make an RPG. It was not easy to convince these guys because there wasn't a big market at the time. I'm sorry, this was actually in 1986 when the company was first formed. He had the idea to make an RPG game. They were not convinced until in early 1987, a little game called Dragon Quest came out by the company Enix Incorporated. And after the success, the phenomenal success in Japan of Dragon Quest, Sakaguchi was able to convince his bosses to let him make an RPG game inspired by wizardry and Ultima, Western RPGs as opposed to Eastern. He was a big guy into that stuff. And so, in 1987, he began working on Final Fantasy with a small group of 7 other Square Enix employees. I think it was a total of 7. And as development went on, they began to impress their bosses. Everyone doubted them. Nobody believed this would be successful. They thought, well, Enix was able to do it with their team. Those guys, they're smart, they're cool, you guys all suck. That's what their bosses were saying to them. And it really lit a fire under the asses of what was called the A-Team. They were literally called the A-Team within Squaresoft. So Sakaguchi and the guys were just motivated enough to really put their heart and soul into a video game. And so, as development went on, they began to impress their bosses more and more with what they were coming up with. A B team, which was just a larger team, joined up with them to finish the game. And then finally, in 1987, Final Fantasy here launched and became a smash hit all across Japan, eventually coming to North America, I believe it was the next year. And that was the beginning of this whole shenanigans. Hypocrite.
Why was the first one called Final Fantasy?
There's some mythos about that, about how it was sort of the last gasp of the company to make a game that was successful. There's kind of conflicting reports about how true that was and how much that actually mattered to the people, because the company had just been formed 1 year prior, and it was floundering to get on its feet and actually begin, turning serious profit. And this had been, as I said before, a subdivision of a company broken off from a larger electrical company started by the president's father. And they just had a lot to prove. They had a lot to prove. So, Sakaguchi really took it on himself to make something impressive with this project. And luckily, it eventually worked out. His passion proved successful. And by the way, before we actually go on to describe the games themselves, I thought it'd be fun to take a little bit and just describe what each of the logos in each of the Final Fantasy games represent. Because a lot of people wonder what the hell these are. And as you can see, I've meticulously drawn them for every important game in the series. So let's take a quick run through these. Final Fantasy I. It's a guy with a sword, some weird horns. He is a warrior of light. He is simply a character, one of the player characters. No one in this game looks like this guy at any point. That's kind of a thing you'll see in a lot of Final Fantasy games, but he's just one of the warriors of light that you play as. Final Fantasy II. This is the Emperor. In the original game, he's known simply as the Emperor. He is the main antagonist of the game. It's no more complicated than that. Oh, and again, all these logos were drawn by the artist brought on board with Final Fantasy I, Yoshitaka Amano, a very famous illustrator, a designer of Vampire Hunter D. Lots of other cool stuff too. Did you? Were you raising your hand?
I'm gonna add in more of his stuff, but
Okay, let's not do that. Final Fantasy III. Final Fantasy III, we've just got, again, one of the Onion Knights, just one of the player characters, one of the Warriors of Light. That's all there is to it. Final Fantasy IV, things get a little more personality. Kain Highwind from Final Fantasy IV is represented in the logo originally. In updates to this logo, you see Golbez, the primary antagonist of the game, but in the original, it's Kain. This is an iconic pose that everyone loves, as I have lovingly recreated here. Final Fantasy V. This is a wind drake from the game, one of the important monsters that you ride for various reasons throughout the game. Just an important thing in the game, just one of the elements that's unique to that. Final Fantasy VI, we have, well, you can kind of tell.
Is it the Magitech armor?
It is.
Is it the Magitech armor, Professor?
Yes, it is. It is the Magitech armor being ridden by Terra Branford. And you can see her a little bit on top of that. It's a pretty complex image, even in the original form, and a little hard to tell what's going on. Final Fantasy VII. It is the meteor from the game, of course, as everyone knows. But what a lot of people miss is that you can see in the logo a tiny little dot floating above meteor, which is the black materia, or possibly holy. It's at least a materia, probably the black materia. We don't actually know exactly which one. Final Fantasy Tact, Ben, yes?
If that's the materia, then the meteor is not that big.
Well, things aren't to scale, I guess.
I guess not.
But thanks for the contribution.
Game sucks. Worst in the series.
Final Fantasy Tactics is the first sort of spin-off game from the Final Fantasy series, and basically the logo is I believe it is drawn by Amano, but it's in sort of a different art style, I believe, and it's just a bunch of characters from the game. Ramza, the main character, is kind of in the center, but other than that, you've just got a bunch of classes: mages, white mages, black mages, dragoons, etc. In Final Fantasy VIII, you can kind of tell here, it's just simply Squall and Rinoa Heartily in an embrace, because it is a love story, and they are the main characters of the story. Final Fantasy IX, there is a crystal, which is sort of the focal point of the story, as it turns out later. Ben?
This is the worst logo.
Well, but did you know only Final Fantasy IX made the groundbreaking change to make the number in the title match the color of the artwork as opposed to just being black with the rest of the text? Yes, Ben Saint.
That doesn't impress me at all.
Well, that's your problem, not mine. Crystals are important. Actually, Final Fantasy IX was a big throwback game, so it was kind of just celebrating, hey guys, remember crystals. They're pretty cool, and there wasn't the logo. Final Fantasy X is, you can kind of see here, you've got Yuna here, one of the main characters, doing the sending, where she sends dead souls to the far plane. Just an important ritual in the game, ties into all the lore. Final Fantasy XI, oops, forgot to draw it, but what it is just a bunch of soldiers, let's just fix that real quick. Bunch of fucking soldiers, there they are, there they are, just a bunch of them standing around looking pretty dope. It's pretty good. That's actually Final Fantasy XI Online is the full name. Final Fantasy, let's skip the Spirits Within, we'll come back to that later. Final Fantasy X-2, worthy of notice, as the first sequel produced to a Final Fantasy game, some years after the original came out, 2 years later. And, did I write it? Oh, yes, okay, it was 2 years after that came out. And it's the three main characters of the game, Pain, Yuna, and Riku, just in a cool Charlie's Angels pose. Final Fantasy XII features Judge Gabranth, and this is where things start to get a little more abstract than a lot of the other ones. There's a big old ink blot just in the logo. Don't know why that's there. Looks pretty cool. Final Fantasy XIII. Final Fantasy XIII is where the logos start to be spoilers for the game of a sort. So, incidentally, now's your chance to just get out of here. Spoilers rampant for every single thing with Final Fantasy in the name or associated with it could be spoiled. So, fair warning. What you've got is there's a big circle in the center that appears to represent Cocoon, which is sort of the homeworld that floats above the planet's surface in Final Fantasy XIII. And in it, you've got two women up on the top and then like a weird horse head on the bottom. In the conclusion of the game, what happens is two of your characters, Fang and Vanille, end up performing a ritual and transform themselves into what's known as Ragnarok. And in doing so, they save the world, but they're kind of trapped in a sort of limbo state. And this sort of represents that moment in a sort of abstract way. Final Fantasy XIV, very much like Final Fantasy XI, is just a bunch of dudes with swords. Oh, again, this is an online game. It's another MMO. And they're coming at you. This is a very action-y logo, but just a bunch of guys fighting. And finally, Final Fantasy XV. This one is interesting because I think the original meaning of the logo actually changed, as Final Fantasy XV spent over 10 years in development hell. And in the end, in the game, it's made quite clear when you beat it that what the logo actually represents is Luna Freya, one of the main characters, sort of the love interest of Noctis from that game. But originally, it was speculated, there's a lot of reason to believe it actually represented the goddess Etro from Final Fantasy XV, who was referenced in a lot of the lore. Not sure if that was actually changed or if this was always the character. And actually, when you beat the game, the logo actually changes, and we see Noctis appear in it as well, so we can be 100% certain that it is, in fact, Luna, as well as Noctis, who appear in the final logo. There you go. Ben Saint.
I think you skipped 13 too.
Oh, did I? I did that intentionally because it doesn't matter. Jesse Wood.
Okay. I believe Etro became an important factor in the Final Fantasy XIII sequels.
You are 100% right. I'm wrong. I forget the name of the god, actually. You know, it might be the same name, or I could be totally wrong. Because originally, Final Fantasy XV was Final Fantasy XIII Versus. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong about the name of the god from Final Fantasy XV, but it was believed to possibly be the creator deity of that game. In any case, now it's Luna. Okay, and there's other stuff, Dissidia, blah, blah, blah. We'll get to that later. None of the other logos are important. So those are the main ones. A lot of people have questions about those. Hopefully, those have been answered now. Now let's talk about the lore. That's what we're really here for. That's the juicy shit of the Final Fantasy games. And just one last shout out. I didn't mention the names Nobuo Uematsu, who did the music for almost all the games until we got up to, I think around 9, things started changing. He wasn't responsible for like the entire soundtrack. And then Tetsuya Nomura, who would become a much more prominent figure as we go along, character designer, director, sometimes for some of the games. Just an important name to know if you know Final Fantasy. Watch my Kingdom Hearts lecture for more info about that guy. Okay, so Final Fantasy I in 1987. Oh, incidentally, shout out to 31 years of Final Fantasy now. Congrats, everybody. Can you believe we're still here? Why are we still here? Is it just to suffer? Excuse me one moment, please. Right. So Final Fantasy I. Let me actually read you my verbatim notes, because I couldn't do it better than I did at first. Final Fantasy I. The earth is all kinds of fucked up. The sea, the sky, the earth, all fucked. But there is a prophecy that 4 warriors of light will show up and fix your shit, Ben. One day out of nowhere, imagine that, at long last.
Finally, just in time.
So one day, 4 warriors of light show up literally out of nowhere and are holding 4 crystals, or orbs, as they were originally translated as. And the king, when he sees those, thinks to himself, these guys have promise. I'm going to let them do a mission for me. And so he sends them out to rescue his kidnapped daughter, Sarah, who was kidnapped by the evil, power-hungry knight Garland. And so the 4 warriors of light go out and they do this. They bring back the princess. And when the king sees this and is all happy that his princess daughter is back, he thinks to himself, these guys are something special. I think these guys are the prophesized ones. They got the orbs, they got the crystals, they got the chutzpah, they got everything you need for a big world globe-trotting adventure. So I'm going to tell them the deal, and I'm going to send them out to go save the world. And that's pretty much the start of it. And again, Final Fantasy I was very much inspired by Dragon Quest. So there's a lot of like fetch quest type stuff involved, a lot of sort of item swap.
You just said it was inspired by Dragon Quest.
Is that wrong?
Oh, I thought you said earlier. You said it was inspired by Ultima.
Oh, well, it's inspired by both. They're both major influences. You can really see if you put them side by side. It plays very similarly to Dragon Quest as well. I mean, that was the game that inspired them to be like confident. Yes, an RPG can succeed, and it's true. The most inspiration for the game came from Ultima and what was the other one? Wizardry. Those are the ones that are often cited as the main fundamentals that inspired the game. I've never played either, so you'll know better than me if you have. So basically, the heroes simply travel around the world. One of our warrior of lights here. Incidentally, interesting to note about the game, Final Fantasy I introduces the idea of job selection at the very start of the game and lets you choose for each of your 4 characters what class you want them to be. So there's fighter, red mage, white mage, black mage, monk, and thief. That's what it is. Or I think it's called black belt originally. Point is, it's an interesting mechanic. It's sort of a D&D element to the game. It lets you choose your class. You can end up with a really easy part. If you choose 4 fighters, game's kind of easy. If you choose 4 black mages, very hard at the beginning, can get very easy at the end. Doesn't matter. It's just interesting to note, and we'll talk more about that as we go along, the significance of the job system. So our heroes, once they're assigned to the task of saving the world from these calamities that are befalling it by the king, they travel out and they visit each of the 4 fiends in their shrines that are fucking up everything. And there's the Kraken, Marilith, the Lich, and Tiamat. That's right. One for each of the 4 elements, and elements are a big theme in all Final Fantasy games: earth, wind, water, and fire. And the 4 fiends are associated with those as well. So each of those is fucking up a specific like element of the world. And so by defeating the corresponding one, that crystal or orb that the heroes are carrying lights up. And then things just start to get better in kind of non-specific ways. Across the planet, that is. Things are healing in the planet when this happens. So after beating all 4 of them, The heroes, it's interesting to note that actually turns out in the world map of Final Fantasy I, the 4 places where you defeat the 4 shrines of the fiends that were fucking up the world are kind of here, 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 and here. And there's a spot right in the middle of them, which is the castle where you first fought Garland at the very beginning of the game to prove yourself. And so when your heroes travel there, turns out, here's what's going on. So, things, this is like the center point of now, like all the world started to get better, but once you defeat all 4, some like earthquakes and crazy shit start to happen, and it's all coming from like this center point. So you go there to investigate. It's the decrepit old Temple of the Fiends. That's where it was. So now when you go there, now that you've defeated the 4 fiends, what you find is there's a portal to 2,000 years in the past. And so you go there and you go back in time. And what you find when you get to the center of the temple here, which is now restored because it's in the past when it was first built, you find Garland, the knight you beat at the beginning of the game. And when you confront him, he says, haha, there's something crazy going on here. Turns out what the deal is that right before I died, the 4 fiends that existed in the future used their powers together to send me back in time to now. And at this point, I absorb their power and I use my newly found power from this from this temple I'm in and from the 4 fiends to create them in the past and then allow them to just go out and then like exist in the world, and then 2,000 years pass. Ben.
He absorbed them in the future or in the past?
He's in the past.
Well then, wait, if he absorbed them in the past,
Mm-hmm.
then why did he need to create them in the past?
Well, it is, oh yeah, you gotta talk into the mic. It's a little unclear. It doesn't quite make sense. Like there's an idea of like where exactly is all this power coming from? Like who's giving who power, and like why is this able to happen in the future or the past? Munchie?
Why is it immediately everything retarded and stupid and makes no sense?
I know.
Like immediately.
Right out of the gate, Final Fantasy got a little bit big for its britches with a time travel, like world-altering destiny about fiends that control destiny, like stable time loops and unstable time loops. Jesse?
I think that's dope.
I think it's pretty dope too. I'm able to look past. The game is so humble that I'm willing to forgive these kind of, it is humble.
So humble.
It is humble. I mean, it's not like your Final Fantasy 15s or something, but we'll get to that. Yeah, so basically, in the past, Garland has absorbed the power of the 4 elementals, of the 4 fiends, and has become the being known as Chaos. And then when he was Chaos, that's when he created them in the past and sent them to the, to the future.
I like that right from the beginning.
Yeah.
It's very fantasy, but also very science fiction-y.
Yeah, right out of the gate, they introduced those elements.
It's all like already a really weird, stupid mishmash, and it's cool as shit.
It very much is. It very much is. By the way, we have a secondary resident Final Fantasy expert in the crowd here, Mr. Endlet G. Thank you for being here. So now that you're in the past, you've accessed the portal that Garland used. You're in the past now. There's Chaos. With your newfound power, after all the journey that you've been on, you beat all those monsters. At a certain point in the game, you get a class up where you meet Bahamut, and he allows each of your classes to kind of change into their advanced form. Like the Black Mage becomes a Black Wizard. Fighter becomes Big Fighter? I don't remember. Knight, yeah, that's the one. Big Fighter. Well, if
A knight, a big fighter for sure.
if in Final Fantasy I, the sprite of the fighter is like a little guy, and then when you class up to Knight, he just kind of like becomes more detailed and tall, but still takes up 1 pixel or one square in battle. So it kind of is like he becomes Big Fighter. That's how I choose to interpret it anyway. Right. So anyway, your characters beat Chaos. He is defeated, and then your characters get thrown back into the future. They're okay. Everyone's fine there. But basically, the problems that you solved by defeating Chaos now never existed in the first place because you defeated them in the past, and when you get to the future, those problems just never existed, so you, as the heroes, will never get any recognition for what you've done.
I hate when that happens.
Me too. Ben.
So, he goes. All right. So in the present,
Yes.
he goes to the past,
Yes.
absorbs the fiends that are already there.
No.
Uses that
no,
power
they're
to
not already there.
create
I was trying to figure this out exactly. I think the temple itself had power. He goes to the past where the temple is filled with power. That power fills him. Then he creates the element, or the fiends, and sends them to the future, where they start to fuck things up.
Okay.
That's how I don't understand any other way it would make sense. It's possible it just doesn't make sense. That is possible. I don't know. That's all I got. Yes.
But if you had defeated in the past, then you wouldn't have gone back to defeat them in the past, and they would.
It's a stable time loop. Did you give them? Yes.
Yeah, so is there any lore behind, like, all of the attack names and, like, item names? Because Final Fantasy I establishes a lot of things, like healing is called cure, or, like, that the different elements have, like, specific names for their attacks that are used in all the games. Is that just meta, or has there ever been, like, a justification for all that?
In Final Fantasy
Phoenix
I...
Down, for instance, as the name of the thing that revives you.
Well, really the answer is no to that. Like, there are iconic things in Final Fantasy in terms of, like, attacks and lore, like, Blizzard, Blizzara, Blizzaga, and Blizzaja. And then there's, like, Blizzaza, and there's some weird ones that exist as well. No, those weren't even in the original Final Fantasy. Those were called like Fire 1, Fire 2, Fire 3 in the very first game. So really those things were just kind of added as they went, and they made up a little lore. The idea of Phoenix Down, and just so everyone knows, a lot of people are confused on this. Phoenix Down refers to the feathery down of a phoenix, not a phoenix that like is down or...
Oh, shit.
Yeah, there you go, there you go.
All these fucking years.
All these years. Still ignorant after all these years. Yeah, so there you go. And like soft, curing petrification, those are all staples now, and like ethers, they just came, they were just developed as they went. And not even all in Final Fantasy I. And I haven't tracked all of those, but they're all in here somewhere. And that's basically it. You save the world at the end, you get no recognition, and it's kind of a melancholy ending. You can be happy that you've achieved these things. The characters have like grown themselves as much as they have. They didn't lose anything themselves, except the recognition that they rightly deserve, which is kind of a melancholy ending. But anyway, the people sure loved that game, and this was a massive success. So much so that this Japanese RPG was brought over to America, USA, #1, as you can see. And it was pretty successful in America too, though not so much that they would bring over Final Fantasy II, which would come out 2 years later. So there you go. In any case, that's the end of that. Let me take a sip of water, and we will move on to Final Fantasy II. Hypocrite?
Are any of these games, like early games, linked together? Like, do they carry like lore through?
Excellent question. I'm glad you asked that. What's interesting about the Final Fantasy games is that they are all completely separate from each other in every way other than like sort of aesthetic links. Like the fact that they all use Cure, all that stuff that Digi was talking about. Yeah, like the Blizzaja, that stuff carries over. Though there are some differences even between that stuff. Ben?
Blizzaza Gabor.
What's that?
Like Zaza Gabor.
Who's
like
that?
That person from history.
I don't know that man.
Shit.
Well, all right. Is that from what? I can't remember what video game that's from. It's not helping me. There are some direct sequels in Final Fantasy. Like the first one was Final Fantasy X-2. As you can see, that was in 2003, quite a few years later. But all of these are totally isolated from each other, except for some little ways that we will talk about as we get later, and some interdimensional rift type stuff down here, which is pretty juicy. Though there is some possible deep lore about the fact that like summons themselves, which are a staple of the game, might come from some pocket dimension that they all have access to. It's a little unclear, but there seems to be something going on there. Munchie.
Do you think all the Final Fantasy characters hang out in a cafe in the Rift between games? Do you think they do that?
I mean, that's a pretty good idea. If not, they really should set one up.
Get this away from me.
I have too much power.
I motion that after we hear about everyone, after you get to your favorite game, once you hear about your favorite game, you stand up and walk the fuck out because you don't want to hear what comes after it.
No, you want to hear what happens to the series after your.
Wait,
you
finished Final Fantasy I, right?
You out.
Later,
dog.
I think you'll want to be here because you'll want what we're chronicling here. is a rise and fall of an empire, and I think you will find it interesting to watch how things change as we go through. And we're going to talk about all this stuff. It's fascinating. The Final Fantasy series is the most fascinating game series to me of any, and I mean it happens to be the one that I know the best as well, so that probably colors my perception. But it's some good stuff. You'll like this. Okay, but here we go. Final Fantasy II. This game was so successful, Final Fantasy I. Sakaguchi, who's a little bit of an auteur, said to himself, I want to make a goddamn sequel, and I want it to be new. I want it to be fresh. I want to keep things interesting for myself. So, now that he'd earned some cred for himself within Square Enix, they said, yeah, go for it, dog. Do whatever you want. We'll back you up. So, using many of the exact same assets from Final Fantasy I, he went on to make Final Fantasy II. Now, big difference right out of the gate with Final Fantasy II. This game has characters that you play as. There's a real story about your characters. They have personalities, they have wants, desires, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas in Final Fantasy I, you use the same cast of characters the whole game, just your speechless, what's the word? The guys.
Silent protagonist?
Silent protagonist, yeah. What's the word? Avatars. Player avatars. That's what I'm looking for. But in Final Fantasy II, your little guys will have things to say. So that's nice. Final Fantasy II stars Firion and his friends, who start out in a little village. It gets attacked by the evil Empire. The evil, I think it's the Arcadian Empire. The Palamecian Empire. That's what it is. And so what's interesting about Final Fantasy II is that it's like the most straightforward, like globe-trotting, world-changing adventure you could possibly have until you get to the end and some madness happens. But we're going to get to that and you'll love it. You're going to love it. So as I was saying, so Firion and his buddies live in a small town. It gets raided by the Palamecian Empire, which simply just wants to take over everything. So they just start killing people, and they're like, anyone who won't submit to them, they're very lawful evil. They want to rule everything, but they just want you to say that you worship them as a god. So there you go. And of course, they're led by our boy, the Emperor. And in later games, his name would be sort of retcon. I mean, he didn't have a name. He was just called the Emperor. Exactly like Star Wars, incidentally, because this game is literally the plot of Star Wars. But later on, he's called Mateus. So Emperor Mateus is what I think of him as. Our hero, did you? Yes.
When you say later games, do you mean like Rift games, or like is he brought up in main series games again?
I didn't mean to say later games. What I meant to say was in like later novels regarding the plot of Final Fantasy II, and later supplemental materials that relate to this. Like there's all kinds of spin-off games and like books and comics and shit that relate to all these games, and many of them add to the canon. Which, I have various issues with, but it's not about me right now. It's just about the facts. So in supplemental materials, his name was just said to be Emperor Mateus. Emperor Mateus Palamecia, I believe. Munchie.
What's that cute little chicken thing doing?
What's he doing? Well, he's appearing for the very first time.
Oh my God!
Because the Chocobos, the world-famous big birds that you ride, were introduced in Final Fantasy II. Bam.
Chocobo.
Okay,
I second that.
You second what he said?
Yes.
Okay, I always said Chocobos growing up. It appears to be, I mean, this was always in text form, like up to Final Fantasy VII, I would always say Chocobos. In later games, when they finally start pronouncing them in Final Fantasy X, they said, yeah, the Chocobos, the Chocobos. That's what they did. Gay. Anyway.
I agree with that, because I say Mako in Final Fantasy VII, and they changed it to Mako, and I did not appreciate
Yeah, I'm always going
that.
to say Mako energy forever.
I know, right?
I'm not going back on that one. Yes, agreed. I'm right and no one else is. So, the plot of Final Fantasy II is, again, just Star Wars. You play as a boy who gets his hometown blown the fuck up. You join up with a gang of rebels. Well, I mean, what are they called? There's something, the Rosebois or something.
That is us!
That's us.
Rosebois!
Rosebois! Rosebois! Rosebois! Rosebois! Rosebois! It's actually called, fuck, where is this? It's the something, the fucking, whatever, who cares? Okay, point is, yeah, Rosebois, they're the Rosebois. Point is, You just go on some missions, you prove your street cred to the Rosebois, and then they give you like more, and then they give you more and more important missions as you go along. That plot kind of just gets wrapped up. It doesn't matter. You spend those missions. What's interesting in Final Fantasy II is that many of your party members die throughout the game. Basically, when you start the game, you've got a party of, the very start of Final Fantasy II is a battle with Furion, Maria, Guy, and Leon. His Japanese name is Leonhart, but they call him Leon in English. First thing that happens with him is that you lose this battle to the Palamecian soldiers, and then you wake up and you're rescued by the Resistance, the Rosebois. And Leonhart has disappeared, and you don't see him for a very long time. But your three guys are like your hometown bros. So you go out and you do the whole game together. But every once in a while you'll get a new party member who just joins your party and is like, hey, I'm looking for a new crew. You guys seem fun. Let's work together to achieve a mutual end. And without fail, actually one of them survives, but all the others just die in the service of helping you. Like Joseph was like this big punchy boy, he dies. There's this guy, Ricard, who's like a spear guy, he dies. He's like a royal or something. Tom? Oh yeah, right.
If you have your main character and three guys from the beginning of the game, so there's four and there's a fifth. Do you have like a fifth party member? They like shuffle them out? How's that work?
No, your fourth guy, Leonhart, just disappeared, and then there's just three of you.
Oh,
and a
okay.
fourth joins, and then conveniently before you would meet another person who wants to join your party, that man always dies.
Right.
Or I think one of them survives. There's
Sick.
a pirate lady. Yeah, it's pretty dope. So, and there's a reason for that we'll get to.
Get your heart out, Game of Thrones.
Indeed. One guy, Joseph, gets crushed by a fucking boulder. It's pretty sick. It's pretty sick. Ultimately, so the missions at the beginning of the game are kind of to facilitate that arc of like characters coming in and dying, and you go on adventures for the rebellion, etc. But eventually, the Emperor just makes a move, and suddenly there's a gigantic cyclone that's like fucking up the entire world. And you and your boys are sent to stop it, because now you're like big boys in the Rosebois. So you penetrate inside the cyclone, you find the Emperor, and if I remember correctly, let me just double check this. I think you kill him immediately. Yes, you fly a wyvern inside the cyclone, and you kill the Emperor. You fight and kill the Emperor. Yes, Ben.
Wyvern.
Wyvern? Is that what it is?
Maybe, I don't know.
Well, I like wyvern.
Me too.
Yeah, right here. Yeah! Wyvern, because I gotta.
I think Wyvern. I think Wyvern is right, but I'd rather be wrong.
Agreed. Okay, right. So you kill the Emperor, and you just leave at that point, and it seems like the plot's been resolved. You've killed the big evil Emperor, who's leading this, genocidal campaign against the rest of the planet, and you go back home to celebrate with your Rosebois. Unfortunately, all of a sudden, the enemy military starts, getting into formation again. It hasn't fallen apart like you wanted it to. And it turns out that a member of the enemy military has taken control of the military, and his name is Leonhart. Your boy has joined the enemy, and he is going to fuck you. But he's mad at you for like betraying him or something. Whatever.
I have questions about that.
Yeah, me too. Digi, yes.
Actually, I have questions.
Wasn't there a character named something like that in 8? Isn't that?
That's Squall Leonhart. He gets his name from Leonhart from Final Fantasy II. That's correct. I was going to point that out, but there you go. This guy's ahead of the game. And that's why, and it's funny because in Kingdom Hearts, Squall Leonhart takes on the name Leon, just like when in Final Fantasy II was localized, they changed the name from Leonhart to Leon. So that seems to be a reference, which is kind of cool. So, cool little, I don't like interesting facts. Give me the memes. Where are the memes? hashtag where are the memes? Hashtag give me the memes. All right.
Which one's the hashtag?
They're both hashtags. They're two competing hashtags.
Give me the memes, eat your greens.
And eat your greens, yeah. Right. So
Two new hashtags formed. Two new hashtags formed in the womb of this lecture, cannibalizing one another.
That's right.
One
That's what we
will
want.
Devour the other.
That's right. So Leonhart has taken control of the castle, and in the first of several redundant things you have to do in Final Fantasy II, you storm the castle again. Exactly as you did the first time, to confront Leonhart. You get to Leonhart, who is sitting on Emperor Matius's throne, or the Emperor's throne, when all of a sudden, he is deposed as the ghost of the Emperor rises from the grave and comes back to confront you. Okay, here's where we get good. So, turns out, I kid you not, the Emperor is such a bad motherfucker, he literally took over hell and has come back to fight you again. This is what happened.
Hold on.
Yes, Digi.
I thought Final Fantasy II was supposed to be the worst Final Fantasy game.
I know, right? They ignore this shit.
I never played. I just thought it was. I played like 1 hour, and I was like, "This is dumb."
It's a little dull at first, and the mechanics are very weird. And even I don't really understand what's going on. Like Final Fantasy II is a battle system where I should have said Final Fantasy I is like basic strategic RPG, kind of like Final Fantasy VII or any of the big ones. But Final Fantasy II doesn't have levels, or I can't remember if it has levels or not, but what it is if you like equip your character with a spear and they attack with a spear, they get better using spears. And then if this enemy if you get hit,
like a Elder Scrolls leveling system.
Kind of, but but it gets weirder. If you take damage in battle, you will come out of the battle sometimes having gained more max HP than you lost from the hit you took, because you like gain HP based on how much damage you take. It's weird. It's very strange, and that's why people are like uncomfortable with it and don't understand it. I'm a little uncomfortable with it right now. Okay, but back to the adventure here. Otan, were you gonna ask something?
I was just gonna ask how in the fuck. I mean, if I was playing this game and he came back from hell because he like beat all of hell, I wouldn't even want to win anymore. I'd be like, you earned it, dude.
I know. He literally took over hell because he's the baddest motherfucker who's ever lived.
What have I done that compares to that? Nothing.
Nothing. Munchie?
If you start chugging hard shit, why you die like a pussy the first time?
Well, because his main strengths are administrative in nature. Yeah, like I said, lawful evil. Basically.
He gets to hell and just starts looking over the books. And he's like, you guys are hemorrhaging money.
Yeah, exactly.
We gotta straighten this ship out.
He turned them fully democratic. But he did depose the former ruler of hell and became the guy in charge of hell, and just earned the right to come back to the real world, or to the service world. Did you?
Is it explicitly called hell?
It is explicitly.
Is that why they didn't localize the game?
It is called Pandemonium. It is called Pandemonium. Okay. It is the same thing, and this is where we're beyond Star Wars.
Does the former ruler of hell then take over hell, and depose the next guy?
Excellent question. Well, maybe we'll find out in Final Fantasy 2-3. I don't know. I forgot to write. There's kind of a sequel, but I'm going to go over it anyway. So basically, you get kind of just booted out of Pandemonium. You like flee when this is happening because things are going crazy. This man just took over hell. The Emperor's castle kind of sinks into the ground, and then like the castle of Pandemonium rises to the surface world. So actually, like that is the castle of hell. So now hell is intersecting with the real world, with the surface world, and it's fucking some shit up right now. So you and your boys are just tasked with, well, we got one last time, boys. Let's strap on this feed bag and head in there. So you and your boys infiltrate Pandemonium. You start at the top level and you go down. You have to go down the layers of Pandemonium. So you're just going literally into the lowest rung of hell in Final Fantasy II to meet the Emperor, to find, now the Emperor of Hell. So you get there. Yes, Ben?
I thought the Emperor came back, so wouldn't he be on Earth?
Well, I mean, he rose to the top. He appeared before you, but then he just went back to like the lowest level.
He just showed up and kicked your ass and went home?
He didn't really go home. He is currently fucking up the world. It's just, again, administrative is his main thing. So he's happy to send out his monsters to go fuck up everything for him. If you didn't
call you out, you're just like, hey, bitch, you thought you seen the last of me, and then just kind of went back to his crib.
He's honestly too smart for that. He is not a man who's easily, tempted. This is why he's the ruler of hell, because he can resist these kind of challenges. He's very disciplined himself, and very egotistical as well. So, basically, it's as simple as this. You go down into Pandemonium, you confront him, you fight him, and you win. And if you win, you leave, and Pandemonium sinks away. You come back to the surface, you've defeated, the King of Hell, and everything's back to normal. And that's it. That's a happy ending. Oh, and by the way, after the Emperor of Hell showed up, Leonhart was like, well, this is fucked. I got to join back with you guys to go fight him. So Leonhart just, he doesn't really like do anything. He wasn't hypnotized or anything. He just like wanted to rule because he felt like betrayed by you, but you just kind of make up. And now he's like, yeah, I mean, we got to go stop Hell from like killing the whole world. So you just kind of make up during this process. He does feel bad about it at the end, but he just, at the end, oh, by the way, his sister is Maria, who is one of your party members. So there's a personal connection there. It doesn't matter. The point is...
so he's fighting his sister the whole game, and then at the end, they're just like, well, we were friends again?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Did you?
Can you fuck the sister?
I'm sure you fuck her after the credits. There's no doubt about it. All right. No further questions. Oh, incidentally, your other party member, Guy, is just a big, literal retard, but he can talk to animals. So that's pretty cool. Munchie.
Guy is you.
Guy
Your
is,
guy.
yeah, I am retarded and can talk to you animals only.
Yeah.
Hey, got him. Okay, Ben, yes.
Gotta pee.
Gotta pee. Okay.
Go fast.
Go ahead. Yes. Just if you gotta pee, fair enough. You're going to miss.
About to do it.
All right. Shut up. You're going to miss literally the best thing about this whole game, though. Okay.
We are in a classroom. You gotta
Okay. Listen. Here's the thing. Several years later, after Final Fantasy II came out, Jesse.
This chair hurts my butt. I need a butt pillow, and I also have to pee.
Okay,
and
we'll
I'm
take-
sleepy, and I want coffee.
We
and
will
I'm
take a pause
thirsty.
in just a moment after I finish this last section.
And I'm mad, and I'm grumpy, and I gotta
So-
boot my pants.
All right, now shut the hell up. Final Fantasy II was re-released later on in North America. Because again, Final Fantasy II did not come to America first. It was, or not, did not come to America for many years. Only Final Fantasy I did for several years. So when it was finally released in America, well, first it came to a PlayStation 1 game called Final Fantasy Anthology, I believe. No, Final Fantasy Origins, that's what it was. But then that was sort of re-released again for the Game Boy, and when Game Boy Advance, that is. Final Fantasy 1 and 2, Dawn of Souls. Final Fantasy 2, Dawn of Souls is the actual like Dawn of Souls from that game. And what that refers to is it's sort of a not really a Final Fantasy 2, just sort of a side story, like a guide in for the end of the game. Okay, wrap your brain around this. So you know how I said a lot of characters die in Final Fantasy 2, a lot of your party members. In Final Fantasy 2 Dawn of Souls, which is unlocked after you beat the game, Ben.
Is it their adventures in hell?
Not quite. All your characters, well, of course not, Ben, because all your characters are good people. Your characters went to heaven. And so it is their adventures in heaven where they have gone. So,
sick.
yes. Yeah, it's pretty sick. So here's the deal. Ben.
Is it called heaven?
I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called heaven. I believe it is called heaven. So you get to heaven, and there might be another term. I'll have to look that up. You get to heaven, and all your characters kind of just reunite. Like your guy Minwoo, he's like a popular character from Final Fantasy II. Ricard, it doesn't matter, Joseph, and there's somebody else. They all get together, and they're like, hey, where are we? They're just kind of exploring the world they're in. And there's not a lot of story to it, but they just kind of make their way through the game. Or through this, the only dungeon. Really the only thing to do is progress towards some end goal that they don't know. They're climbing higher and higher in heaven to the very top point. And here's what happens. Here we go. Our characters get to the highest point of heaven, and they meet the ruler of heaven. And who is it that is the ruler of heaven but the Emperor Matius? Not the same emperor who was ruling hell, because you see, when the emperor died, all the evil parts of the emperor were sent to hell. But all the good parts of the emperor were sent to heaven, and he was split in twain. So the good parts of the emperor were kind of split off from the bottom part, and he just took over heaven. He deposed God and became the new God of heaven because he's just so fucking administrative. He just could not, they couldn't do it any better than he was proposing. Munchie.
So he's like a genocidal, egotistical maniac, right? so what are the good aspects of him?
Some races need to die. That's all I'm saying. So here's... you get, I mean, that's kind of the point, because you get to the top, and basically he's like, hey, I'm God now, but listen, I'm good God. I'm like hip God. I'm going to rap with you kids. And so Yeah, he wants to be the cool god, basically. He actually does rap with you for a little bit. He's like, listen, I know I was fucking up before, but like I've made my peace with God now, who is me, Ben.
Does he pull up a chair, turn backwards?
Of course,
and
of
sit
course.
on it, facing you?
Absolutely. The point is, ultimately, he makes a case to you like, hey, listen, I'm sorry about all the shit I do. I'm sorry for literally being responsible for all your deaths. Because remember, these are your dead party members from the game. But ultimately he says like, okay, now that we've said with that, like, you're going to obey me, right? Like, you're going to be subservient now, right? And they're like, well, I mean, we hadn't, I don't know. And he's like, oh, that's a problem. Well, we're going to have a problem here. So he's just like, well, okay, I'll just double kill you now. So I mean, again, it's his strict controlling nature that makes him, you know, it's a strength and a weakness in this character. He's the most interesting character in the game, I guess.
I guess.
So no, everyone else is boring, whatever. So you fight God as these characters, and actually, canonically, what's happening is, I mean, this is a bit of a retcon, but they say in Dawn of Souls that what's happening is these characters are like aware of the battle happening in Hell and Pandemonium it's at the same time that these two things are happening. So Firion has to defeat the Hell version of the Emperor at the same time as you Heaven Boys need to defeat, led by Minwu. Need to defeat the Heaven version of the Emperor. Ben?
I'm a little unclear. Is this a separate game?
This is like it's sort of a DLC expansion, sort of.
For a cartridge?
For a cartridge, that's right.
Is it like one of those?
It gets unlocked.
It was
when you
added.
beat-
The 1 and 2 were released on the Game Boy Advance, and then if you beat 2 on the Game Boy Advance, then you unlock this extra story mode.
That's right.
That's like way later, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
years
this
and
would have been
years
like
and years.
2002.
Yeah, around 2002 or so. That's right. That's right. So again, this is like kind of all retcons, but it's fun, and so I like it. Munchie?
Wait, okay. So Final Fantasy II is like a black sheep of the series.
It's pretty pretty much everyone, including me, kind of thinks it's the least fun to play.
Then why was there like a big old fucking to-do on the Game Boy Advance? Why was there like a DLC for that game specifically?
I don't know. I mean, because there is a story in Final Fantasy II, whereas there...
Unlike any of the others where there's no story
I meant to say there like are kind of characters of Final Fantasy II who could be expanded upon, whereas in Final Fantasy I, there aren't any really.
Okay.
Did you?
I mean, I don't know this for a fact,
Yeah.
but it's possible that the Japanese like the game and that it's just the Americans who don't
That's
like
possible. I haven't checked the sales figures or anything, so, you know. Okay.
Because we didn't get to play it till way later. Like Americans didn't get to play it till it was way beyond its relevance. Like NES games are not interesting to the generation who finally got to play.
It was like
in the
99
US.
or something. It got or it might have been like 2001. It got re-released for like PlayStation 1 or something. That would have been PS2. Whatever. Point is, your characters, these guys, they beat them in heaven, they beat them in hell. Just hold on to it. And you can put it down. And ultimately, you win. I mean, it's the same resolution as before. It's just now you know about this crazy other story happening, and your characters, yay, they liberated heaven too. It's fucking bonkers, dude.
Who becomes God?
I guess there's just a vacancy now. I mean, maybe one of your characters does. Yeah. Whoa! Haha.
Can I be God?
Yes, I promote you immediately. Yes. To God of Final Fantasy II.
Why don't they remake Final Fantasy II and have the guy who overthrows God be played by John C. Reilly?
That sounds good.
I know. That's all I was thinking of when you said that he like sat in the chair all cool, like, "Hey kids," I was thinking of Dr. Steve Brule.
Yeah. Okay, I can see that. Excellent. Anyway, we're done here.
Why don't they remake Final Fantasy II but have the guy who defeats God be Munchie Shatsky?
That's a good idea. All right, we're getting out of control here. We're getting a little rowdy, so let's take a break, everybody, and take a pee break. We'll reconvene in a few minutes. Yes, Ben?
Who wants to order a pizza?
Me right fucking now!
We'll be back in a moment, everybody. Okay, hope you enjoyed your break, everybody. Oh, God, I don't know about you. I'm feeling fucking out of it.
Final Fantasy III!
Yeah, I mean, you know, I want to be excited. I can't be engaged. Wait, what's happening, Crystal? Final Fantasy, it is cool and I really like it. Wait, are they still making them shit? I don't know what's happening. Thank you, everyone. Munchie.
Is Final Fantasy III the Radcon 3 of the Final Fantasy series?
Without a doubt. It's over. Cancel. All right. Final Fantasy III, everybody. 1990, the final game on the NES in the Final Fantasy main series. Here we go. Sorry. One little addendum to make about the first 3 games here. You might notice these asterisks strategically placed with these games. Just FYI, these were not actually the original logos of these games. They had some like weird, like stylized, like fancy metallic looking logos before in Final Fantasy IV they adopted kind of, well, I mean, these 3 are sort of the template the way they look, but that actually started in Final Fantasy IV and then they retconned it later. So just FYI, these are actually, you know, they're technically retcons logos, but you know, this is sort of the standard template now that we all like. Final Fantasy III, okay. Final Fantasy III is interesting. First of all, it was not released in North America for a very long time, longer than any other game in the series. Coming out first in 1990, and I believe releasing in, I didn't write it down, I think it was 2007, I believe was the year, when it came out for the DS with updated 3D models, and actually like they made characters for the game, because Final Fantasy III was made in the spirit of Final Fantasy I, as in, you play as 4 nameless warriors of light who you, well, the difference is instead of choosing one class at the beginning of the game, you, throughout the game, acquire jobs that you can change between, which is the beginning of the, I mean, the job system started in Final Fantasy I, but in Final Fantasy III it became kind of what we know it is today in games like Final Fantasy III, Final Fantasy V it exists, Final Fantasy X-2, it's also relevant, so that's cool, Anyway, so the lore of this game is that you start off as 4 orphans, and then all of a sudden there's an earthquake, you go and investigate, and then underground you find a crystal. I believe it's the wind crystal, and that crystal says to you, hey, you kids, you are the chosen ones of destiny. I'm going to give you some superpowers so that you can go and figure out all the problems going on in the world. Such as this earthquake that just happened. This is bad. We don't want this to be happening. So that shit happens. And you get the powers to change jobs. You get the powers to shift between classes. Things like fighter, monk, you know, red mage, black mage, white mage, all that good stuff. So what happens is you leave where the place you're at with the crystal, and you go out and you explore the world to try to restore the 4 crystals. That being, I believe it was the wind crystal that you found. It's all fucked up. I believe it is still, like, it's got its light, it's still healthy, but the other 3 crystals throughout the world are having problems. And here we can talk about what sort of becomes a staple of the Final Fantasy series. Well, it was in Final Fantasy I, but it's the 4 elemental crystals. And again, it was in Final Fantasy I, but they were crystals the characters were carrying. In Final Fantasy III, they sort of exist in the world, and they sort of control like the environment or the planet itself. They're, you know, they're important to kind of the ecosystem of the planet. And here we got fire, wind, water, and earth. I didn't have a yellow marker, but use your imagination. So, Munchie, yes.
Fire, water, air, dirt, fucking magnets. How do they work?
Well, you know, I'll get back to you on that. So, yeah, let's just cut to it. So you explore the continent that you're on. Turns out, the continent you're on in Final Fantasy III is a floating continent. It is floating above something else. You don't know at the beginning of the game. So what you do, one of the first things you do in the game is you acquire an airship so that you can kind of go down to like the layer below, like what seems to be sort of the base planet from the floating continent you're on. And the continent you're on is pretty huge. It's like an actual continent. But there's you know, there's like a sea below. Yours kind of just floats in the sky, but there's a sea below that you can get to. So you, the Warriors of Light, you acquire an airship from a guy named Sid, who I believe this is the first time Sid makes an appearance in the series. He might have been in Final Fantasy II. I can't quite remember. I believe Sid shows up in Final Fantasy III for the first time, who becomes a character who traditionally appears in every Final Fantasy game, a la the Chocobos. And he always takes on a different role, whatever. Usually as like a mechanic, older guy. And that's what he is in this game. He's an airship engineer, who you get the airship from. So, once you have the airship, you're able to fly down to sort of the planet below, and you find an ocean, and what you find is a land that is stopped in time. As you explore, you find towns that are, things are just weird. Things are very strange in this place. And so you do a bunch of adventuring, and eventually you stumble across, well, there's a couple of important characters you eventually meet. You find the Crystal Tower, and we'll talk about the characters that are relevant here. Eventually you learn about a character, the Sage Noah, the Art Sage Noah. And Noah had 3 apprentices, and their names were Doga, Un, and Zand. Incidentally, there was something in the past called the Great Flood of Light that kind of made the world as it is now. As you can see, Noah, floods. Final Fantasy III is very biblically inspired by the story of Noah in kind of surface level ways, but it doesn't matter. So, what you learn about these characters, you're in pursuit of these three characters who are out and about there. Doga, Un, and Zand. Ben.
This is a random question, but because I know you made a video about that anime about the flood.
Anime about the flood.
With the girl, the white hair.
White hair with the flood.
The art house anime. It's really quiet.
It's really quiet.
Someone fucking help me.
Super Mario Sunshine?
No, the one.
Devilman?
No, the twist at the end. Spoilers is that they're on the upturned Noah's Ark.
Oh, Angel's Egg. Angel's Egg.
That's that's Nomura, right?
Actually, no. The one who was involved in that was Yoshitaka Amano.
That's the art guy, the one who does the thing.
Though, I mean, to be fair, he didn't write that story. He was mostly the art guy. But I mean, they did collaborate to come up with the concept.
So is it just a coincidence that these two things involving Yoshitaka Amano, or maybe around the same time, had like a Noah's Ark theme?
Do you remember when Angel's Egg came out?
Like 86 or 7.
So that would have been 4 years before this. I mean, they're possibly related.
That's pretty far away.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I don't know. They started work on Final Fantasy III.
Great
certainly.
question, Ben.
Right. In any case,
85.
85. Okay, so it was 5 years later. So probably disconnected.
Angel's Egg.
Angel's Egg. What we're talking about here is Doga, Une, and Zand are three magical apprentices of the Archsage Noah. And here's the deal. Noah knew that he was going away. I think he was going to die or something. But he gave 3 gifts to his 3 apprentices. He gave Doga vast magical power. Just, he's really strong with magic stuff. He's a great sorcerer. He gave Une the power of the dream world. So she fell into a deep sleep, but she has access to dreams. It can travel between dreams, and it's pretty dope. Noah gave Zand the gift of mortality. The gift of mortality. So now he could die, which is a terrible gift. It's interesting. I mean, this is the first Final Fantasy to kind of ask deeper level philosophical questions.
Do you want to die?
Well, yeah. I mean, they're making. I don't know. It's pretty common for media to frame the fact that humans die in a positive way as we're gonna die, and that gives our life meaning. Like when you see fantasy series like Lord of the Rings, like the strength of the humans is that they've got shorter lifespans, but they're so industrious. They really use the time they've got, unlike those elves and shit.
Wonderful.
I know. Yeah, it's great.
You can tell the stuff's written by people.
You can very much tell it's written by humans trying to justify the fact that we die. Yeah, it's totally good that I die. They're getting cucked by death, basically. This story, it's doing some of that. It's doing a little bit of that here, which is whatever. That's their philosophy. It's fine. It's just interesting to see us trying to get into more philosophical stuff in the series. So that's kind of cool. But Zand, when he was given the gift of mortality, goes apeshit insane. He is not a fan of this. He's hashtag our guy. And he decides to do whatever is required to make sure that this does not happen. Ben.
Like Seath from Dark Souls.
Like Seath from Dark Souls. Yes. Yes. Seath wanted to acquire immortality as well.
Well, he used to be immortal. Oh, no, he was supposed to be immortal.
He was supposed to be, but he was fucked up.
The scales or something.
Basically the same thing. That's true.
So Final Fantasy III is the Dark Souls of Final Fantasy.
It basically is. Something like that anyway.
Whoa.
Pretty profound. Profound stuff. So here's what happens. Zand decides that he is going to stop this. So here's what he does. He's a student of Noah. He knows some stuff about the world. He knows that if he fucks with the crystals, because again, we got 4 crystals in Final Fantasy III that control the world, cool things will happen. Good things will happen if he fucks with them. So I believe it's the Earth crystal and the Water crystal. I think he drains the power from them. He just goes kind of ape shit, and using his power because he is a powerful sorcerer still. He drains the power from those 2 crystals, and in doing so, the whole world gets fucked up and destroyed. This creates the floating continent where you began the game, and on that continent, life continues basically as normal. But on the base planet below, time has stopped. Time has stopped. Like people can move around and do stuff, but like nothing ages, nothing changes on the planet, and it's interesting. It's kind of interesting. So eventually, your characters, they meet Doga and they meet Une, and those guys help them. They both die, I think, when you meet them shortly afterward. They help you to get into the crystal tower that Xand is using currently to fuck with the crystals in order to stop time so he won't die. And to make a long story short, you eventually get inside, you confront Xand, and you fight him. And you defeat him. That's the first time you see him in the game. And when you go around, you like talk to the crystals, you try to stop them from getting destroyed. They get destroyed anyway, so you have to go defeat Xand himself. When you fight Xand and you beat him, after you beat him, all of a sudden, turns out all that shit about philosophy and morality, completely irrelevant, because turns out Xand was being puppeted by someone the whole time. The Cloud of Darkness. And this is the first time Final Fantasy would do a move that it likes to do sometimes, of introduce a secret final boss right after you beat who you thought was the real final boss, that being Xand in this case, with the true puppeteer being the Cloud of Darkness. Now I like to be a little bit charitable, because I don't know how else to interpret it, based on what they said, and think of Cloud of Darkness as like the worm tongue of this game, who was kind of whispering in Xand's ear, telling him, ooh, no, mortality is bad, ooh, this gift, Noah betrayed you, he should have given you the magical power that he gave Doga, but, he didn't think you were worthy, all that stuff. So you should really fuck up the planet and do whatever you need to do. Because the Cloud of Darkness's plan is to manipulate Xand to plunge the whole world into darkness, because she's kind of just an agent of darkness and the void. Ben, yes?
I hate Xand. It's coarse and
Why?
rough, and it gets everywhere.
Yeah, that's true. Got him.
Good question.
Good use of everyone's time. So, basically, Cloud of Darkness shows up. All of a sudden, she reveals herself like, aha, I am the one who is puppeting Xand. You've defeated my puppet, but he's already done my bidding by destroying all the crystals. So now we're going to flood the earth, and it's going to be destroyed and whatnot. So Cloud of Darkness is about to kill you and your boys. But something intervenes and saves you right as it's about to do so. Oh, by the way, Cloud of Darkness takes the form of a sexy green woman who refers to itself, I think it's as like we, and it's actually agender, but it looks like a sexy lady. So there you go. As you're about to be destroyed by the Cloud of Darkness, all of a sudden these characters, the Warriors of Darkness, intervene. Turns out you spend a little time in Final Fantasy III dipping into a parallel world to the world you live in, into the world of darkness. And the Warriors of Darkness are just like you. They're warriors chosen by the Dark Crystals that you actually dealt with earlier in the game. You go to the Dark World, there's some Dark Crystals, and these warriors were chosen like thousands of years ago when that flood of light happened to protect their world. Because the flood of light made your world the world it is today, but it actually really fucked up the world of darkness, which is not evil, it's not bad, it's just a different world that's kind of based on darkness and stuff. And so they're here to make sure that the flood of darkness does not happen to your world, because they're just like, yeah, the Warriors of Darkness are like, look, bro, we know this sucks, we want to help you and make sure this doesn't happen.
Well, that's just swell.
They're the greatest guys of all time, and they actually all sacrifice their souls to allow you to harm the Cloud of Darkness. And then you working together, the Warriors of Light and the Warriors of Darkness, you defeat Cloud of Darkness, this sort of a literal agent of chaos, who is a manifestation of the void, and which is like just nothingness and darkness and whatnot. They're trying to destabilize the world between light and darkness, so everyone dies, because that's what they want. And ultimately, with their help, the Warriors of Light defeat them, and the crystals are restored to power, and the world is saved. And that's the end of Final Fantasy III. The Warriors of Darkness, rest in peace.
A bunch of Rosebois.
They were a bunch of Rosebois. Forever a Roseboy. Press F for the Warriors of Darkness, everybody. Ben, yes?
That story sounds really Nomura.
You think so?
Yeah, sounds like some Kingdom Hearts stuff.
For your information, Nomura, his first, I think he worked his way up the company, but his first sort of quote-unquote major involvement was as a monster designer in Final Fantasy V. So I know for a fact that he was not involved with the story of Final Fantasy III, but yeah. It does sound very Kingdom Heartsy though, and Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts, of course, very intertwined. All right, well. Final Fantasy IV. Okay, now we're getting somewhere that a lot of people love. This is the first Final Fantasy for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, and it was released in America. It was the second Final Fantasy released in the United States under the name Final Fantasy II. And here, real quick, we can touch on the fact that Final Fantasy I, Final Fantasy IV, and Final Fantasy VI are the first Final Fantasies that were released in the States, and they were called 1, 2, and 3. So a lot of people are confused to this day about, hey, I played Final Fantasy III when I was a kid. You know, it doesn't look like this weird DS game. What's the deal? Final Fantasy VI was released as Final Fantasy III. Final Fantasy IV was released as Final Fantasy II. Munchie.
There's a comic strip on dorkly.com about a gamer girl walking up to two gamers saying, hey, do you want to play Final Fantasy III?
Oh, no.
Them making
I didn't bring my DS, though. What am I...
And then them making fun of her for not knowing that it's actually 6. And
I wrote that comic strip.
And then they walk away, and you can see the gamer girl holding a copy of actual Final Fantasy III. So it's like, don't be mean to girls who want to play games, too.
Oh, I would never.
Just want to let you guys to know.
I have to find this.
The lore needs to be updated. All right, now, so Final Fantasy IV, Ben, yes.
Who goes up to someone and says, "Hey, you want to play Final Fantasy anything?"
Yeah, true. This comic is garbage out the gate. It would never happen in real life.
Just to sit down for a nice Kingdom Hearts tournament.
Indeed.
My
okay.
boys.
So Final Fantasy IV comes out in 1991, and I'd like to give credit to Square Enix. Sorry, they weren't Square Enix at this time. They're still Squaresoft, because as you can notice, Final Fantasy I, 87, Final Fantasy II in 89, Final Fantasy III in 90, Final Fantasy IV in 1991. They were sure prolific back in those days. What's going on over here?
Munchie didn't do this comic justice.
Are you passing notes in class?
No.
Put that shit away, dude. Look,
Needs to be a poster.
Wow, it's really long.
It is.
All right, yes, good, but stop or you'll be destroyed. Thank you. Final Fantasy IV comes out in 1991, first Super NES game. Also comes out in the States, I believe, in 1992, I think. So Final Fantasy IV is a big deal, because it is really where the story of Final Fantasy starts to actually kind of get good. There's amazing things that happen, but the overall moment-to-moment, like, there's characters that we care about, there's kind of interesting plot lines, there's a lot of good stuff here. So, you play Final Fantasy IV as the character Cecil Harvey. You start the game as a Dark Knight working for the Kingdom of Baron. You are the leader of the Red Wings, which is their airship fleet. And the game starts with you having just completed a raid on the town of Mysidia. You have stolen the water crystal from Mysidia, which is important for unspecified reasons, but based on, this is one of those things that's like, because it's a Final Fantasy game, we can kind of infer that the crystals are like important for the world or something, which is just kind of what we do here. So your king ordered you and your Red Wings to go capture the water crystal, which you do, I think, before you start playing, actually. And then you bring it to the king, and Baron, Cecil says to the king, Mr. King, man, I didn't like what I just had to do. There was something wrong about this. That city, they didn't do anything to warrant us raiding them and taking the water crystal. We're being, bad. We're being bad boys, and this is a problem for me. And the king says, well, I will hear none of this. You are stripped of rank and title, and you're demoted. You're no longer head of the Red Wings. Fuck you. And so Cecil is very upset about this. He is comforted by his buddy, Kane Highwind, the leader of the Dragoons, another sort of soldier, squad under the employ of Baron. Incidentally, we never see another Dragoon. No, actually, we do see a couple other Dragoons in the game. Okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. Point is, Cecil he starts the game going through some crises of morality, and he's got conflicts of what he should be doing versus what he's ordered to do, and that's really the theme that's going to carry us throughout the whole game. So, you are ordered as an act, after your insubordination, you are ordered to go commit or to do a job to make up for, the shit you just pulled. And they're like, maybe we'll give you your rank back if you pull this off successfully. You and Kane are given a ring to deliver to the town, city, whatever, of Mist, which is a little far away. So you get in your airship, you fly over, you and Kane, to Mist, you fight some enemies along the way, do a little RPGing, and then you arrive in Mist. So you walk into Mist, you the Dark Knight, Cecil, and Kane, and then all of a sudden, the ring that you were given, it doesn't explode, but all of a sudden, out of it bursts what are called in Final Fantasy bombs, which are, they're these big round enemies that are fiery, and they explode with fire. they're like a gameplay thing, but they're actually used for story purposes now. The ring was filled with monsters that explode fire everywhere. And the town is immediately destroyed by the ring that you have brought. So Cecil, unknowingly, just brought an item to the town of Mist that just killed like everyone there. He's fine. He survived because he's a tough warrior guy. But everyone else is fucking dead. And he gets separated from Cain, and he's like, oh God, oh Jesus Christ, I didn't want this to happen. What the fuck's going on? But he finds one survivor. He finds one surviving little girl, a girl who he takes out of there and he saves her life, and her name is Rydia. Those two travel together for a while. She wakes up. She knows who he is. She knows what he's done, and she is none too pleased. So this is, the two begin kind of a father and daughter sort of relationship as they travel around together and just kind of get back to Baron, where you know, Cecil's realized, okay, some fucked up things are happening right now. People have to answer some questions. We've got to, you know, get to the bottom of this. Turns out that there's a new guy in charge of the Red Wings, a mysterious man named Golbez. He appeared, and you know, spooky things are happening. And now, as you're traveling around the world, this is kind of like the main leg of the adventure. As you and Rydia are going around, you meet some new characters. You meet this old wizard named Tella, and interestingly, you meet a guy, Prince Edward. And for all the buffs out there, Tella, Edward, and Tella's daughter Anna are in a little triangle thing where Prince Edward, who's prince of the kingdom of Damcyan, he is betrothed to Anna, and the two told Tella, which is her father, who's this old wizard guy, and you meet Tella first, he's looking for his daughter, you find them later, they told about their marriage to Tella, who did not approve. I guess he didn't like Edward, he didn't like the idea of his daughter marrying a prince, you know, he thought he was a poofter or something, and just marrying her for political cover, who knows, man. So he didn't approve, so the two elope, the two run away together. When you find them, Tella joins your party and tells you all this and is like, hey, we're going to go track him down. You eventually find your party, Edward and Anna, together with Golbez. And tragically, right as you meet them, as you got Tella, as you meet Anna and Edward, Golbez does a big old magic attack and he kills Anna. He kills Anna right in front of Tella as Edward, you know, being a little cuck boy, just stands like, oh no. And Upon seeing this, Golbez blames Edward for what happened, and he shouts out that famous line, Edward, you spoony bard! That is the worst insult that he could think about a man who was responsible for his daughter's death in the first American release of Final Fantasy IV, called Final Fantasy II at the time. And incidentally, that is where the spoony one gets his name. That's where Spoony, Noah, gets his name. It's from this moment, so there's a little lore for you, everybody. You know, big Final Fantasy fan and all that. So, that was just an aside. The point is, basically, Cecil travels throughout the world and is just trying to get back to Baron to confront the king, confront Golbez, find out what the hell's going on, why was he sent on this mission, and all this other stuff. And just that stuff about Golbez killing Anna. Like, we're witnessing Golbez is just fucking up the whole world right now. Him and the king of Baron are working together. They're using the Red Wings that you had been captain of, and they're just invading other towns to acquire, like, the fire crystal, which is one that was in the kingdom of Damcyan, and just a bunch of other stuff. They're fucking everything up. So when you finally get back to Baron and you confront the king, turns out the king had been dead. He was a monster. You know, Golbez is running shit. Golbez is the one in charge here. And you fucking fight him and you fucking kill him. The king, that is. Golbez is not so easy. You confront him. A bunch of stuff happens. You confront him. He kills Tella. Tella dies. That's sad. A bunch of other stuff happens. Cutting to the chase, eventually the culmination of this is that Cecil realizes, I need to get stronger so I can beat Golbez, and he goes on a personal quest of becoming a real boy. He goes to this place called the Mount of Ordeals, where it's very, very Star Wars again, another game that's very Star Wars-y, and he faces off against his own shadow self. So in this battle, Cecil is suddenly, because Cecil had been a dark knight this whole game. By the way, in Final Fantasy IV, every character who joins your party is sort of like a class, and they can't change, but like just by default, they're sort of a class, which is the first time the story has done that, or a Final Fantasy game has. And Cecil was a dark knight. Gib.
Pardon my insolence.
Yeah.
But is this not just a Wikipedia recital? of Final Fantasy lore.
Well, I mean, but that's what it is. That's the lore. I'll try to keep it short. I'll try to get more to the tangible details that really matter here.
What I want, well, what I shouldn't be, but like what I would like is like which games are like good and cool, and what should I play?
But these are all the reasons why Final Fantasy IV is cool. Okay, I understand your point here. Let's get to what people actually care about. The point is, Cecil goes through a magical transformation when he fights his dark self and he becomes a paladin. It's really cool. He fights, when you enter this battle, he's now, you're fighting against the Dark Knight version of him, which is the sprite you've been playing as the whole game. And you're now a paladin all of a sudden. And you beat him and you win, and now you're cool and you're strong and you're ready to beat Golbez. You just go through the rest of the game like that.
Does your sprite change?
Yeah, you become a new sprite. Good. It's a big climactic moment. It's really fun. It's really fun. Yes, Jesse.
What's a paladin?
A paladin is like a knight from Final Fantasy I who can use white magic. Actually, knights in Final Fantasy I could use white magic. I know, well, okay, fair enough. You've played these games. Okay, here's the point. You get to the end of the game. Here's what's fun. Turns out, you fight Golbez a bunch of times. Turns out, Golbez is from the fucking moon. He's from the fucking moon. Yeah. 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 Oh, I forgot to mention, Final Fantasy IV has 2 moons. The planet has 2 moons. Turns out, one of those moons ain't from around these parts. It's from somewhere else. And it's called Lunarians are from the fucking moon. Also turns out...
That's the moon Golbez is from.
That's correct.
The
That's
bad
correct.
moon.
Oh yes,
The scary moon.
It's called the Red Moon, I believe. It's called the Red Moon, and
Red things are bad, dude.
red things are bad. Fucking commies, man. Not on my watch. As it turns out, Golbez is not actually a full-blown Lunarian. He is a half-Lunarian, and guess who else is a half-Lunarian? Cecil, who is Golbez's brother. Oh. What a fucking shocker. Yep. Cecil had been found by the King of Baron. He'd been raised by him, and they grew up together. I don't know what happened to their dad. I guess he just died. I don't know. So eventually...
He's up on the moon. Hang out.
Well, here's some other fun stuff that happens. A giant called the Giant of Babel, the Giant of Babel, I believe, gets summoned by Golbez as a giant doomsday weapon. It's just a giant mech. It's a giant mech that appears in Final Fantasy IV. You enter it from like the foot. You climb all the way to the top, and you like explode it from inside. And so you beat it. You beat this ultimate doomsday weapon, and that's when Golbez says, "Fuck this. This didn't work. I'm going back to the moon." And so he somehow gets to the moon, I think with magic. You have to track down this thing called the Lunar Whale. The Lunar Whale.
Whoa, that's good.
It's a dope ship. It's a big. It's a ship that takes you to the. It's not actually. It's not an actual whale. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry I wrote Final Fantasy IV that way.
Like in Pinocchio Goes to Mars.
Is that a thing?
There is a space whale.
Well, sick.
That he has to escape from. Oh yeah, you told me about that.
Okay, so you get the Lunar Whale, you chase him to the moon. On the moon, there's this guy named Fusoya. He is one of the Lunarians who's like, yeah, sorry about all this shit happening. Turns out, Golbez was actually being possessed by this guy called Zemus. Zemus was a Lunarian who hated Earthlings. He was controlling Golbez the whole time, your brother, to fuck up the world because he wanted to kill everyone and have Lunarians take it over. That was his plan. Golbez, now that he's snapped out of this, is like, this is fucked up. This guy was controlling me. I don't like this anymore. And actually, this is fun. All of a sudden, Fusoya, like I said, who's a Lunarian. Fusoya. There's a final battle at the end of the game where Fusoya and Golbez appear as sprites on your side. So the enemy, the bad guy boss, who you had fought in Final Fantasy, enemies usually appear as like big detailed enemies. In this like final confrontation, Golbez is on your team as a little baby sprite. It's adorable and awesome and very heartwarming. And they do a bunch of blasts against Zemus. Now they're on your side, and Zemus dies. Zemus is killed by Golbez. But the seething anger and rage of Zemus brings him back from the dead as Zeromus. And Zeromus is real strong, and he smacks Golbez and Fusoya. You guys get there and you beat him. You win. That's what happens. You show up and you're like, okay, well, we win now. Cecil, canonically, what happens is Cecil is going to lose to Zeromus, but all his friends this is literally Spirit Bomb. It's literally the Spirit Bomb where everyone's friendship powers give Cecil the power to win, and they beat Zeromus, and they win, and that's it. Munchie.
What's it with Japan and being friends?
I don't know. They weren't good friends back in my Pearl Harbor days. I'll tell you that much.
No, really, did you? What's it with Japan and being friends? Is there a
They
reason?
love like willpower and friendship and stuff. I don't know. They just do. I think they believe in themselves a lot. That's what I know. It's weird, I know.
Pathetic.
Don't they know nothing means anything, man?
They believe in real fighting spirit.
That's right. That's right. Never give up. They're all about that. So the end of the game is Golbez and Fusoya, who was another Lunarian. They're like, listen, we know we fucked up a lot of shit here. We're Lunarians. We don't really belong here. We're going to get on this moon and we're going to leave. So they get on the red moon and they take the red moon and they leave on this moon. So I don't know. It was a ship that brought them here in the first place.
So it's a fake moon.
It is a fake. It's an artificial moon. Yeah.
So this is spirit science.
Sort of. Yeah. Yeah. More or less.
Oh God, we have a crossover for me.
So that's the end of the game. You go back home and you have fun. Everything's great. There is a sequel to Final Fantasy IV that was released many years later. Where we got here? Final Fantasy IV: The After Years. It takes place 17 years later, and it's all the cast of characters.
I mean, it was released 17 years later.
No. I mean, it takes place 17 years later. It came out,
As well as being.
and it also came out 17 years later. Interesting.
That can't be a coincidence.
That's probably on purpose. That's probably on purpose. Yeah, it is both, though. You play as Theodore, Cecil's son. It's actually a huge waste of time. It's a bunch of episodes. Okay, there's the second moon has reappeared in the sky. And you're like, oh, what's happening? The moon's back. And things are getting fucked up. Bad guys are appearing. And there's a bunch of episodes where you play as a lot of characters. Huge waste of time. Don't. In the end, you just go to the moon, you use the lunar whale, you go to that moon, and this is where things get fascinating. Okay, so, again, you're playing as Cecil's son, Theodore. It looked like the red moon. Turns out it is not the red moon. It's a different moon that looks the same. It's a different moon. It's not the red moon.
But it's also not the regular moon.
Well, that's still there. That's normal. Yeah. The regular moon has not changed, but new moons come and go.
This is the third moon.
This is a third moon. That's correct. The red moon is still not come back, but incidentally, Golbez has returned. Has he returned without the red moon? I'm not sure, but he is back somehow, and he's your friend.
He traded moons, like
Yeah.
It's been 17 years. You're gonna upgrade eventually.
That's
he
true.
Up, he traded in his old moon.
Well, it's not him who brought the moon back. Okay, here's the deal. You get to the center of this moon. There were some monsters were appearing from the moon, etc. So you go there, you beat them. Ultimately, what you find is that there is an alien. I mean, the Lunarians are technically aliens, but there's like a hardcore Lamau alien at the center of this fucking moon. It's got this moon has a name, but I can't remember. It doesn't matter. And he's called the Creator. He's called the Creator. Here's the deal with the Creator. The Creator was a race that had sent out crystals like the ones on this planet. It had sent out crystals to stimulate life and growth. So it turns out like the life on this planet had been being supported by the forces of the Creator all along, according to the retcons of this game. So basically, this thing is responsible for all the progress of humanity on this thing. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you kill him, he goes away.
Why would you kill him? What?
Oh, because he's here to take over. He's here to just fuck your shit up. He does have motivation. His motivation is you're not doing well enough. I'm not impressed enough by what you've achieved here. So we're going to wipe you out because this is not working out. That's the motivation. That actually is their motivation. But anyway, you beat him, proving that you are in fact good boys. And the moon leaves. I think Golbez takes the moon and leaves again. Munchie.
Oh, where's Cloud Stripe?
He's coming. We're gonna accelerate here. Okay, here we go. So that was that. Final Fantasy V comes out the very next year. My God, I cannot believe how fast these games are coming out. It's insane. 1 year between legendary games. Final Fantasy V. Oh boy, here's the deal. You're Bart's Clouser. You're a wanderer. You wander around the countryside just having goofs and gas and fun. Suddenly there's a fucking meteor that lands right next to your campsite. You check that shit out. There's a couple people there. There's this old man who doesn't have his memory. There's this this princess who forgot her shit. You go inside the meteor. All of you have, you're trying to get to Lena's castle because she's the princess of some castle, a tycoon. She's the princess of Tycoon. You're just trying to take her home because she wants to go home. On the way, you meet a friendly pirate captain named Faris, who turns out to not be a man, but a very sexy lady. That's canon. And the four of you eventually stumble upon...
I thought he was a really ugly man. He's actually a really sexy lady.
That's right. There's a lot of gay panic regarding Faris throughout Final Fantasy V.
In the game?
In the game, yes. Okay. Extensive gay panic. Also with me in real life. The four of you eventually stumble upon a cave just on your journey to take her home, to take Lena home, and it's the Wind Crystal. The Wind Crystal shatters, and the four of you are like, no, what happened? The Wind Crystal has chosen you four because you were there when it broke. It gives you magic powers. It gives you job powers like in Final Fantasy III. It's the same shit. And so you four are like, oh, well, now we've been chosen by the crystal. We've got an adventure to go on.
I love how Final Fantasy is just like the ultimate magic employment.
Basically, that's right. That's right. Munchie?
What's with all the crystals? Stop.
No, but they love the crystals.
Stop.
That's the thing. Crystals are just a motif.
No more crystal.
But you must, though. But you must.
No more Christ.
Well,
we've done with Gun Christ.
We are the crystal gems, right?
What's up with the crystals?
It is simply a motif. Like in Final Fantasy I, the characters had crystals. They said, I like crystals, and they put them in every game.
Well, as you can see on the whiteboard, the four crystals represent the four elements: grass, Kool-Aid, nothing, and blue.
Which is the part of a balanced breakfast, as we all know. So listen, let's cut the bullshit, all right? Let's get right down to it. There's this guy who's been fucking up the world. His name's Exdeath. He's a sorcerer.
Whoa!
Okay, all right. Whoa! Okay, in the original translation of Final Fantasy V, it is literally X-Death. That is his name.
Oh my fucking god!
I mean,
this guy fucked.
This guy.
He was such a promising youth. He got his diploma. He said Exdeath on it.
Yeah.
Like he's going places. But somewhere it all went wrong.
Now, unfortunate to burst your bubble, to this day he is translated as Exdeath, Exdeath as his name. It is actually a mistranslation of the word Exodus. Exodus.
Oh.
Yeah. I know, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Exodus is kind of a recurring name. Well, you know. We can dare to dream.
Sometimes trivia's not worth it, dude.
I know.
You gotta know when to hold it back.
Well, but goddammit, I'm just too committed to my journalistic integrity. That's right, Exodus. That's some shitty translators back in the day. He is a powerful wizard who is fucking up the world. You investigate what's going on. Turns out, Exdeath is in fact a tree that was stuffed with too many demons and came to life.
Oh, fuck!
That's right. That's right.
Back. His name is not the coolest thing about him.
Munchie.
I'd like to be a tree.
I would like to be a tree.
Said Satan himself.
Yeah, that's basically what happened. So I guess just for fun, in the olden days, there were some old warriors. They used these things called the 12 sealed weapons. There was a powerful sorcerer named Enuo. They defeated Enuo using those weapons, and they sealed him in this tree. After they did that, they started just using this tree as a place to just seal demons away. That's what they did. In the Forest of Moor, I believe is what it was called.
More demons.
We gotta get more demons. We gotta get some more demons in there.
For less.
And just eventually, they stuffed just so many demons into this one tree that just came to life. And so it's kind of like the foundation of the thing is this really powerful sorcerer Enuo, but it is not Enuo. I mean, this is just something that like Final Fantasy people argue about. Like, is he Enuo? Is he like a different guy? Doesn't matter. He is his own character, Exdeath the Tree.
Yes.
Ben, did you pass on the...
Enuo is like the Caliborn to Exdeath's Lord English.
That's correct. That's exactly right. Yes, basically, yeah.
Thanks,
yeah.
Andrew Hussey.
It's also like very much like Naraku from Inuyasha. It's just like Naraku. Yeah, I know.
Didn't know Naraku was a tree.
Well, he's not a tree, but he is a demon, and this man's got a lot of demons in him. He would like to be a tree. Okay, so here's. By the way, we glanced over this before, but so that meteor that came to that landed right outside our character's entrance place. We found a man with amnesia there. Turns out the man had ridden that meteor onto this planet from another dimension. That's what happened. Whoa! That's correct. That's what happened. And so you eventually, he gets his memory back. Galuf is his name. He gets his memory back, and then you guys ride another meteor back to where he came from, because that's where Exdeath is.
Is that how meteors work?
I have no idea how it
Meteors are
works.
just going between planets.
They go in between dimensions. That's how they work.
As we saw in the Super Mario Brothers movie, there is another dinosaur dimension. So
That's
yeah,
right.
same meteor principle.
Munchie?
Hey, dude, can I borrow your meteor real quick? I just want to go to Wawa. I know it's 3 a.m., but I'm hankering for some
I know they're
subs right
closed,
now.
but I just hope that there's a dumpster full of new juice.
I need my new juice, my
New-
man.
new
Can I get the
juice.
meteor?
I want that new juice. All right. The point is, okay. Okay, here's the deal. Turns out Galuf was, I know this is a little detail, but it's just a lot of fun. So Galuf was actually a king in his other place that he came from. He had joined your team, was a warrior elite. Turns out he's a king. He's got a whole kingdom he's running. And he was actually also a warrior of the dawn. He was a warrior of dawn. You're the warriors of light. He was a warrior of dawn, chosen by the crystals. Previously, to stop Exdeath, they had sealed Exdeath away. But now he's back because the crystal's getting fucked up. Ben.
What did they seal him in?
Well,
What did they seal him in?
they sealed him between dimensions.
Okay.
So, okay.
I just wanted to make sure they didn't seal him inside another tree
No.
and start the whole cycle over again.
I forget exactly where he was sealed. He was sealed somewhere, though. And here's what happened. When the crystals broke, he just, like, came back. He was trapped in, I think, in the interdimensional void because, okay, here's the thing. You know I said how the meteors let you travel between dimensions? The Warriors of Dawn had fractured the world into 2 dimensions by using the power of the crystals, and they had trapped Exdeath between them. And so when the crystals get broken, Exdeath comes back, and then when they all get broken on both worlds, the worlds merge back into one, and Exdeath has obtained full power.
That's the plot of the Mario movie.
Is that true?
Yeah, they merge the dimensions.
Well-
a meteor splits the dimensions, and then they merge at the end.
Well, did that
Or
come out
something.
after 1992?
Probably.
They ripped off Final Fantasy V.
Good.
Okay, so the point is,
We have a Final Fantasy V movie.
a lot of sad stuff happens. You fight Exdeath a bunch.
Oh my god, it was literally the next year.
Oh my god!
Oh no.
You fight Exdeath a bunch. Galuf tragically dies fighting against Exdeath. It's really, really sad. And actually, his granddaughter, Krill, rejoins the party with all his same stats. The crystal just, like, gives you his powers. It's a mulligan. Anyway, the point is, you meet a bunch of cool characters. This guy named Gilgamesh, who we'll talk about later, shows up for the first time in this game. He's a goofball. Munchie?
The Gilgamesh of Sumeria?
Well, I mean, this is like the Final Fantasy interpretation.
Gilgamesh, a king.
Garugamesh?
Yeah, it's Gilgamesh. Look, the point is, you fight Exdeath a bunch. At the end of the game, you collect the sealed 12 weapons, that I mentioned before. You get those, and then you go into the interdimensional rift to fight Exdeath, because Exdeath has started, now that he's at full power. Oh, by the way, I forgot. When you defeat Exdeath for the first time, he appears to disappear, but Krill has a splinter in her hand. You leave there, and you go back home, and you think everything's great, and all of a sudden, the splinter in your hand just transforms into a new Exdeath who's still alive via hand splinter and is just more powerful than ever before. Kind of like Cell.
It's like Cell.
It's exactly like Cell, who survived, being obliterated by.
Version of Cell.
Exactly.
Sick.
I wonder if this came out after that. I don't know. Doesn't matter. So Exdeath starts opening black holes in the real world, just on top of cities. It's real bad. He's just fucking destroying everything. You chase down Exdeath, interdimensional void. Rift between worlds, you beat him, you win. That's the end. Munchie.
So you're traveling through rifts to get to places. Do you stop at a cafe at any point during this?
There's some places to stop. There's some rest stops along the way.
Are there
Enough
cafes?
Said, enough said. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all right.
Okay.
Okay, the anime version of the Cell Saga would have been airing the same year.
Fascinating. But the manga would have been out before. So could have been inspired here.
There's a lot of ripping off going on around this title.
I think you're right. I think you're right. So that's Final Fantasy V. By the way, just want to say, great game. The GBA remake has a fantastically hilarious script. Highly recommended to everyone.
All those evil wizards who want to be trees trapped between dimensions in the Rift Cafe.
Indeed. Did you?
I already put my hand back down.
Oh, okay, never mind. Right. So that's that. Great game. Everyone should play it. Basically, you can everything. Final Fantasy 1's a good game. Final Fantasy 4 and on good. 2 and 3, they're okay. Anyway, Final Fantasy VI. Now things get serious. This is the third game to come out in the U.S. Under the name Final Fantasy III. Came out in 1994 in Japan originally. So this game, to this day, a lot of people consider this one of the greatest games ever made, possibly the greatest. It's the first Final Fantasy that kind of gets that badge. And let's get right to it. The short version is, you meet a character named Terra. You're playing as her at the beginning of the game. She's being controlled by an evil empire. Again, it's more Star Wars shit. You go around the world as Terra. Once you free yourself from the control of the empire, you're trying to discover who you are. And in this game, it's the first time the series kind of examines the conflict of the natural world versus progress, machinery, technology, that stuff. And there's a big theme in Final Fantasy VII of the conflict between the two, as the Gestalan Empire has sort of Emperor Gestahl, who rules it, just believes that he deserves to rule the world because they have the best technology. We're the best, we're the best at everything. We deserve to rule. And all those other towns and cities, they're shit. They don't. So you and your boys are the returners, and you are here to stop them from doing that. You got a bunch of kings of Figaro, like Edgar, Locke, Thief, doesn't matter, a bunch of cool guys. So ultimately, and the antagonist is represented. One of the generals of Emperor Gestahl is this guy named Kefka. Kefka is an insane person. He is the court magician and general. Munchie?
Kefka is the Seiyu of Flowey?
That's cool. I didn't know that. Kefka's a madman. You don't know what he's going to do next. One of the things he does that's fun is he poisons an entire country and kills everyone in there. That was pretty cool. Leaving only this guy Cyan, who joins our team. He's real mad about that. He wants his vengeance. So you just go around and you oppose this. And Terra, by the way, Terra, turns out, is a half Esper. And a Esper is sort of a magic man, if you will. An Esper they're from a pocket dimension, Espers, and they have magical powers because in Final Fantasy VII, magic doesn't, exist. Oh, I'm sorry, 6. In Final Fantasy VI, normal people are they're like the Gestalan Empire. They have access to technology, but magic is not something that people inherently have. But if they utilize the power of Espers, then you can have magical powers. And Kefka, for example, was an early experiment by the Empire to turn a person into a magic man, and it fucked his brain real bad. So he used to be a good boy, and now he's a bad boy. But he still likes to kill people, so he's an effective tool for them.
He's still a rose boy.
But he'll always be a rose boy. So you learn about how the Espers are kind of being abused and used by the Gestalan Empire in their technological factories in their power plants and whatnot. And Kefka himself kills Espers and turns them into magicite, and then kind of can just extract the power from them. And in doing this, he can use magical powers, he can kill people, he can, just run amok, do all kinds of stuff. And Terra, of course, represents the side of hey, maybe don't kill Espers, they're just people, only they have magic powers, so maybe don't do that. But of course, the Empire doesn't care. Ultimately, Terra is used by the Empire so they can access the Esper world itself. And inside the Esper world, there's this thing called, first of all, they want to get in, because that's where all the Espers are. They have access to them. They can turn them all into magicite and, suck all the power out of them, kind of like, petroleum mining is sort of a metaphor here, or colonization. Mm-hmm. And there's another thing in there. It's called the Warring Triad. And the Warring Triad are these 3 statues in the Esper world that basically, they're the nexus of all magic that exists in the Esper world and, all Espers. And when they start fucking with that, the Emperor Gestahl and Kefka, they get in there, they start fucking with that, and that raises something called the floating continent. Oh, I thought that was falling down. It makes this thing, the floating continent, raise from the Esper world in the real world, and you and your party go and you try to stop them from, doing whatever they're trying to do. And when you get there, it's too late. Kefka has killed the Emperor, and he has fucked with the Warring Triad. They're just these statues that he just pushes around, and after he does that, he stands in the center of them. He has destabilized the previous magic power nexus between those guys, and he is absorbing all the magical power in the world. So Kefka is literally becoming the god of magic. He has all the magical power in the world now through this. Munchie.
You can do all that, or you can drink a 2-liter of Faygo in 3 minutes.
That's a Sophie's choice to choose between those two. So here's what happens as soon as Kefka gets this power. Kefka is a funny boy and immediately destroys the entire world.
That's so fucking funny.
It's fucking whoa! Yeah, it's pretty good.
Saw that one coming.
Didn't see it coming. I mean, Kefka is literally insane, and he just likes watching people suffer and die. Yes, Munchie.
Stop me if you've heard this one before, Holocaust.
Holocaust. It's just that easy, folks. It's just that easy. This is pretty cool. So that is a major thing that happens in Final Fantasy VI. Kefka destroys the world. And what that really means is he fucks with the entire planet, he blows up large sections of it, and he kind of just moves around continents because he feels like it. And he also assembles a giant, like, trash tower in the center of the world called the Tower of Kefka. The story ends for a year, and it picks up a year later when you play as Celes, one of your party members, who had been a general in the Gestalten Empire. You wake up as her on a deserted island, separated from your whole party members. They're all gone. You have no idea what's going on. You just know the world is completely fucked. And so as Celes, you will yourself to, I'm gonna go do something about this crazy situation, and then you spend the next section of the game finding all of the party members that you've been separated from, which is pretty fun. It's a pretty fun part of the game. And you put them together to form a ragtag team of heroes to go fight Kefka. And so that's what you do. So using the powers of espers, you use espers as well in this game, but you use them in sort of a friendly way. You don't take advantage of them. You work in symbiosis with them, as opposed exactly like Ash Ketchum. That's right. You use it ethically. So there's kind of a statement going on here about like living in harmony with nature and not abusing the resources of the planet and whatnot. And eventually, you and your team, once you're ready at this point, you can just storm Kefka's tower whenever you want. You can do it alone, I think. And you fight Kefka, you beat him, and you win. And that's the end of the game. And after you beat Kefka, the world is still fucked. It's completely fucked. But there's like hope you could rebuild, is kind of what you're going for. And that's pretty much the story. Now, it's unfortunate because a lot of what makes people love games, the Final Fantasy games in general, especially 6 and on, is the little details that are along the way. For example, there is a section of Final Fantasy VI where there is just a literal ghost train out of nowhere that has nothing to do with the rest of the plot. Just Death is riding on a train, and you get on it, and you hang with a bunch of ghosts for a while, and you literally fight the train one-on-one, and of course, famously, Sabin is one of your party members. He can suplex the train. He can suplex the entire train. So that's pretty cool. What a god. And while it's moving, you're actually running in the battle. Your sprites are running from the train as it's pursuing you from behind. And then he turns around, suplexes it, and there you go. So, there's just tons of stuff like that. There's this guy, Ultros, introduced here. He's a fun character. He's an octopus who loves sexy women. He shows up in a lot of games. And, yeah.
There's some cool dungeons with him.
Indeed there are. Indeed there are. Digit, yes. Munchie, give me that.
So how early into the series do we start getting all the names that turn up in every game, like Biggs and Wedge and Sid and all that shit?
Biggs and Wedge, I believe, first show up in Final Fantasy VI. They are actually the two soldiers accompanying Terra at the beginning of the game. So it's kind of, the further you go in the series, the more elements get added in to like the Final Fantasy repertoire of just like recurring ideas. Like, I think Blizzara and Blizzaga appear for the first time in like Final Fantasy 2 or 3, but not Final Fantasy 1. But like Jobs appear for the first time in Final Fantasy 1, Chocobos in Final Fantasy 2, et cetera, et cetera. So it just depends. Things just get added as they go. And
which one had the first Sid?
The first Sid, I believe, was Final Fantasy 3. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Ben, yes.
Yo, Teach, remember when Celes has to find the best fish to give Sid, and if she doesn't get him, then he just dies, and then he's dead forever?
That's right. That's right. There's a mini game. There is a mini game after your Sellies at the beginning of the World of Ruin arc. It was what it's called in Final Fantasy VI, where you have to catch the most delicious fish to feed to the old man Cid you're living with. And if you catch the most delicious fish, then he lives. And if you do like anything other than the most delicious fish, then he dies immediately.
Yo, Teach.
Yes.
Remember
Ben.
when Celes has to sing in that opera and it's the best thing that ever happened in video
That's another one of the
games?
amazing vignettes. There's just an opera scene in Final Fantasy VI. Yes.
Remember when after in the opera when Celis is singing, she throws the bouquet
I remember that.
off the railing, and then later in the game, after Kefka destroys the world and she tries to kill herself by throwing herself off a cliff,
Yeah.
it's the same exact shot as when she threw the bouquet. It's art and it's poetry and it rhymes.
It's almost like they did that intentionally.
It's beautiful.
It is amazing. Yes, Munchie.
Remember when Donald Duck and Goofy and Sora all went around in Final Fantasy and had fun?
Yeah, well, no.
I do.
Well, I'm out of here. It's all downhill from here. Good night, everyone.
Right. Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, well,
I'm
he
just
got
doing
me.
I'm doing my bit because that's my favorite Final Fantasy.
That
It's-
made me sad.
Me too. Okay, here we go. So that's all. They're all bad after this one. Final Fantasy VII's next, everybody.
The worst one.
So if you'll notice here, this is the largest gap yet between Final Fantasy releases from 1994 to 1997 when this one came out. And there's a big reason for that. It's because we made the shift to 3D models. And Square had to do a bunch of stuff here. They had to think about what console they wanted to release for, what format they wanted to release for. And Final Fantasy VII was largely considered a huge technical milestone for video games in general, and just animation in general. Full motion videos, 3D graphics, the whole 9 yards. Munchie.
Can you shoot people in this one yet?
Barrett has a gun, yeah. You can
Okay.
shoot people. Where was the first gun in Final Fantasy?
Progress.
I'm trying to think if there was a gun in Final Fantasy VI. Yeah, there were guns in 6. Yeah, there were mechs and stuff. Yeah, there were guns. Yeah. So, everyone's heard a lot about Final Fantasy VII. Just to give you the brief summary, you play as Cloud Strife. The dude's got memory issues. He's got some stuff going on in his head that doesn't quite add up right. You're working with these guys called Avalanche. They are trying to protect the planet from the Shinra Corporation that is extracting energy from inside of it. And the Shinra says, don't worry about it, it'll be fine. We're responsible, it's all good. But the Avalanche says, you're killing the planet, this ain't good, you gotta stop that. So we are literally going to be actual terrorists and blow up your power plants. And if we kill some people, sorry about that collateral damage, but we're trying to save the planet here.
So is Cloud a member of Antifa?
You literally are an ecological terrorist.
Yeah, you are an eco-terrorist, 100% in this game.
Well, for hire.
Well, Cloud himself does not give a fuck at the beginning of the game. He's quite explicit. He's here for money.
He's not cucked by the philosophy. He's just in it for the fans and the script.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
He's not some liberal.
That's right. He's actually a member.
Christian boy.
He joins up with Avalanche because his childhood friend Tifa is a member and does care about these things and.
Antifa.
There it is. Oh shit. That was woke. Right. So you do a bunch of missions with Avalanche at the beginning of the game. You eventually meet a character named Eris when a mission goes awry. Turns Eris, whatever. Call her what you like. I'm gonna call her Eris. Eventually, through some shenanigans, you find out the Shinra Corporation is very interested in her because they think that she is a Cetra. Which, I think you just know she's a Cetra. Turns out eventually she's a half Cetra. Doesn't matter.
What is a Cetra?
A Cetra are the original inhabitants of the planet Earth. Because you see, a long time ago, there was a calamity that fell on planet Earth. And the people that lived there, the Cetra, were split into two tribes. One that wanted to stay and fight the calamity.
Were you trying to do like a spoiler-free version and then a spoiler?
No,
version?
I don't care about spoilers at all.
It
I'm
seemed
going
like
to
you were
spoil
doing-
everything.
It just seemed like you were doing that because
I have no
suddenly
interest
jumped to
in
shit
stopping
that
doing
I
that.
don't know about Final Fantasy VII.
I am going to spoil everything, and I don't care. If you want to leave, Tom, now's the time.
You spoiled all Kingdom Hearts for me, so whatever.
Okay, fair enough. So the people who lived on Earth, when a calamity fell, some people wanted to fight it. Other people wanted to run and hide. The people who fought it were the Cetra, and they all died, except for a couple of them. The people who hid away are the modern-day humans in Final Fantasy VII. They were just split evolutionarily along those lines. And the Cetra have like a communion with the planet. They can like talk to it. They're friends with it. They call it up on Sunday and ask how they're doing. And the humans are like, they're like out of touch. They're out of touch with the planet. They're materialistic. They're, they're the Shinra people, They want to abuse the planet and extract its resources. Again, this is ecological stuff majorly. There's a lot of connections to Final Fantasy VI here. Ben.
The humans are like the Cetra split into two and one became the humans?
That's correct. I mean, humans were just the Cetra before, but now they've kind of become a subspecies. They're not even really that different. They can interbreed because Eris is a half Cetra. Yeah. Yes, Jesse.
It's kind of like vague in a good way how you don't really know for sure what happened all those thousands of years ago, whether like it was just half of them were nomadic and the other half just decided to settle somewhere and became fat losers.
Yeah.
Or if the Cetra were fighting Genova and got fucked up, or if like Genova like played some mental tricks and made them want to become fat losers.
Yeah,
there's a whole lot of room for interpretation there, and it's all really cool and nifty and cool.
The great part about all that is the fun to speculate about it, because there's a lot of good stuff, a lot of good philosophy in Final Fantasy VII.
Speculate while you can, because they'll fill in every blank they can when they make the remake.
That's right, unfortunately.
Fill it all up with garbage.
So, just the plot of the game is that you get wrapped up trying to save Eris from Shinra. You go to Shinra HQ, and you find that the president of Shinra has been assassinated by what appears to be Sephiroth, who is this guy, who's Sephiroth? Eventually, Cloud divulges to the team that Sephiroth is this big, bad member of Soldier that Cloud is a member of, and Cloud has unfinished business with him because Sephiroth murdered his whole family, he burned down his hometown, and he's got to chase that boy down and stop him before he kills again. And so that becomes Cloud's personal mission, and the rest of the party's like, well, I guess we'll join up. But this seems like a generally good idea. Munchie?
Wait! There aren't crystals in this one.
There are crystals in this game.
Fuck!
See, crystals appear in... A fun game to play is, like, find the crystal in the Final Fantasy.
That's not fun at all.
The crystals that appear in Final Fantasy are in the form of materia. And this is very relevant to the the ecological themes of this game, because, like I was saying, so Shinra extracts energy from the planet. They extract it in the form of Mako energy, Mako energy, whatever. I call it Mako energy. Mako energy is just, for them, it's just like electricity. It works for them just like electricity. But there's other things you can do with it. You can crystallize Mako energy into something called materia. You turn it into that, and using that materia can give you magic powers. And it's just a source of energy, and it gives you the ability to like cast magical spells. So those crystals are basically the life force of the planet, and you can do magic with them, basically. And you can just do, like, lots of amazing stuff. They're used to, like, power rockets. They're used to power, homes and give lights to stuff. And your party uses it to do, like, sort of what it's intended for. There are actually natural springs of Mako energy throughout the world of Final Fantasy VII, and, like, your characters will, like, go to those and, like, pluck one, like plucking a fruit off a tree. You don't hurt the tree by doing that. You just take, like, what's just produced by it naturally. Whereas Shinra will like rip it from the ground and like ruin the nature in a place. And just to make a final point on this, the city of Midgar is Shinra's HQ. It's where, the central point of the game. And nothing grows around Midgar because there's so much Mako energy extracted from the planet that just nothing can grow. The only thing that grows anywhere around Midgar is Eris is able to grow flowers in her little church. And who knows why? It's because she's a Cetra, that's why. Because she's got magic powers in tune with the planet and stuff. So you go on a quest to stop Sephiroth. It gets wrapped up in all this shit about, like, you and the Shinra Corporation are kind of like rivals. They're like dogging you because you've blown up a bunch of their power plants. They don't like that very much. While you're trying to track down Sephiroth, you go on a big adventure exploring the secret past of Cloud. Digi?
So what is the relationship between Mako and Soldier? Are they like part of the same thing, or what's up with that?
Mako energy is an energy source that is used, in addition to a lot of other stuff, to like make soldiers better and stronger. Cloud, for example, we'll get into spoilers, whatever. Cloud was jam full of Mako energy, and so he's like stronger than an average person. He's like got good
He's like
strength.
Is he like a child soldier, like a super soldier?
No, when he was 16, he left home to try to join soldier. And, well, actually, he was younger than that when he left. But, yeah.
He worked under Sephiroth, right? Like
they were both soldiers first class, and they were sort of partners on a mission. Let's just get to the spoilers. Cloud was not a fucking soldier at any point. He was a Shinra grunt because he was a loser and a failure, and he was not good enough to be a member of soldier. He is all fucked up because they did fucked up experiments with him after the big event where Sephiroth killed a bunch of people. Cloud was there, but he was there as a Shinra grunt in all those memories. It's an amazing way that they handle this in the game, that they have everything set up to reveal Cloud as like another character in the game, as not the person that he thought he was, who is a character called Zack, who is just another actual member of Soldier that Cloud projects onto because he's all kinds of fucked up in the brain. Like ultimately, Cloud just had some mental collapses after the events with Sephiroth, where he got captured and tortured and experimented on and jammed full of Mako and Genova cells and all kinds of fucked up shit. But just to cut a long story short, Cloud pursues Sephiroth. They eventually find Sephiroth at Northern Crater. They fight the guy. They try to fight him, but he puts up a force field around himself, and he uses something called the Black Materia to summon a giant meteor from the sky, this guy here, that is going to blow the planet, not up, he's going to cause a massive wound in the planet so that he can go there and suck up all the Mako energy and all the life stream power that gathers there, so Sephiroth can just become a god and take over the planet. That's his goal. He's going to, like, rule the planet. So you guys are going to stop him. So you go to Northern Crater, you fight Sephiroth, you stop him from doing it, and Aeris dies along the way tragically. It's real sad, but she, from beyond the grave, uses her connection with the planet, because Final Fantasy VII was very much inspired by the fact that Hironobu Sakaguchi's mother died during the production of the game, or rather before the game started as they were writing it. And the themes of Aeris having influence in the real world after being dead stem from that. And so yeah, that's the event. You get to the end. Aeris, as a Cetra, was in communion with the planet. She used a secret materia called Holy. And what's interesting is that Holy and Meteor were two kind of important, really powerful spells from earlier in the game, and from earlier Final Fantasy games. Like Holy was the most powerful white magic spell, and Meteor was the most powerful black magic spell. And in this game, they kind of have turned those like game stuff into plot-relevant details. So it's kind of fun. There's actually plot stuff in Final Fantasy IV about how Meteor is like the ultimate black magic spell. We have to get Meteor in order to defeat Golbez. And then in Final Fantasy VII, Meteor is like this big doomsday spell that could literally like destroy the planet. So it's fun. It's cool. They get to Sephiroth. They beat him. They fight him. They win. They stop Meteor by using Holy. The life stream helps. And the end of the game is left ambiguous because there's this thing about the magic spell Holy, where Holy isn't really just a defensive measure against outside forces from the planet. It is actually a cleansing spell that will cleanse all things that are harmful to the planet from the planet's surface. And that does not exempt human beings. And all the themes in Final Fantasy VII about how if human beings are actually helpful for the planet, or if they're harmful, or if they're bad or good, that is brought into question when they debate to themselves whether or not they should actually use Holy. But the characters just think, look, our only hope is to try to stop Meteor by using Holy. So we're just going to do it and hope we survive. That's the only option we've got. So that's what they do. And at the end of the game, there is after you beat Sephiroth and we see Holy activate and, Meteor be stopped by it, we cut to, I believe, 500 years later, and we see the city of Midgar overgrown with life, where previously nothing had bloomed. But we do not see any signs of human life immediately. So we are left to speculate on the question of whether or not human beings were also wiped out during the usage of Holy. Gib?
Do the additions to Final Fantasy VII, Crisis Core, I don't know what they are, but all those things, do they ruin that ending?
Oh, they ruin it unbelievably so. 100%. Oh, absolutely. Thanks for asking. Now, I was going to talk about that anyway, but without a doubt. Like, you know what's great? Let's just throw away that ending. Let's just throw it in the trash because it's time to make a game about Vincent. And he is going to fight He's going to fight an even secreter soldier group than Soldier. They're called Deepground. I believe that was their name, Deepground. And they were literally soldiers that were so good that they were buried under Shinra, so they weren't hurt by Meteor. That's why they were fine. It wasn't a problem for them. And Holy as well. But yeah, Munchie, yes.
This is coolest. This is the thing that piques my interest. This is the only good thing in Final Fantasy is deep ground. And there are people who have lived underground and they are super Marines, United States Marines.
Yeah, that's right.
Deep ground. This is Final Fantasy. To me, everything you like, deep ground.
I agree. I can't contest that. So there's other, Advent Children is actually the main one. That's just the sequel that takes place like a couple years later. It's a nightmare. Digi?
Just to clarify,
Yeah.
Vincent is a secret character in Final Fantasy VII.
Correct.
Who you do not have to get at all.
That's right.
And that
That's right.
the game that they ruined the Final Fantasy lore with, Dirge of Cerberus, is a PSP game.
No, it's a PS2 game.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it is. Crisis Core is the PSP game. I mean, that ruins the lore as well, in just a different way.
Okay.
So don't get me wrong. There's plenty of ways to ruin Final Fantasy
Dirge of
VII,
Cerberus
and
is
we're
the one
going to
that's like a
explore
third-
all of them.
Dirge of Cerberus is like a third-person shooter, though.
That's right. That's right.
I thought of it as more of a gun
shooting
game.
gallery kind of game.
Well, it's not good. It's not good.
It's fun, but it's bad.
I mean, yeah, I agree.
I mean,
I enjoyed
like
playing it
shooting
in
guys,
some ways.
and I like. It's a bad game.
It's a bad game. By the way, turns out the bad guy in Dirge of Cerberus is possessed by the data ghost of Hojo, who is a bad guy, who is the scientist from Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
I forgot that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's also Crisis Core, which is a prequel where you play as Zack, that soldier who Cloud thought he was. Munchie, were you? Yeah.
Oh yeah, Crisis Core is the one where you learn about how Sephiroth had like a big brother Sephiroth who was actually way cooler and stronger than him, and read cool poetry and smashed all the puss.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Genesis, played by Gact.
Boy.
Yeah, he's Gact. It's just Gact in Final Fantasy VII.
And you also learn that Zack also had a big brother Zack who was way cooler than
he
him
had a big brother
and
Zack,
smashed all the
fucking
puss.
Angeal. And they explained the origin of the Buster Sword as like Angeal gave it to Zack and Zack gave it to Cloud. But like, why was this necessary in any way?
It already had the origin that Zack gave it to Cloud, but they just kept adding more origins onto it.
I mean, they do say where Angeal got it. Like, his parents had it made for him when he joined Soldier. Why couldn't that just have been where Zack got it? You tell me. I leave you to speculate, audience. All right, well, I mean, that's basically it. So there's this thing called the Compilation of Final Fantasy VII that is all these spin-offs. 7 is the big one that, you know, really burst Final Fantasy into prominence in the West. And so, you know,
ruining the series.
In a way, I mean, it's brought all this attention to it that, like, you know, nobody cares about Final Fantasy V, so nobody's ruined the lore of Final Fantasy V. It's great. Munchie?
So where did this come out as? Final Fantasy 4 or 7?
This came out, this came out as Final Fantasy VII because they just dropped the whole, like, American numbering scheme.
Okay.
A lot of people were like, where are 4 through 6? But they just had to figure it out. I mean,
Okay.
So yeah, we're up to speed in America now with the numbers.
Back then, so you just kind of be like, all right.
That's right. That's right.
GameStop, where the fuck are they?
So that's about it for this. Final Fantasy VII is going to be remade soon, and it's very likely they're going to incorporate all these like spin-offs and stuff before Crisis, where you play as a bunch of Turks. You know, Advent Children with the lore about fucking geostigma. Jesse, were you saying something?
I always thought it was interesting how Final Fantasy VII is like not point for point, but kind of just a remixed, like big remake of 6.
Yeah, yeah.
Like there's so many elements, like how like Eris being a Cetra is basically Terra being an Esper, and
That's
how,
right.
like Sephiroth and Kefka are basically the same character, only one's silly and one's mad.
Materia and Magicite function in almost the exact
the
same
Materia
way.
system is
They're
the
like
same
the
as the
same
Esper
thing.
system.
It really is just the same game in 3D.
Even like Eris's theme when she dies is pretty
just
much
like
the opera theme.
Yeah.
It's cool.
It is pretty cool. But what's interesting to me about Final Fantasy VII is There was always kind of a dark tone. Final Fantasy VI also had a dark tone, but in 7 they were really able to like make it a cinematic experience. And I know that term gets a lot of hate these days, but this was one of the first games to really make it like, holy shit. In 3D, I'm now seeing like a giant wooden spike where a giant snake that I was totally unable to beat in combat has been impaled, and I am now bearing witness to this is what the enemy can do. This is what Sephiroth can do to a fucking gigantic snake. Wow, he's really powerful, really scary, intimidating. And it's good stuff. Like there's moments where there's just like trails of blood, inexplicably on ground, and everything about how Cloud is completely fucked up in the brain. There's a period of time where Cloud is comatose, and Tifa leaves the party to take care of a comatose Cloud, so you've lost 2 of the main characters, and now you're playing as like Sid, some like bumfuck pilot who, you just play as him for a while, because like your A-team is off being retarded. And or in a coma.
Sounds super fun.
It's super fun.
What a
It's
good
great.
ass game.
It's a
and
great
there's
game.
so much fun stuff to do. There's all these mini
Snowboarding
games and side
and-
quests, the snowboarding and all the secret caves you can find. I mean,
It's great.
man, the series just got worse. It just kept getting worse.
Well,
And all the characters had their own little moments and their own little story arcs. What a good ass game.
Munchie,
But where's Deepground?
play Dirge Cerberus. God, I hope it's actually called Deepground. I'm pretty sure it is, but
Oh, it is now.
If it's not, fucking trademark that for the PCP right fucking now.
Deepground are some serious Rosebois.
that's for sure. That's absolutely for sure.
Oh, I want to comment on another way in which
Yeah.
Advent Children and the compilation ruined everything forever.
Okay.
I was saying before how like a lot of what's cool about Final Fantasy VII story is how like ambiguous a lot of things are. Now there's a lot of room for interpretation. Like I remember before the compilation came out, there used to be this sort of ongoing debate about who was really the bad guy of the game. Because the whole thing is that Sephiroth was made from Genova, and he doesn't really know that at first. At first he thinks he's a Cetra, but he's fucking wrong because he's dumb. But he goes crazy, and you don't really know because like they build it up like Genova's whole power is controlling people's minds, so you don't really know if you're fighting Sephiroth or just.
Oh, I grazed over Genova. Genova is, okay, I mentioned before the calamity that fell from the sky that split the Cetra into humans and Cetra. Genova is that calamity. It is an alien that fell to Earth. People have confused it with the Cetra. That's kind of the plot of the game at points. But it is a separate entity that fell to Earth and was like killing the planet. The Cetra like defeated it and locked it away. And it is still alive but brain dead. And like Sephiroth finds out that he was made using its cells, kind of goes crazy, and a lot of what he does is achieved by using the powers of Genova that he like absorbs from her. So it's one of the things going on in the game. And by the way, this idea that Sephiroth has is Sephiroth's goal is to harm the planet, as I was saying, like absorb its power, and then use the planet as a vehicle to travel around the galaxy and like conquering planet after planet, which is, I'd just like to point out, the exact same plot of Final Fantasy IV. Those moons traveling from planet to planet. So there's a lot of connections here. And it's funny, like it's like goofy and silly in Final Fantasy IV, but it's like so serious and like sci-fi mystical kind of in Final Fantasy VII. Just the same idea but tweaked. It's very interesting the way they can do it differently. Yeah.
Well, anyways, my point with that was how it was always really cool and interesting in 7 how your 2 main adversaries are Genova and Sephiroth, but you don't really know for certain which one is manipulating which. And that's kind of left ambiguous. You can think about either way you want. And then as they made more and added to the canon, they pretty much put the kibosh on that ambiguity by definitively stating Sephiroth is the guy. He's the coolest dude. He smashes the most puss.
Yeah.
And then like all of these subsequent games, every time they bring back Sephiroth, they always have some corny moment of like a Batman and the Joker moment with Cloud and Sephiroth. Like, oh, we're sworn to fight each other forever. But like in the game, Sephiroth didn't give a fuck about Cloud.
No. I mean,
he considered Cloud like a stupid puppet imbecile.
It's very much doing a meta thing of saying, like, because Cloud and Sephiroth are in our minds like rivals eternally, that to them now they are. And in Advent Children, there's this idea that, so at the end of Final Fantasy VII, Cloud kills Sephiroth. And yes, there is this idea that Aeris comes back from the dead and has some influence from within the life stream. But, and you know, she helps use Holy to stop Meteor and stuff. But at no point is it implied that like, oh yeah, Eris is just like gonna be around forever. Like she'll just come back whenever she needs to. In Advent Children, that's exactly what's implied will happen with Sephiroth. He will come back continually, over and over again, as long as he wants to, so that we can keep making games or movies or whatever.
Yeah, and also
it's retarded.
In the sequels, they make the life stream out to be just like a white heaven room where people just hang out after death.
That's true. That's true.
Where like,
Fucking retarded.
yeah.
Yeah, like
it's supposed to be like a metaphysical, like you become part of the earth.
Yeah.
And it's just heaven now.
Yeah, it sucks.
The ozone layer.
Eris is just an angel.
There's
and
all this,
Sephiroth is a demon hiding in a tree.
There's tons of Native American imagery in Final Fantasy VII, and it's good. And you know, I don't know. It just kind of sucks to like just whitewash it and say it's like, you know, normal heaven or whatever. Tom.
So how about that Final Fantasy Tactics?
Let's get to Final Fantasy Tactics, everybody. But first, what's happening, Crystal? Final Fantasy, it is cool and I really like it. Wait, are they still making them shit? I don't know what's happening. Thank you, everyone. Final.
Bring back Deepground.
All right, we're gonna do this real quick. Deepground lecture. Next, Radcon 4, Deepground. Here we go. All right, we can go through these pretty quickly.
The new fucking lecture.
Exactly. We're going to talk about, this is the first spin-off of the Final Fantasy series, which has the distinction of being by far the best spin-off of the Final Fantasy lecture, which is why it gets its own spot here. Tactics is a tactical RPG by a guy who had, I believe, already made a series called Tactics Ogre. And they were like, that's good, make one that's Final Fantasy now. It's really not that Final Fantasy. It is a medieval War of the Roses style, like a fantasy military conflict story.
War of the Rosebois.
War of the Rosebois. Yeah! Rosebois. Though the war in this is called the War of the Lions. So they're kind of lion boys in this series.
I'll take it.
Yeah. So basically, Final Fantasy Tactics is a game about political conflict. It's very much like Game of Thrones, or literally the War of the Roses between like England warring factions or whatever. And it's about like a king dies. There was a war. Like there's a prince, like a young prince who was like the true-born son of the king, and then like the king's cousin is another prince. They're like vying for power, and then like people are just manipulated by this. They control those people, and you're kind of caught up in the storm. And then so that's happening for like political control of the world, but then there's the issue of like the peasantry just being fucking stampeded by all these nobles like killing people and maneuvering just to gain power. It's all kinds of fucked up. You play as Ramza Beulve. You basically you start the game on one side as an aristocrat, as a nobleman. You eventually learn through some fucked up shit, and your buddy Delita having his daughter killed, having his sister Tetra killed as part of this, that this system is fucked up. Being a noble doesn't mean you're better than anybody. People are dying. This is really shit, and we gotta do something about it. So Ramza gives up being a noble and just becomes a mercenary. Delita does the same, and they pursue two different paths. Ramza is like the good boy. He is trying to just help people who deserve help and to bring peace to the realm, while Delita is using political maneuvering, assassination, anything that's required to get vengeance for Tetra, and like, he wants peace. But he doesn't care what it costs, and he'll do whatever it takes to like make the peasantry not have to go through the shit that like him and his sister went through. By the way, he was a commoner. Him and his sister, they were adopted into the Beulve family by Ramza and his dad and stuff. Along the way, it turns out that all of this political maneuvering was being puppeted by the church, which is very much an allegory for the papacy, the Church of Glabados. And there was a prophecy, in the ancient past, there was a guy, Saint Ajora. He's kind of like the Jesus Christ. He's worshipped by them like as the Jesus figure. He had apostles, but turns out the whole story about him being a good boy was wrong. He's actually an evil demon, and him and his apostles have these things called the Zodiac Stones. There's one for each Zodiac stone, and those are. They exist in the real world, and those summon literal demons into the real world when you use one. You transform into that demon. It possesses you when you own the stone. And those demons are puppeting the entire war to create enough bloodshed, because there is a certain level of blood required to revive Saint Ajora. It requires blood sacrifice.
Sick.
It's pretty sick. It's pretty fucking dope. There's like political intrigue, there's demons, there's like real morality struggles between two warring ideologies, both of which have the best of intentions. Munchie wears tiny hats.
Political intrigue, blood, what more do you need?
Yeah. Semen. That's what else I need.
Fuck!
Smelling of semen all under the garden
Well,
wall.
yes, good. So what's interesting about okay? So
It just sounded like you said something random.
shut the hell up, everybody.
Mountaintop semen stains the mountains.
Coming and crying and coming and crying until I die.
I will distribute demerits. Listen. Listen. You play through the game. You follow Delita a little bit. You follow Ramza. Really, it's Ramza. Ramza goes against the church when he hears about demons working with the church to orchestrate a war just to revive an evil demon boy. He's like, this is bad. So he kills one of those demons, which makes him a heretic to the church. He is branded, like, everybody hates him now. So all of society is turned against Ramza, but he stays noble and good, and he always fights for what's right. Delita just politically manipulates anyone he needs to, and he'll murder anyone he has to get what he needs. Ben, yes.
Noble of character, not of societal status.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Therein lies.
Therein lies the
moral.
meaning.
Yeah.
Cast your gaze, fair viewer, upon the moral. And at the end of the day, you just continue to beat up demons. You try to stop the war, and eventually. So here's what happens. Ramza and team, Saint Ajora gets revived. Ramza and team defeat Saint Ajora after he comes back to life. And they save the whole world from being taken over by demons, or at least their country. This story has a slightly smaller scale. It's only one country. But here's the thing. The game ends with Delita has become king through his political maneuvering. He has actually become king. But the very last scene of the game is that his wife finds out all the fucked up shit he's done. And he's done a lot of fucked up shit I won't go into. And she attempts to murder him right then and there. His wife is a character Princess Ophelia, who's an important character. After doing so, after getting stabbed in the gut but surviving, he takes a sword. He kills his own wife. He kills his queen, and he's just left, thinking to himself, was it all worth it? What was this fucking shit? Is this where I wanted to be with my life? Murdering my wife and attempting to be murdered by her.
This
Munchie.
brings a whole new meaning to slaying queen.
Slay queen, yes. And incidentally, the last interesting thing to say about this game is that the whole thing is framed actually as you're playing as Aslan Durai, who has unearthed an ancient manuscript detailing the events that you play through in the game. So you're witnessing a character reading a really old story that you play through, that you act out. And the meaning by this is that the story that you're reading was compiled by this guy Arslan's ancestor, who had tried to turn this story into the public, but had been murdered by the church, because this story exposes the church as being evil bad boys, who are still in power hundreds of years later and doing some fucked up shit. Munchie.
So is this just similar, or is it literally the same story? It mentions you specifically, by name.
What do you as in who? What character?
The person, the reader.
No. When I say you, I just mean that we're witnessing the story of Arslan reading a story of characters that we're playing. That's the meta.
Okay.
I mean, you can ignore the fact that we're playing them. He's just reading a story. It doesn't matter who's playing them. It's just that's what the story is.
Okay.
That's just the gameplay.
Right.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's cool. It's cool.
You get to act out what the book is saying.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm saying.
You don't actually play as Arslan.
No.
It's
You
just
don't.
a story.
That's right.
Alright.
You open it, it's like, hey, I'm Arslan. I'm reading a book. And then the book is the game. Yeah.
It should be noted that this is a tactics game, so there's no you controlling an avatar running around the world. It's like you get
move from
planted
point
in a
to
battle,
point.
like a
Yeah.
Fire Emblem game. It's
it's just like Fire Emblem. That's right.
Based
Arslan is just ravenously going through the story, just like, ooh, just gripped by the details of Ramsa moved 3 squares to the left.
Exactly. Anyway, it's a great game. It's got one of the best stories of any Final Fantasy in terms of just like tightness. It's got a real good political intrigue. If you like Game of Thrones, it's something you'll love.
Incidentally, the guy who wrote that game also wrote Vagrant Story.
That's right, and which actually takes place in the same universe, so it's technically sort of related to Final Fantasy.
Sick.
Yeah, there you go. So, moving on, let's get to Final Fantasy Final Fantasy VIII came out in 1999.
Are you skipping the sequels for now?
Oh, no, I'll touch on them real quick. There were 2 sequels that came out, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance and Advance 2. Just like Vagrant Story, they take place in the same world as Final Fantasy Tactics, but of interest, they take place in the future. Okay, Final Fantasy Tactics takes place in a world where there's only humans, but in Final Fantasy Advance 1, you're again in a world that's only humans, but you read a book that transports you to a world where there's races that aren't human. What's actually happening is that the book projects an ancient history of your real world before all the other races went extinct and only humans were left. Whoa. So, and actually, the world that exists in that distant past is actually the world of Final Fantasy XII that would come out.
And Crystal Chronicles.
Does that mean...
That's actually a different world with different races. It is, yeah.
Does that mean Franny dies? Franny Bunny?
Franny
Bunny girl dies?
Well, thousands of years have passed since Final Fantasy XII and Fran.
Years?
She's dead. I'm afraid so.
But she had boobies.
Well, you're right. Ben, yes?
So Final Fantasy XII.
Yes.
All the Final Fantasy Tactics games.
Correct.
And the framing stories for all the Final Fantasy Tactics games. Those all take place in the same world.
That's correct.
Okay.
Though at vastly different time periods.
Yeah. So all the Final Fantasy Tactics are them reading stories about the past.
Sort of, yeah. Sort of. I mean, that's a weird coincidence, but yes. Like in Tactics
it's not a weird coincidence because they can't read a book about the future.
Okay, that's true. But like the reading of the book, it's kind of a coincidence because in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 2, the man he literally just goes to the past. There is no it's just we cut out the whole book reading thing. He just literally is transported into the past.
Oh,
so
I didn't play that one.
It does both. It does both. It's weird. It's kind of weird. But anyway, let's move along here.
But just quickly,
yes.
The first Tactics what console is that on?
That is originally on PlayStation 1, but there was a re-release for PSP. It's pretty good.
And the other 2 are on Game Boy Advance.
Correct. They were both actually the Advance 2 was on DS, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
And it's called Advance 2.
Yeah. Sure is.
Is there more connection between the advanced versions than there is between them and the original?
So okay. The original takes place in medieval times. Okay, well let me just lay this out while I'm on it. So 12 is a world. Final Fantasy 12 is a world where there's humans, Banga, the bunny girls. There's lots of races. This is the distant past. In the future, all the other races died out except for humans, and we're in medieval times. Technology has advanced to a medieval level where there's some machinery, and that's Final Fantasy Tactics. More hundreds of years past, and we entered just modern day industrial age where we've got cars and shit. And that is when Tactics Advance takes place, and then a few years later, Advance 2 takes place. Okay. That's the progression here.
But both of them are the actual gameplay of both takes place in the distant past of that world.
Advance 1 takes place at the present time, but it projects a fake world that is based on the ancient past on top of the
I've played that game and I don't even understand the concept of it.
By the way, I'd like to give a shout out, by the way, just a character in Final Fantasy Advance. You play as Marsh. Marsh goes around. The purpose of Marsh is to destroy these crystals to get rid of the illusion that is cast over the world. So Marsh and his friends are in this fantasy world where everything is better for his brother is in a wheelchair, but in this world he can walk. His friend Ritz is really upset about the fact that she is has albino hair, but in this world she just has pink hair. His friend Mute, his mother is dead, and in this world she's alive again. But our boy Marsh goes around saying, "You are living your life incorrectly. I am not going to allow you to delude yourself anymore." So he goes around ruining everyone's good time and shattering crystals so that they will go back to the hellish world that they came from.
So he plays the villain.
So, I mean, is he the villain? This is the question we have to wonder about.
Is it I don't know if it's his dad or someone else's dad who in the fake world has like a great high-ranking job, and he's like, no, go back to the real world where you're a fucking dump truck driver or a janitor or something.
Okay, Mute is like the character. Okay, yeah, Mute is the guy whose mom was dead. In the fake world, his mom is alive again, and his dad is like head of the judges. And like in the real world, he's like a fuck up. He's an embarrassment. It's so sad that Mute is sending these people back to their lives. But it's kind of mature, I guess. I mean, it's not real.
Marsh, you mean? Marsh is sending them back.
Marsh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Is Marsh literally you?
He's basic. Yeah, I mean, we share a lot of similarities.
If Nate was like 11, then he's like a kid.
Yeah, kind of. He is a kid. He is a kid. There's a quote here. It's like, it's escapism. Can't you see it's not healthy? Like, that's a quote of Marsh from the game.
he says to his little brother,
yeah, get back in your fucking wheelchair.
He's like, look at you. Get off of those.
Yeah, as he holds a hammer over his kneecaps. I'm just doing what's right. You can't be living your life this way.
It's not healthy.
We've got to dispel this illusion.
This is for your own good. It hurts me more than it hurts you.
Exactly. Good game, though. Good game. They're all fun. They're all they're a good time.
There's some good weird utilitarianism in that.
That's right. Digi, yes.
Yeah. I just want to say Tactics Advance is a game that's like, that one, the job system's kind of based on like 5, right? Or something similar. Like, there's a lot of job shit.
Well, yeah. Tactics 1 got the idea of changing jobs from Final Fantasy 3, which was sort of inspired by Final Fantasy 1. But yes, Tactics Advance. Based on tactics.
Because that's all I remember doing in that game was like lots of missions and changing classes and like character building and shit.
Lots of changing classes. It's fun to unlock new classes. Like you do things in the tactics games. Like if you unlock just like you're a level 5 archer and a level 2 bard and a level 1 knight, then you unlock like the geomancer class or some shit like that.
Question: Where did blue mages start? Because blue mages are my favorite job.
Blue mages are an original creation of Final Fantasy V, and they are a class that's like black mages can use black magic, white mages can use white magic. There's just like whatever, and then blue mages have the ability to use enemy magic spells, enemy abilities. So they're like monster magic boys, and it's pretty cool. Yep.
Wasn't there also red mages?
Red mages actually no. Red mages have access to both white and black magic, but at like lower levels than either white or black mages. So they're kind of they're like the jack of all trades. Yeah. Right. So picking up from there, let me just review my notes and what's happening, Crystal? Final Fantasy, it is cool and I really like it. Where were they still making them straight? I don't know what's happening. Please just stop. Okay. Final Fantasy VIII, next game, 1999. Here we go, everybody. So Final Fantasy VIII is funny. It's a love story. It's right on its face. It's a love story. You got Squall and Renoa front and center, getting up all on each other with the logo. And so basically the whole game you're like, well, when's this going to happen? And that's what I was wondering. So the plot of the game is basically you and your boys are military cadets who work at this place called Garden. And you're mercenaries. You're at the beginning of the game, you become full-fledged mercenaries on this mission to kind of fight against the aggression from the Galbadian military that is pushing out to other areas of the world, trying to do something, trying to take over the world or something. So you are Squall Leonhart, and you're basically the leader of these guys. And you're sent on some missions eventually. There's some stuff in Final Fantasy VIII called these sorceresses. Sorceresses are the deal of Final Fantasy VIII. And basically they're just really powerful, magic users. And they have some like unique abilities beyond what a normal person can do. And in Final Fantasy VIII, a normal person can use magic by using something called a Guardian Force, or a GF, which I hope to acquire one day. And they're summons like from other Final Fantasy games, but in this game they give you the ability to like junction magic to your stats, which is the weird way that Final Fantasy VIII handles like increasing your abilities, because the level system is weird in Final Fantasy VIII. We don't need to go into it, but ultimately turns out the Galbadian military is being sort of pushed to these aggressive actions by the sorceress Idea, that is working with their president and is having them, engage in these military campaigns. Meanwhile, along the way, Squall meets a girl here, Renoa Hartley, and they start to work together. She is a resistance fighter against the Galbadia occupation of her city of Timber, and it's a whole big thing. Ben, did you have a question? Yeah. Get the microphone. Get the mic. Yeah.
I just wanted to say that in hindsight, everything about 8 sounds awful and like it would be a nightmare to play, but I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it at the time.
It's kind of cool.
Like everything about it is just so clunky and counterintuitive.
I mean, that's definitely true to a certain degree.
I also really like 8. A lot of people don't like it, and that makes me sad.
Well, there's some really good stuff in 8 that, I don't want to bog you too much time down in it, but...
the main guy wears a cool leather jacket.
He does.
He's got to count for something.
Some sick fur.
I had his
He's got
necklace
a
of
gun
ring.
blade.
He has a gun blade. Squall Lionheart uses a gun blade. It is a big, weird, awkward, like gun pistol handle with just a big sword on the end. The sword does not shoot bullets. It is when you are slicing your opponent and you pull the trigger, the blade vibrates real hard to deal extra damage.
Wait, why the fuck does it have a chamber on it? Like, why do they have the 6?
I mean, you load it, and the thing when you pull it, it rotates, but it does the vibration. That's all it does. It doesn't shoot anything.
So there's no reason for it to look like bullets could go into it at all.
No. I mean, no. It's just to look cool, is what it is. Munchie.
Whoa. Where's Cloud Strife during all this?
Cloud Strife is waiting to fight Squall in Final Fantasy Dissidia at this moment, and we'll get to that in a little bit.
It's currently heading through Kingdom Hearts 2 on its way there.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Also, he's been incapacitated by Deepground.
Deepground's at the root of all of this. The Rosebois, we're going to stop them in their tracks one of these
everyone's
days.
Heart, everyone's deep ground.
Hashtag resist Deepground.
You're going to put the thumbtacks in with the rubber bands, and it's going to show a picture of Deepground or some shit.
You assemble all the logos of all the images together and spells Deepground out. Right, okay, so just to not waste anybody's time, the point of what's going on is that you and your team eventually are sent on an assassination mission you are a military academy. You're sent to assassinate the sorceress Idea. So you get a sharpshooter. You and your team recruit him, and you go out and you go to fucking murder the sorceress. I mean, she's leading military campaigns, so it's fine, I guess. But whatever. You fail in doing so, and Cloud gets impaled through the fucking chest with some.
Is in this game.
I'm sorry, Squall. Fuck yeah, no.
Fucking with me, dude.
Cloud was not present for this. He's back later. Yeah, Squall, when their sharpshooter fails, Squall is just like, fuck it, and he just runs in with his gunblade to go try to kill Idea. He just gets fucking impaled by ice, because she's a really powerful sorceress, etc., etc. Basically, he recovers from this, and they just keep trying. Turns out what's going on is that there's this lady called Elone in Final Fantasy VIII, and here's where we get into the real shit. So what the sorceress Idea is trying to do is she's trying to get this lady called Elone. You meet Elone a couple times throughout the game, and she seems to know Squall. But Squall doesn't know her. Squall doesn't know what her deal is. But at various times in Final Fantasy VIII, for seemingly no reason, you and your team all fall asleep, and then you wake up as different characters, Laguna, Kyros, and Ward. They are Galbadian soldiers, and they're doing something completely unrelated to what you are doing. Eventually, it turns out what's happening is that the consciousness of you and your party are being sent back in time into the bodies of these characters. And, man, this is such a clusterfuck. The character Elone is the one who's doing this. In an attempt to change the past, that's what's happening. But it turns out that her powers can't alter the past, but she didn't know that at first. Whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. The point is, Idea is trying to capture Elone because Elone has these super special magical powers that are like beyond what a sorceress has. She has these unique time control powers. Along the way, it turns out Idea is actually being possessed by a sorceress from the future, Ultimisia. Idea herself is not doing anything she's doing. She's being controlled by a sorceress from the future. So really, that's your real goal, to fight her. a lot of bullshit happens. Turns out Rinoa is also a sorceress. This other sorceress, Adele, who was queen of Estar, she gets involved in this. Who gives a fuck? The point is, turns out Laguna was Squall's dad all along.
What?
And yeah, that's right. That's right.
I only made it through like disc 1 and I never learned any of this.
Laguna ends up in your flashbacks to the past. Laguna leads a rebellion to overthrow the sorceress Adele and become president of Estar. Yes, Ben.
Pretty sure you go to the moon in this game, right?
Oh, you go to the moon, all right.
All right. All right.
Well, actually, the
Putting
moon,
it in the top
moon
three.
actually comes to you in this game.
Oh, shit.
The moon comes to you. Okay, get ready for this thing. In Final Fantasy VIII, there's a device called the Lunatic Pandora. The sole purpose of the Lunatic Pandora is to, when activated, create a giant torrent of monsters to come from the moon onto our planet. That is what this thing does. I have no idea. No one knows. But that's where monsters come from. They come from the moon in Final Fantasy VIII. And that's really all we know. That's really all there's to say about it. That's
Sick.
yes, Munchie.
A lot of moon rep in these series. I like the moon is here.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see some moon representation. Right, so the point of all this is eventually you and your squad, you go through some shit, like along this pathway, Squall and Rinoa grow closer and closer together. They develop some romantic feelings for each other. When Rinoa is turned out to be a sorceress, people are really scared of sorceresses now because of everything happening with Ultimisia and Adea and Adele being evil and stuff. And Squall becomes like her protector, her knight, and they bond over this. Ultimately, you and your crew take a field trip to the distant future.
A field trip.
Well, you know what? Technically, you don't go to the future. Ultimisia's plan is something called time compression in Final Fantasy VIII, where she's going to compress all of time to be at the same moment.
For what purpose?
I don't even know.
First of all, that's already the case.
Well, maybe. Munchie, yes.
Is this anything like JPEG compression?
It's exactly like JPEG compression. That's exactly right. You can think of it that way. I don't know why she's trying to do this. I have no idea what her purpose. No one knows. No one knows why she's trying to do this, but she is, unless Jesse knows.
If you're having trouble picturing what compressing all of time into a single moment would look like, they did it on Doctor Who.
Really?
And what it amounts to is that Winston Churchill is hanging out fighting pterodactyls. That's time compression.
Yeah. Now we know why Ultimisia is trying to make this happen.
Yeah, she needed to see that shit.
So the point of this is, so you and your team strategically allow time compression to happen, but you somehow you change the rules. You're mavericks in doing so that when time compression happens, you end up with your squad at the time that Ultimisia is from. So you can go find her at the time that you've been compressed. Though you'd think if all time's compressed, you could be anywhere and you'll be there. I don't know. It doesn't matter. You're there. You go to her. It's the final dungeon. You get to the final dungeon. I don't fucking know. But it happens. It happens, and all that manifests in the real world is you can no longer enter towns because there's weird barriers in front of them.
I like that.
That's what it means.
I like that the solution at the end is that you defeat the villain's evil plan by just letting her accomplish it, and it turns out it was a stupid plan.
It turns out it didn't matter and was fine. That's exactly right. So, you just kill her. Whatever, it doesn't matter. A bunch of crazy shit happens. I should note, there are weird theories about this game, about like the actual events that happened. So Rinoa turns out to be a sorceress, as I said before, and like everyone turns on her and gets really scared of her, and then Squall becomes her knight and whatnot. At the beginning of the game, Squall is pretty annoyed by Rinoa and not too fond of her. And by the end, he's like super devoted to her. He'd do anything for her. There's a theory, first of all, that Squall was mind-controlled by Rinoa to become in love with her over the course of the game, so she would become his knight, or her knight. Yes, Digi.
How many of the theories you're about to tell us are obviously trying to justify just bad writing?
Most of them. No, all of them. The only other one that's of interest is the theory that, this is obviously bullshit, but that Squall died when the ice hit him and the rest is a dream as he's dying. Who gives a fuck? Whatever, man. Who cares? The only one that's kind of interesting is like the Rinoa mind control one, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Obviously, that's not going to be true.
I bet some people
Yes.
played the game I bet if at least a few people actually thought that's what was happening.
I'm sure some people did.
Like at the end of the game.
There is one other
that made no sense unless there was mind control.
Yeah, I mean, some people who, whatever. Yeah, I'm sure that's true. But there's one other interesting thing to note about this game. So the theme of memory loss comes up in this game because the Guardian Forces, like I said, that give them the superpowers they have to be strong soldier boys. You find out later in the game that Guardian Forces cause you to lose your memories. When you use a Guardian Force for long enough, you start to just lose your memories. So it turns out every member of your party was a member of SYLLABUS, had been losing their memories. They all came from the same orphanage. But more than that, one of your party members, Irvine, had been in a garden that didn't use GF, so he had never lost his memories. So when he meets the party, he's the sharpshooter, by the way, who you recruit to assassinate Dea. When he joins the party, everyone he sees there are the people he grew up with in an orphanage. He doesn't say anything, even though he canonically remembers because he thought it would be embarrassing. So that's cool. It's obviously a plot device. It's retarded. Jesse, yes?
And it's the coolest thing ever, because like later, there's this whole part where you're supposed to assassinate the sorceress, Idea, and Irvin is your sharpshooter, and he's supposed to take the shot and shoot her in the fucking head and kill her, and he doesn't do it. He chokes. He chickens out like a big old pussy.
That's great.
And so like everyone thinks he's a coward and a dipshit and a moron, but it turns out the reason he couldn't shoot her was that he remembers that she was taking care of them at the orphanage as children.
Because the sorceress Dea was actually the person who was running the orphanage where they lived at the whole time. Whoa. It's just another memory thing.
All right. That's a good-ass piece of writing. Final Fantasy VIII gets shit on for having bad writing, but there's a lot of really good stuff in it, too.
I mean, that's definitely true, but that still doesn't excuse why he just didn't say anything. I mean, you'd think you'd say something. He remembered. He knew them. He just chose not to say anything. Why? But why? I don't know.
Mind controlled by Renoa.
I like Final Fantasy VIII.
Mind controlled by Renoa.
I think it's a fun game, but it's got great music, great fun, whatever. So that's Final Fantasy VIII. Good game.
Big money, big women, big fun.
That's right. Okay, let's move on to Final Fantasy IX. Oh, actually, you know what? So we're entering a new era of Squaresoft. They're still Squaresoft at this point, as you can see up here. So it is after Final Fantasy VIII wrapped that Squaresoft decided, okay, we're going in some weird directions. There was some friction within internal teams at Squaresoft, the Final Fantasy development team. Some wanted to go in a direction more in line with the original Final Fantasies, and some were liking what they were doing with like 6, 7, and 8, the more like industrial, sort of sci-fi type stuff. And there was a rift between this because there was a big divide between these types of series. And so they said to themselves, okay, we are actually going to develop simultaneously, a few Final Fantasy games, and so we'll split our team and we'll do this. So Final Fantasy 9, 10, and 11 were all being developed at the exact same time. Final Fantasy IX was developed as a throwback to the original types of the games, with the original themes and airships and classical fantasy and whatnot. 10 was like the future team here, like they're sort of looking forward, and 11 was just we want an MMO, so we'll make an MMO. So again, Final Fantasy IX. Final Fantasy IX is a game that touches back to the roots of the series. It's all about classes, sort of. Every character in Final Fantasy IX functions similarly to the characters in Final Fantasy IV in that they each sort of have a class inherently, and you can't change them. Like Zidane, the main character, is a thief, so he's a steely boy. He will steal your shit. Steiner is the knight, so he uses knight skills. Vivi is the black mage, etc., etc. So the story of Final Fantasy IX is such that the game starts with a kidnapping where you are the Tantalus Theater Troupe, with Zidane being a member. You kidnap the Princess Garnet at her 16th birthday. Turns out it was all part of the plan because you're a good boy and you are contracted by the Cid, who's the king of another city-state, to save her from her evil queen mother, Queen Braun of Alexandria. It's wrapped up in this whole plot about Queen Braun is launching these aggressive campaigns on her neighbors. Alexandria is trying to take over, and it turns out she's being funded by this guy named Kuja. Kuja is her weapons dealer who is supplying her with these things called black mages. These weird, they look like black mages from the traditional Final Fantasy I, but they're like mindless soldiers that just use magic and kill people with it. Meanwhile, in your party, you meet a guy named Vivi, who's a little baby black mage boy who everyone loves. And, he's like, I mean, I look a lot like these weird soldier guys. What's the deal with that? So he kind of joins you to learn his origin. Turns out these black mages are manufactured weapons. They're not human beings. They're tools of war created by Kuja to just instigate death and destruction. And he's using Bronze greed and her desire to take over just as a tool to, help sow discord throughout the world. There's this force called Mist in the world that the black mages are made of and that airships run on, which is relevant to what we're going to get into. Eventually what happens is you and your ragtag group that you assemble here go on an adventure to find out where Kuja's from, what he wants, and what his goals are. And this eventually brings you to something called the Aifa tree, the IIFA tree. This tree is the thing that generates mist throughout the world. And by defeating like the central core of it, mist stops being produced, and this allows you to cut off the supply that Kuja's been using to make black mages. I'm getting too into the details here. The point of it is just that Kuja is an agent from another world who's been sent here to sow discord and howl at the moon, and that's what he's going to do. And I got it. There you go. There you go. So you fight Kuja, and you're here to stop him. You got party members.
Does the Aifa tree want to be a tree?
It loves being a tree. It's all about it. So, okay, here's the real shit. Turns out that Kuja, again, is from another world. He is from a place called Terra. And he arrived in this world on this airship that allows him to travel between the worlds. And he is being sort of guided by this guy named Garland. And Garland, you and your boys track Garland and Kuja back to their homeworld in Terra. Here's what's going on. It's literally Final Fantasy IV again. That's what's happening. Terra is another planet that is full of like dying souls, and it has collided with your planet. And it's another world that's merged with your planet, and the souls of Terra want to gain new vessels for themselves because they're all dead, because they're at a dead civilization. Munchie, yes.
Garland is the name of the bad guy from 1, right?
Correct. It is a revisited, it's a like recycled theme, because this game is all about homages to the classics.
Okay, gay.
Yeah. Ben.
This bit about the souls of Terra wanting to find new vessels sounds a little bit like the plot of a little game you might have heard of. It's called Scientology.
Yeah. It's pretty much that. And there are these empty vessels called genomes that are, so the Aifa tree has a special job. It connects Terra and Gaia and all the souls that flow out of Gaia. When somebody dies, their soul gets caught up in the Aifa tree and turned into mist. So it's literally obliterating the souls of everyone who dies on Gaia, so they don't like go to the afterlife or whatever happens to a soul in Final Fantasy IX without that. And it's producing mist that is used to like make weapons in Final Fantasy IX. Meanwhile, yes, Ben.
It's like the opposite of the life stream.
It is the opposite of the life stream. The Aifa tree is very bad. It's very, very bad.
It's like a death stream.
It's like an Exdeath tree.
There's
connections to be made here.
I think you're right. I think you're right about this.
Kind of mist.
Munchie.
This is like some sort of Final Fantasy or something.
Oh man, you got him, dude. Turns out Zidane, your character you're playing as, is a genome created by the Terrans as their empty vessels that they are going to fill with their souls and then populate Gaia with. So Zidane goes through a big existential crisis. He's like, oh no, I was made as an agent of war. Meanwhile, amusingly, Vivi, who's the black mage in your party, who was literally made as an instrument of war and has gone through this exact same narrative arc in this game. It's just like, Zidane, stop being a pussy. I've already dealt with this arc. Please just live by my example. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And Zidane's like, well, fair enough. He's pretty woke. Everybody loves Vivi. He's great. Zidane's pretty cool. Kuja, is another vessel just like Zidane. He was another one of these puppets made. Zidane and Kuja were like prototypes that they were given unique souls. So they're like real people. But most of the genomes like them are empty souls. They have no personality. They just walk around. They're automatons. They're going to be filled with souls later on. And Kuja is told at one point in this that he has a limited lifespan. And this really freaks him the fuck out. And he immediately destroys Terra. There's a thing called trance in Final Fantasy IX, which is a reference to like Final Fantasy VI, when you could use special abilities. Terra's was trance. And Kuja activates his trance through strong emotion, and it makes him so powerful, he blows up the entire planet of Terra. So it's gone. He blows it the fuck up, and it's dead. But then Kuja also wants to blow up Gaia, and your team's like, no, we got to stop him. We can't let that happen. So you go and you fight Kuja, and that's basically the final battle. You're trying to stop him from just blowing up everything. Now, here's where the crystal here is involved. This is an interesting thing that people sometimes criticize 9 for. You chase Kuja down in this place called, I think it's called Memoria, if I remember correctly. It's a secret world. It doesn't matter. And you get there, and basically you're sort of at the heart of the world, and that's where there's a crystal. And this crystal regulates life. It's like the life force of the planet. And Kuja blows it up. You fight Kuja in a battle, and Kuja's like, no, I'm going to lose, this is bad. And then he lets out a desperation blast, and it seems to hurt or crack or blow up this crystal. It's a little unclear. After this crystal that controls life, Kuja blew it up, so his job should be done now. What happens is, this guy named Necron just shows up out of nowhere and says, I am the physical manifestation of death and destruction, and I am now going to fight you because I'm here as a representative of death, and if you beat me, you'll be okay. But if you lose, you die. What do you think about that, Munchie? It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool.
He specifically says, I'm going to fight you. We're going to have a fist fight.
Basically.
I am death. Put on your fucking boxing gloves, you gay pussies.
That's pretty much how it goes down.
Does Necron just have no relation to Kuja or Terra or any of the other stuff that happened
Necron is sort of a reference to Final Fantasy III's Cloud of Darkness, who was just an agent of the void and an agent of chaos. It's very much a parallel to that. Jesse?
Necron's relevance to the game
is
all thematic and nonsensical.
Yeah, basically. He literally comes out of literally nowhere. So people are like, yeah, beat Kuja. Like, oh no, what's happening now? Who's this guy?
Like, if you look at the game from like a sense of, oh, the whole game is about like accepting mortality and all these themes of death, then you can kind of justify it. But if you look at it as a story, it's the stupidest fucking thing that ever happened in the history of fiction.
Yeah, pretty much.
It sounds cool as shit. I don't know what you guys are talking about. It's
well,
Deus Ex Machina.
It's only.
The opposite of a Deus.
I didn't say it wasn't cool. I just said it was stupid.
It's only in a character sense that it's kind of like disappointing, because like there's all this connection with Kuja from the whole game, and then you meet another guy. But I don't know. I don't really think it's that big of a problem.
Do you fight Death God?
You fight Necron, the Death God. Yes, you fight him.
I thought Kuja was fighting.
Kuja blew up the crystal, thus summoning Necron, who you then fight to fight back so that the world doesn't die.
So he's like, hey, if this crystal breaks, everyone dies, but I'm going to give you a shot. If you can kick my ass,
That's right.
I'll fix it.
That's exactly right. It's exactly what happens.
One shot, not to break the crystal. Would you take it?
Or would you break the crystal? Point is, you beat Necron, you win, everyone goes home happy. Again.
Is the fact that the logo has the 9 in red, has that got anything to do with the plot, or is it just
No. No, purely stylistic. It's not relevant. Jess?
I have a hot take about Final Fantasy IX.
Okay.
It's really, really ugly. It's the ugliest game ever made.
What?
I don't agree with that.
All the characters look like malformed gorilla people.
I think 8 is uglier.
I think...
9 is the only one that I even want to look at. The only video game I'd like to look at.
I think that was
my life.
Wait. I think they were going for like exaggerated, cartoony characters.
Yeah, they were.
I don't think they really hit the mark in terms of
Of
style.
aesthetic. Hold on.
Okay.
The whole
think
art
they end up
direction
looking-
is just everyone looks like a gross piece of shit.
They got a weird animal people thing going on.
They're all lumpy and
Wait, so Final Fantasy IX is gross, but Lego Man Cloud gets a pass.
Well,
Yeah.
that's aesthetic.
Lego Man Cloud is fine.
Hey,
That is the ugliest
no.
shit.
When
Nah.
I saw that CG FMV cutscene when they're escaping from the Shinra building and they're getting on the motorcycles, and you see like the real life graphics of Tifa's like long ass Barbie doll legs, that's when I said, video games are real now. This is a real person.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm an asshole, but it bugs me that all the Final Fantasy IX characters look so different from each other for no like reason. Like why
People
is,
are-
like,
people
why
are
is
weird.
Amaranth blue and why
I don't
is
know.
Freya a rat?
Well, they're just rat people in Final Fantasy
Yeah,
IX, you know?
like-
Okay.
I don't know why Amaranth's blue, though. I have no explanation
yeah.
for that.
Freya's a gross, disgusting rat in a stupid like
Yo.
Mort Salt girl
Freya's
outfit.
good, dude. Freya's cool.
She's
I do
gross.
think she looks
Amaranth
cool
has
on
no
her own.
face. He's just a big mass
Well-
of tangled red pubes.
Amaranth's the worst.
Yeah, Amaranth sucks. I don't know why. You meet him later. Don't worry about it.
Does that do with the red hair?
Yeah, he's the guy. Look, guys, who gives a fuck? It's all
I
bad.
have made my decision by
Tell
looking
us.
at these Google screenshots.
Tell us, Munchie.
If you're a faggot, you like this, and I am a faggot. Probably.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Wait.
I still like it though.
Well, good.
It's just really ugly.
That's fair. So that's that.
Have any ground to complain about ugliness.
So-
We're all
so-
just as guilty.
If I remember correctly, so Final Fantasy IX came out. It was liked. It was liked, but it was not kind of the.
But it was hated.
Well, frankly, it didn't sell as well as Final Fantasy X, is what I'm trying to say. It did not sell as well as Final Fantasy X, which came out, 1 year later. Came out 1 year later, 2001.
because gamers are dead.
Yeah, well. Final Fantasy X. What a concept. Woo! 2001, here we go. So you're a fucking asshole playing a volleyball game that nobody gives a shit about. And all of a sudden, a giant whale appears and sucks you into another sick-ass dimension. That's the start of Final Fantasy X.
And it's set to, might I add, set to the most badass metal song in any video game ever.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Sucked into sin.
I forgot about that. That's right. That's right. It's pretty sick. So, Final Fantasy X is about you meet a girl named Yuna. In the world of Final Fantasy X, in Spira, where the game takes place, there's a thing that happens where that giant whale that sucked you in at the beginning of the game. It's called Sin, and it goes around and it kills everyone. But there's a thing you can do to make Sin like chill out for like 10 years. It's called, I can't remember what it's called, like the final summoning, using the final Aeon, or some shit like that.
Final solution.
But it's called going on a pilgrimage. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So summoners do a thing. They take a pilgrimage and they travel along and they go to the Calm and they go meet this ghost of this lady Yunalesca, and they meet her and she helps them summon the final Aeon to chill Sin out for a while. And then they repeat this and they do it again and again. And the summoner dies in this process, which you find out later. And it's like you're helping Yuna. Tidus joins up with Yuna. You decide to go on a quest because they're going to Xanarkand, which is where you're from.
Said Tidus' name so far.
Well, it's funny because they never say it in the original game either.
Oh shit, you're right.
It was all part of the plan.
Doesn't have a name.
His true name is Star Player of the Xanarkand Apes.
That's true. Yeah, but his name is Tidus. It's been confirmed. So the point of the game is basically well, there's a couple things going on. It's just that in the world of Final Fantasy X, when people die, they do not actually go away. They can stay alive if they don't get quote-unquote sent. And unsent can, they're like made of weird particles. They can look like normal people and they can masquerade as normal. But in the presence of summoners, they are in trouble because summoners have the unique ability to send people on to the far plane, to the fucking afterlife. So if you just die, you can continue to go about your business and you'll be okay. But if a summoner does their little sendy dance at you, you'll immediately be dispelled and you'll go away forever. Ben.
Why would a summoner be so mean and nasty as to send someone along who wants to just keep doing their thing?
There seems to be literally no downside to being an unsent other than this. Jesse?
Don't they say early in the game that unsent souls eventually become fiends.
Well, I was going to
and
say...
yet, for some reason, some of them just don't.
Yeah, I was going to say unsent definitely turn into fiends. Some of them definitely do, and I think that's the danger. But that's the thing. Some of them seem just fine. Yeah. So really what we're doing is we're saying everybody's got to get sent because most
Throwing
people...
the baby out with the bathwater.
Exactly. Exactly. And as it turns out, some of your party are unsent. I'll let you speculate which ones, viewer.
Also, in Final Fantasy X, the afterlife is just a place that you can just go to.
Yeah, you can just go there.
You can just walk there.
You can just walk there. There you go.
It's like in someone's backyard.
It's very similar to Final Fantasy VII, actually, where you can... I mean, Cloud literally entered the life stream, and it's supposed to kill you. He survived somehow, but... I mean, that's just kind of like the lifeblood of the planet. And like, if you go to the far plane, you can just like meet some of your dead relatives. You can like see them there, and they don't like completely coexist or come back together or anything. You can see like bits of them, memories and stuff.
It's basically an internment camp for dead fucks.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Incidentally, the crystals of Final Fantasy X are these things called spheres. They're actually half of spheres, and they're like discs. And you can just like push them. They're basically just video players. That's literally what they are. Ben?
Spheres, half of spheres, and discs are 3 completely different things.
Okay.
And none of them are crystals.
But they are, though. That's really all there is to say about it. Moving on. Moving on. So you are a guardian helping Yuna on her quest, and along the way you find out, like, wait, this quest is, like, going to kill you, Yuna? That's fucked up. We got to find a way to, like, make sure that you don't have to die in order to, like, fuck up Sin, because Sin's bad, and we got to stop him. Okay, turns out, Tidus, the boy you're playing as, he was a famous star of the Zanarkand Abes. It was a big, bustling city, Zanarkand. When you wake up in Spira, everyone says, like, okay, Zanarkand's been destroyed for 1,000 years, my dude. So I don't know what team you say you're playing for, but we are none impressed. So Tidus is trying to discover what's the deal with everyone saying that my city's been destroyed for 1,000 years. And it's the way the pilgrimage is going, so he goes with Yuna for that and other reasons. Along the way, you're trying to figure out a way to allow Yuna to live. And it turns out that the final Aeon, when it's summoned by a summoner, so it kills the summoner, the final Aeon actually becomes Sin. They become like the host of Sin. And guess, and I didn't talk about this, but Tidus has a bit of an issue with his dad, who was a big star of the Zanarkand Abes before Tidus grew up. Jekt is his name, and Jekt disappeared.
Jekt is Sin!
Jekt is Sin, that's the thing. Jekt is Sin. You find this out actually very early in the game, so it's not really a spoiler.
It's just spoken, like...
Yeah.
He just literally says, Jekt is Sin. And you're just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like 6 hours in or so.
Yeah.
It's like a huge twist.
It's a big twist, but you learn it pretty quickly. And so there's this additional thing of like Tidus is fighting Sin, which is his dad, and he doesn't want Yuna to die, but he's got to find a way to stop Sin in Spira and whatnot. Ultimately what happens is you get to the end of the game, and it turns out that Sin is he basically is an evil wizard who, in order to protect Zanarkand from Bavel, a rival city in the old days, cast a magic spell in sort of like an overly protective, like self-regenerating magical spell that just created Sin and created this whole cycle where he'll like absorb new blood in order to like calm his rage, and you got to find a way to stop this from happening. Munchie.
Aside from being an evil wizard and like a demon or something, is he a good dad?
Actually,
no, that's why you want to kill him.
No, he's kind of a good dad because his daughter Yunaleska likes him and is a big fan.
Well, sure, but like the whole a major theme of the game is that Tidus has like.
Oh, you're talking about Jekt.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you meant Uematsu, who's the Sin guy. Okay, never mind.
No, well, Jekt,
Tidus is Sin.
Jekt is Sin. Well, he's not the original Sin.
There's multiple layers going on here. Jekt becomes the body of Sin. The core of Sin is Yevon, who is the guy who made Sin in the first place.
Good dad?
We have to get down to dad bedrock here.
Yeah. Well, in any case, Jekt was not a good dad because he walked out on his son to go to another world and become a giant fucking evil whale.
Though,
and
I'm not
Titus is pretty pissed about it through most of the game.
That's true. I'm not sure Jecht chose to.
itself throughout history.
I am not sure that Jecht chose to leave. I think that he was like sucked away exactly as Titus was. So Titus is really mad at him for leaving when Jecht didn't choose to leave, and he could not go back. So really, he doesn't deserve to be criticized that much.
Yeah, I think it's pretty implied that Jecht's a pretty good guy.
Yeah.
And also in games like Dissidia, Jecht is always portrayed as one of the good guys.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So I don't know. Like he was kind of a jerk. I mean, that's true. Yeah.
Who wouldn't be? Who wouldn't be a jerk
That's
if
right.
your son was Titus?
Yeah.
What?
He
What?
kind of looks like an asshole.
Well, all right there.
Doesn't he just look like Jack Sparrow?
Yeah, exactly.
He looks exactly.
I bet
like
he's
Jack
mad
Sparrow.
I guess he does.
because he had all these hopes for his son. He gave him this strong masculine name like Titus, and then his little
Titus.
dipshit son goes around calling himself Titus,
Oh.
like a fucking twink.
Yeah, you're right.
That'd make me want to turn into a floating whale carcass and destroy the world.
Changed his name to Titus and bleached his hair blonde.
Yeah. You know, Titus was originally, the initial design of the character of Titus had black hair. But then later on, when they made the final version of 10, he had blonde hair all of a sudden. Anyway, who cares? The point is, you eventually discover, like, oh, wait a minute. If we kill Yevon, like the core, then we can like stop this whole cycle from happening. And Yuna doesn't need to sacrifice herself, and no one needs to become an Aeon. So like you team, like once you learn this information, you team up with everybody, and you're like, okay, we're not gonna perpetuate the cycle where people need to keep dying. We're gonna put an end to this once and for all. Basically, that's exactly what you do. And no need to go into further detail. That's what you do. And it's pretty good. People like it a lot. It's very cinematic. It's it's got some more themes of going on, fatherhood, life after death. There's some of that going on. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good game. Everybody loves it. Final Fantasy X.
I don't like it that much.
Well, Ben doesn't like it, so there you go. Throw it out. Throw it
I
out.
like
Throw it in
it.
the trash.
I like the setting a lot of 10. Because
Yeah.
like the series starts like very medievally and stuff, and then it kind of gets very steampunky with 6 and 7.
Yep.
Then it gets full on sci-fi futuristic with 8. Then it goes back to medieval. So you think you've seen it all, but then Final Fantasy X comes and it's like this totally unique alien watery bullshit beach world, and it's beautiful.
I would compare 10 to like it's sort of like a post-apocalypse, but like a world world was flooded 1,000 years ago, but we've completely rebuilt civilization on top of that kind of that type of setting.
And they've got
and where
this...
like there's ancient because the old civilization had better technology than what people understand now. Everyone's kind of using like tech they don't totally get or have ascribed religious meaning to and shit like that.
And it's interesting to see because actually everyone in Final Fantasy X follows the will of Yevon. Or they worship Yevon. Like Yevon is their god, and they do the little bow thing. And yeah, exactly, the hymn of the faith and whatnot. Like it is a super religious world of Final Fantasy X, and they worship Yevon, and they don't even know who Yevon is. Yevon is sin. Like Yevon's the thing that created sin, and it was just like a really powerful wizard. So the society's been all like fucking twisted by the need to defend themselves from sin through this fucked up like ritualistic sacrifice. It's cool. But what's also interesting, Jesse?
The ultimate. Oh my God, what have I done?
Oh no, it's okay. I forgive you.
Oh, I'll go get it.
It's okay, fine. Go on.
What? No, I'm interested in this.
Okay,
now.
well, I'm gonna go on
the
then.
The world is flooded, just like in Final Fantasy X.
Why was that so interesting? I was
thank you.
just grabbed by it.
Yeah, I know. It was like, what do I do? What happened?
That's kind of a watch.
Yeah.
So another interesting thing about 10 is that...
I just thought it was interesting that the moral of 10 is essentially that religion is a literal parasite destroying the world.
And what else is interesting about that is that there's a society in Final Fantasy X that rejects this religion, and it's the Awww. And the Awww are basically, they're like, Arabic nomads, sort of. And they believe in technology, and they don't worship Yevon in the same way. And as a result, people are super racist against Awww, who have their own language and stuff. And people hate them. People think they're like the worst. And Waka, one of your party members, is deeply racist against the Awww because he believes that like the Awww love of machinery and stuff his brother was a soldier who chose to use a machina, which is the machine weapons made by Awww weapon, instead of like a traditional sword that Waka had given. He was killed in battle, and so Waka fucking hates Awww. And it's funny because Yuna is actually half Awww, which is like a girl that he loves and he's protecting here. And another full Awww joins your party. Ooh boy, Waka's he's keeping an eye on them. Anyway, it's a good game. Everybody likes it. There you go. Moving on. Final Fantasy XI, 2002. Yay! First MMO. Yeah, we'll talk about 10-2 in a little bit. Final Fantasy XI Online, it's an MMO. Yo, listen to this plot synopsis that I totally memorized and didn't read just off of Wikipedia. Check this out. So there's a bunch of warring city-states, and it's bad because there's like monsters and stuff. You gotta stop them. You gotta stop them. You can't be having this. There's a lot of beast men, and they're going fucking wild. And yeah, I know. There's beast men. The monsters in Final Fantasy XI are called beast men. Just across the board, they're called beastmen, so they're like monsters or anything.
The ones that are just like worms and crabs?
That's correct. Maybe. I don't remember.
Do they pilot gunmen?
Probably.
What about regular men who are just kind of ugly or hairy?
There are some of those in this game. There's a bunch of, I don't know.
Just the player base.
Do you think they ever
It's
get
an
like
MMO.
a mistaken identity thing, though?
Probably, yes. I mean, there are actually, it's very hard to distinguish between like the player races and some of the monsters in this game. It doesn't matter. Point is, you choose classes, you choose races. It's like a world to explore. The political stuff going on is there's like some warring factions. It's being mediated by some guys in like this city-state in the middle of them all. And turns out those guys are evil. They're trying to revive the Shadow Lord. No, wait, no. They're banding together against the Shadow Lord who's leading the Beastmen, and let's literally skip the rest, because who cares? Yes, Jesse?
Is it possible to play Final Fantasy XI today?
Oh, God, I think the servers shut down recently. I can't 100% remember. That always terrified me, the fact that would probably one day happen. I think that you can. I believe that you still can play it in some way.
It's surely private servers somewhere.
That's what I was going to say. I think I was talking to people who say that they play it recently, I think. So, yes, it is possible to play it still, which is good. Because people really like it, from what I understand. Munchie.
Why did they make an MMO? Was there a reason for that, or is it just like
to capitalize on the name recognition and the popularity of the Final Fantasy franchise? That's why.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much the most popular game series in Japan, and then like Japan didn't really have like an MMO killer app, I don't think, until like FF11 like took over the world of MMOs in Japan. Like it was the big MMO, as I understand it.
What was?
Yeah, but in Japan it was like Final Fantasy XI was like the one that became the MMO, the way that like WoW is here.
Yeah.
But like in Japan it was that, and
well, it was like that. It was that period between EverQuest. The period between EverQuest and World of Warcraft where everyone was trying to make the next MMO.
Yeah.
And
was this before World of Warcraft?
No.
Yeah.
It has to be.
It was.
Yeah, 3 years before.
Yeah?
It was 2004, I believe.
Oh, well, there you go. Okay,
shit.
that's cool.
That's why Final Fantasy XI was, in fact, hard as shit, as I understand it.
Yeah, we played it a little bit back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was way too
It was hard. I don't really have much more to say about it. Did not play it, so I just read the synopsis. There's a guy named the Shadow Lord. He's leading the bad guys. I assume you fight him. That's all I know.
They called it Final Fantasy XI and not just Final Fantasy Online.
So that people would buy it. Like me. I would not have cared or bought it if it wasn't
You
Final
actually
Fantasy
did buy
XI.
it.
Yeah, I bought it.
Yeah, I bought it.
I bought it for the Xbox 360,
Yeah.
played it for about 5 minutes, realized it was too confusing, and they wouldn't let me take it back. It had like a code.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
One-time use.
I mean,
Got fucking hooked.
that's why, and it works.
I played it
like
for
$10.
about 2 weeks.
Yeah,
I
something
think
like that.
By the time they're at 11, they probably don't care that much about like the purity.
The numbers
of the
matter
lineage.
less at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, at least for dollars and cents. Okay, that's all I've got to say about that one. But people love it. People still like it. Hey, man, check it out. There's some great music from Final Fantasy XI that I've listened to. So that's really the best thing I have to say about it. It seems good, and the story actually seems decent. Wish I knew it. Anyway, moving on. So now comes the great moment in Squaresoft history when Squaresoft decided it was time to make animated films. And they decided to make, hey, Final Fantasy is our big breakout hit. Let's make Final Fantasy The Spirits Within
Best in the series.
in 2001 it released. Now, the fascinating thing about this movie is that beyond just being a movie, they were initiating a program called a virtual actress. This was the most photorealistic movie ever made, an animated movie at the time, and they created the character of Aki Ross and wanted her to be a virtual actress that would be sold to other companies to be licensed out to be used as an actress in their other animated films. This is one of those like failed Web 2.0 ideas that seems like progressive and ahead of the time, but like it was a complete failure. Nobody liked the movie. It was weird. Final Fantasy fans such as myself didn't understand or like anything that we were seeing. Though, to be fair, the plot of it is something that could be in a Final Fantasy game, just like you took out all the game, and it's just the weird, spooky plot about like ghosts, trying to find their way to the afterlife or some shit. It's a very strange experience to be called Final Fantasy and marketed to like people who have played the games. But the main important thing about it is that it was a financial catastrophe for Squaresoft. Jesse.
I agree with all that, but it has been so long since I've seen that movie that for all I know, it could be good.
I agree.
And so I hate to shit on it.
I hated it because it wasn't Final Fantasy as I knew it.
I'll tell you, I think that a big part of why it failed is that while it had the most cutting-edge graphics of the time, it fell into the uncanny valley about as hard as you could possibly fall, and it looked fucking creepy. I remember seeing it as a kid and just like being completely disgusted with it, like visually.
I remember like I had an issue of Game Informer that had screenshots of what the movie was going to look like, and I showed them to friends and was like, "There's a movie that looks like this, and that's CG. That's not film." And they were like, "Oh my god!"
Well,
I
see, that's
can't
something.
believe it. So I was really excited for it before it came out.
So
and then it came out, and I was whelmed less than I expected to be whelmed.
In 1997, Squaresoft learned a lesson that they probably shouldn't have. That if we crank as much spectacle and as much style into a game as we can possibly fit, everyone will love it and everyone will call it the best game ever. And they kept doing that with 8 and 9 and 10 a little bit. But by the time we got to Spirits Within, they were pushing themselves way too far down the idea of like, let's just make beautiful looking animation, people will buy it because we make it so good, and they're starting to forget the game at the root of all this stuff that was fun for people to play back in the day. Development mentality was changing. So, there's no need to go into the story of this game, of this movie. It's just a big clusterfuck about phantoms invading cities. They poison people if they touch them. There's like 8 spirits they got to gather. They're on fucking Gaia doing some shit. They win. It's like Ghostbusters. And it's kind of like Xenosaga too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Munchie?
This looks like fucking like dirt, like a brown poop.
It's not good. It's not so good.
It looks like a fucking like TV drama from 2002.
Okay, important moment thing. So here's the thing. 2001, this movie comes out. They put a lot of fucking resources in this, and it did not go well. The fallout of the failure of the Spirits Within is catastrophic for Squaresoft, and they are going into a financial death spiral. So they do 2 things. 1, Hironobu Sakaguchi, the director of most, if not all, of the games up to this point. I think he became a producer at some point. Ben?
I'm just so baffled that a video game company would take such a huge financial risk making a movie.
They thought they had a winner on their hands. This was Sakaguchi's baby. He was like, I've got an idea. Virtual actresses, they're going to be big.
That's just fucking insane on so many levels.
I know, you got to be a little crazy, man, to make it in the world of technology.
I mean,
You
got to appreciate that this is a guy working for like some minor ass game company, originally making games that had 6 people on them.
Yeah.
That eventually makes what becomes the biggest game series in Japan. Like, I can imagine the ego just going like utterly insane at Square.
Everything was going great up to this point.
Yeah, but by this point, they've been a huge smash hit with games for like 17 years or 13 years?
12, 13 years or something.
You can imagine, though, that like with the rate that they were putting out games at the time, like had this movie been a huge success, you could imagine they would have been able to keep making games. Like, I mean, look at how many fucking games came out right around the movie,
Yep.
But all their money, all the money their company had was from games. So
Well,
why
all
risk
right.
so much on a movie?
It's like
Understood.
It's like Michael Jordan trying to play baseball.
Exactly.
When you're really good at one thing,
well, that's
you
the
gotta
thing.
assume you must be good at the
They
other
had flexed their nuts making Final Fantasy VII with FMVs and 8 and 9 and all that stuff and 10. There was a lot of great animations in those. So they must have thought to themselves, let's take the teams making these and let's just make a fucking movie out of it already. And they made some mistakes. If they had just made a movie that was more in keeping with the spirit of Final Fantasy, maybe that would have been something. I don't really know. I really can't even speculate. But the point is, it was a catastrophe. Hironobu Sakaguchi left the company as the fall guy. Ben.
Was Spirits Within before or after Advent Children?
Far before it. Far before. Advent Children comes out in...
Like 2007.
Yeah.
If they had made Advent Children first,
they
wouldn't have gotten so fucked that they had to make Advent Children.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
It would have been a self-preventing paradox.
Like, they were trying to be artistic here still. They were trying to be creative and innovative, and it fell flat in its face.
To be auteur.
It-
Said they were just an autist.
2005 is when Advent Children came out. So they learned their lesson. Do not push the fucking envelope. Just stick with what works, man. Stick with your IPs that work. Stick with the good stuff. So Hironobu Sakaguchi leaves. He was the man driving Final Fantasy in the direction that it had been so successful with up until this point. And another financial thing that happens is that Squaresoft merges with Enix, the company that made Dragon Quest, one of the inspirations for the game. So that's kind of cool. It seems like a fitting match. And they become Square Enix in 2003. So going back to this, now Final Fantasy X-2 was actually planned before the whole Square Enix merger. So people like to blame Square Enix for that, but it's actually unfair. Squaresoft did that. Munchie.
Why is this?
Yeah.
Why does Squaresoft have such a better logo than Square Enix?
Better sense of style. I don't know, man.
Okay.
I agree, though.
Better people, better souls.
Better pizza.
Better pizza.
Oh, fuck me!
Okay,
Well, Munchie, the answer to that question is that everything got worse after they merged, and everything good about both companies became incredibly in jeopardy and has been ever since. None of the Enix stuff other than Dragon Quest survived into the current times.
Rest in peace, Star Ocean. Well, it's still around a little bit, I think.
They don't make Star Ocean.
Oh shit, that's not them.
That's Triace.
That's Triace, who might not exist anymore. I can't remember.
The Star Ocean game came out last year.
Well, never mind. All right.
But they killed the Soul Blazer Terranigma trilogy.
Yeah, that's right.
Our ActRaiser, all these. There's a lot of weird.
Suikoden? Did they make Suikoden? I can't remember.
I love
Is that
Suikoden.
okay?
Because that's tied into. Isn't that tied into Secret of Mana somehow?
No, not Suikoden. Anyway, let's move along here, people. We got a lot to get through. Let's wrap this fucking shit up. So here we go. Final Fantasy X-2 comes out in 2003, and all right. This is the first sequel of any Final Fantasy game. So up to this point, we've been making, new games each time. We get a whole new mythos, all kinds of crazy shit. So Final Fantasy X ends with Tidus dissolving back into the far plane. Because, I forgot to mention this. In Final Fantasy X, turns out the Xanarkand that Tidus is from does not actually exist in the real world. It is a dream being dreamed up by a bunch of basically corpses. You can think of them as people crystallized and trapped in stone. People are there's a lot of dreamers who are dreaming the Xanarkand that Tidus lives in. So Tidus leaves the dream, comes into the real world. He is a real person for some reason. Yeah, it's true, it's real. And but then at the end of the game, he when they stop the dreamers from dreaming anymore, they let Xanarkand go away because that's part of what's sustaining sin. And so Tidus allows himself as part of this to stop being dreamed by the dreamers, and he dies basically along with everybody else who is from there. So Jecht, for example, would have no longer existed. But in 10-2, so we're back, and all of a sudden Yuna is literally part of Charlie's Angels with Riku, who is in your party, and a new girl, Pain. And you go on a bunch of fucking ragtag adventures, investigating some spheres that were found. Remember, they're these memory recording devices, spheres in 10, that seem to have footage of someone who looks just like Tidus. And it's ooh, what does this mean? Is he alive? What could be going on? You go on some missions. Turns out Tidus is not alive. It was actually a guy from the old Xanarkand that used to exist before it got blowed the fuck up, who looked just like Tidus, whose name was Shuyin. And I guess what we can infer from this is that the dream of Tidus kind of comes from the idea of this character, Shuyin. Doesn't matter. Shuyin's, he's an unsent Shuyin. He's still around, and he is going to blow up the world because he's really mad that Xanarkand got nuked back in the day. So, he's trying to get this weapon called the Ultra Gunner. I believe it is called the Ultra Gunner that is going to blow everything up. Gib.
Is Tidus Shuyin's nobody?
He's basically his nobody, yes.
Is he his
Vegnagun.
Oh, it's Vegnagun. That's right. That's right. My mistake.
He's also his, like, that guy is his Zack then.
Yeah, he's basically a Zack in a different way, but yeah, it makes sense.
So is Zack Cloud's nobody?
Yeah.
Cloud Zack?
Well, no, Zack is Cloud somebody. Yes,
No.
quite.
Get it away from
Very
me.
special. So.
All right. The point is, Yuna just goes on a quest to like stop this guy from blowing up the world, and surprise, she wins. Now, incredibly, at the end of Final Fantasy X-2, okay, at the end of 10, there's a secret scene where Tidus seems to swim up from underwater, and it kind of seems to be implying that Tidus is alive at the end of 10 in some weird way that we don't understand. 10-2 ignores that and just says Tidus is gone. But at the end of 10-2, if you achieve the secret ending, or you get an extended version of the secret ending. In either case, so the world recognizes that Yuna saved the world twice, because you played 10-2 as Yuna this time.
The world.
The world, like the far plane, the spirits that be, say, thank you, Yuna, for saving the world twice. As a reward, here is Tidus. We return Tidus to you from our bosom. He just is like, they make him out of the Pyreflies from the afterlife. They just make him and they give him back.
Saving the world once was nice, but the second time we feel kind of guilty.
That's literally what happens,
we feel
yes.
a little indebted, so
That's,
I guess here's something
that's
for
correct.
Your trouble.
That is correct. Now, here's the thing that happens, though. Whatever, they win. It's great. Tidus is back. Hooray. There's a book. There's a couple books, actually, that continue the story of Final Fantasy X after this. In one of them, Tidus literally gets his head blown off by a bomb. Yes, that's what happens. But he's fine, though, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
He just gets, like, reformed or some shit. Who cares?
Happens to me, like, every day, dude.
That's Final Fantasy X too. It's a nightmare. Yes, Jesse.
I really, really love Final Fantasy X-2.
Really?
It's one of my favorites in this series.
The combat is great.
It's so fun.
The combat system rules.
And it's happy, and it's bouncy, and it's
What
fucking...
can I do for you?
Yeah.
Look at that, look at
Hey,
that.
remember the massage minigame you do on LeBlanc?
Oh, God.
There's a massage minigame
Like-
in Final Fantasy
like-
X too.
Let me just,
Yeah.
Let me just quickly, for the people who have not seen any of this game, he said that you're part of Charlie's Angels. You are also a pop diva group. Like, you are an idol troupe of some sort.
Well,
Like, the game opens on Yuna doing, like, a concert in, like, the former
she was
priestess
impersonating.
summoner.
She was impersonating another pop star.
Oh,
That
whatever.
wasn't.
Point
Yeah.
being that the game opens with her in, like little booty shorts doing, like, a fucking diva performance. And in the previous game, she was, like, a chaste, like, summoning, like, sorceress.
Well,
Basically, it's fan service,
You
and it's
end
awesome.
up you end up doing some pop diva stuff for reasons, but you're not strictly speaking a pop diva all the time. Anyway, whatever. Gib, what's up?
My first experience of Final Fantasy was that opening cutscene.
Oh
and
no.
from that I thought, okay, Final Fantasy is a girly gay thing. I don't want to get into that.
That's unfortunate.
That cutscene was why I did not play that game, because I was a little boy.
Yeah.
And that was, like, too much for me to handle.
Understandable. She's a lot of woman, that Yuna.
I just love that it's like the only Final Fantasy that completely embraces the insanity of the series and like none of the melodrama, or it doesn't take itself seriously.
That Shuyin stuff's pretty melodramatic.
Yeah, I mean
melodramatic.
it's got its like heavy moments.
Yeah.
But the minute-to-minute gameplay is just you're fucking jumping around and shooting guns and shit.
Shout out to the 1,000 Words or Worlds song.
Oh, yeah.
It's the pop diva moment
She
that
sings
Yuna
it in the
has.
rain.
It's pretty dope.
Thunderplane.
It's good. Okay, that's good. Moving on. Final Fantasy XII. At last we've arrived. So you'll notice here a big gap. So the last real Final Fantasy that came out, 11's an online, doesn't actually count. Final Fantasy X came out in 2003. It takes a full 3 years.
2001.
Oh, I'm sorry. 2000, you're right. It takes a full 5 years. I thought that was shorter than I remembered. 5 years for Final Fantasy XII to come out. We're starting to get concerned here. Now, AAA development is getting longer and longer. Major Final Fantasy releases are taking longer because they're too artistically involved for them to crank out quickly, even though these masterpieces all came out within 1 year of each other, but whatever, fuck it. So in Final Fantasy XII, you play as a street rat named Vaughn, and you get... Dude, is Jasmine in this game, though? I apologize for that. That wasn't funny.
I get it.
Well, that's all worth it then. So
you do wear the same thing Aladdin wears, like the same like.
Vaughn does wear the same vest Aladdin does. I wonder if that's intentional. And you live in a sandy place. Okay, here's the deal. So Final Fantasy XII is fucking kick-ass. Again, takes place in the same world as Final Fantasy Tactics. And here's the deal. There's a war going on between the kingdoms of fucking Arcadia and Damascus. Right. The place where you live, Rabanastre, gets invaded and blown the fuck out by the Arcadian Empire, and you're like absorbed into their empire. But here's the thing, none of that matters. You play as Vaughn and the princess of Rabanastre that was just annexed, Ashe. She is by far the most important character. Vaughn, who is your protagonist, doesn't matter at all. It's all about Ashe. Vaughn is basically there for moral support, and the rest of your crew for the same reasons. You travel throughout the world, trying to find trying to oppose the Arcadian Empire that has taken over your home city through various means, by getting allies and eventually by acquiring stuff called nethicite. Nethicite is the crystal of the game. It's these really powerful crystals that you can use to like blow up a fleet of airships. For example, that's one thing they're used for in the game. And you also acquire eidolons, or like summons. You're on a quest to gain more power so you can fight back the Empire. Eventually, it turns out, there's a twist to this story. So, on your way to find nethicite, Ashe herself, the princess of Rabanastre, she is told to go into a chamber to beseech the Akuria for the nethicite that'll give her the power to do all this crazy shit. When she enters, she meets the Akuria. And the Akuria are just the literal gods of the world of Final Fantasy XII. They are higher level beings that look down on the goings-on of humans and, sit in judgment and tell them what to do. But here's the thing. So they judge Ashe as like, yes, Ashe, we want you to have power. We're going to give you this nethicite. Please go blow up the Arcadian Empire. That would be great. So Ashe does this. But on the way, we eventually learned that here's what's going on. The Arcadian Empire is run by this guy, Prince Vane Solidor, and his confidant, Cid. These two guys are running the show. Turns out they have a secret partner, this guy named Vana. And Vana is a rogue Akuria. So basically, one of the gods of the world of Final Fantasy XII has betrayed all the other Akuria and has joined up specifically with two men in the world of Final Fantasy XII, because Vana believes that it is not right that the Akuria control the human beings of this world. He thinks that it should be the humans that run their own shit. So he is doing everything in his power to oppose Ashe specifically, because Ashe and the rest of the world are being puppeted by the Akuria via nethicite. Like, the Akuria will give nethicite to whoever they think is going to be the best at, maintaining the status quo of the world. But Vana has decided that that's fucked up. He doesn't want to do that anymore. And at the final battle, you and your boys have decided that you're not going to do what the Akuria tell you, but you're also not going to do what Vana says, because he's a bad boy starting wars too. You fight Vane Solidor, you fight Vana, you kill them all, and Arcadia leaves. And that's the end of the game. That's it. That's the end of the game. Ben, yes?
Do you go to the moon?
No, all the tactics game, I know, boo. All the tactics game are a little more humble in terms of like the scale. Like, it's not about controlling the world, it's about like one country or two countries or something. The Akuria might just control like the couple of countries around here. So that's 12. It's pretty good. It's got some great side quests. The hunts in there are really fun. It's got a weird like MMO style combat system, but it's a fun game.
Sort of like a... wasn't it kind of like Xenoblade Chronicles or?
Yeah, it is kind of like that. You walk around and you do like sort of auto attacks, and then you can like control specific abilities to use at certain times. Yeah, it's kind of like that. I'm quite fond of it. People shit on it, but I think it's really good. People don't like it because a lot changed during development. They literally inserted Vaughn to be the main character to appeal to the young teenage girl demographic because the original main character, Bosch, was like an old grizzled veteran. And they were like, no, we don't want to use that guy. I mean, he's still there. They just also added Vaughn, a literally unnecessary character, to appeal more to a certain demographic. So that kind of tells you where Square Enix's head is at this point in the game. So with that done, it's time to wait another. Well, actually, there's a spin-off, Final Fantasy XII Revenant Wings. It came out in 2007. It's just a DS game. Expands a little bit of the lore. It's just Vaughn on like an adventure elsewhere. It doesn't really matter. Not consequential.
Vaughn searching for an arc.
Basically, he finds a shirt though, and by finding that shirt, he improves his character design 1,000-fold. It's incredible. It's unbelievable. Yeah, just that one edition. Looks great. Okay, here we go. Final Fantasy XIII, 2009. Oh boy, here we go. So, Final Fantasy XIII has a reputation. It's my favorite Final Fantasy. It's not very well liked amongst the people. Did you?
I mean, it's. I wouldn't say it's fair to say it's not well liked. It's more fair to say that it is extremely controversial, and
That's
that
true.
It's like a 50-50 split of the Final Fantasy fan base, and that it was one of the like the best selling in the series, and it got a perfect.
Because the marketing was intense.
Some of the early reviews, Famitsu gave it a perfect score, like a known harsh.
They
like,
saw a numbered Final Fantasy and they were like, our job is done here. Our job is done here.
But like it was just like a real. This was one of those early examples of us entering the era where people started to not believe review scores anymore.
That's right.
Around the same
That's
time
true.
we got into like the Mass Effect 3 a couple of years
I
later,
mean,
and just.
This was the first game, the first Final Fantasy that I remember. I was there for the midnight release of this game in 2009. I stood there, I bought the game, I went home and I played it, and I continually tried to convince myself I was having fun. And I was to a certain degree. I actually kind of like the combat in Final Fantasy 13. I find it enjoyable. I enjoy the class changing system you do mid-battle. And I forget what it's called, but the active time system. Oh, and the guard breaking and the hitting the weak points. It's not all bad, but like the story. Okay, first of all, the game is super linear, and that's just boring to play through. It's just the same shit. Like you go down a path, you fight some enemies. The characters are really annoying. They don't like grow in an interesting way. Like it's kind of similar to Final Fantasy X in that your characters are like trudging along a path forward to an end goal. But in 13, the characters are like each doing loops narratively. They're kind of aimless. The problem is that in Final Fantasy 13, your characters are basically cursed. And they are told, they are literally said, if you do not obey a certain command, you will turn into a mindless beast and die. The thing is, though, no one actually told them what the command was. That's literally true. They do not know what they're supposed to be doing. It's their job, according to the story, to figure out, based on a vision they had when they got cursed, what the hell they're supposed to be doing. They don't actually know. As a result, the characters are hugely aimless for much of the game, and that's a big problem. I mean, yeah, that's the biggest thing. And also the characters are kind of unlikable. Saz is okay. Lightning's got a great design, but man, she's got a bad attitude and she's not fun to watch. Did you?
Tell us about Tetsuya Nomura.
Well, interestingly, Nomura did the character designs for Final Fantasy XIII, but he is not responsible for the writing. I think he did direct the game, actually. Fuck, I can't remember. I'm pretty sure he directed it. But it's this other guy, Toriyama. I think Toriyama directed it. This other guy, Toriyama, is like the real guy behind Final Fantasy XIII. He did 13 and the 2 sequels. And he has a weird obsessive like fascination with Lightning. He has put her in like real clothing advertisements in real life. And it's this whole campaign. At the end of the Final Fantasy XIII game, Lightning literally becomes real in the real world where we live.
They
That's what
finally
happens.
did it. They have the virtual actress now.
They made her, she's no longer virtual. She's here. Go to France where she lives. You will meet Lightning. Get ready for that. It's not too far from your doorstep, my friend.
They didn't let go of that dream.
No, they really didn't. Nomura has not really fucked up much of Final Fantasy, I don't think.
I mean, having your waifu in real life.
I was going to say until recently, but what's that, Tom?
I was going to say, having your waifu in real life is all of our Final Fantasy.
Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I think the ultimate downfall of Final Fantasy XIII, because in hindsight, like the game does have cool stuff in it, and the 2 sequels are progressively better. Like the 3rd one is okay, but like the downfall of it is that throughout the whole series, these games, they're all fucking insane. The stories are completely ridiculous. You're time traveling. You're going to the moon.
You're time traveling 13 too. That's right.
But
the moon comes back.
But I mean, in all the Final Fantasy games is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They're all insane bullshit.
Yeah.
But they all like start with like one guy, and they start normal, and they ease you into the insane shit. Final Fantasy 13 throws you right into it with a million like encyclopedia pages to read.
I really think the main problem here is that what makes these other games fun is that you have a clear motivating goal, something to achieve. In Final Fantasy 13, it's like wander around and try to figure out what you're doing and like avoid the cops is the narrative of 13.
Sounds like life.
Indeed. Like 13.2 is like travel through time and like try to make sure things aren't like terrible.
And you have a protagonist to give a shit about.
Yeah.
And like live this adventure through. In Final Fantasy 13, like Lightning isn't a person. She's just like
she's just an angry little
walking
troll.
sack of shit.
Yeah. She beats up the other characters when they're trying to be heroic because she's like, no, you're doing it wrong. Stop being stupid. I'm right. She literally does this to Snow, and Snow just, he just takes it because he's a kind of a decent guy.
What are these names? Snow and Lightning?
Snow, Lightning, Hope,
Vanille,
Fang, Saz. I don't know, man. I mean, that's really all I was going to say. The end of the game is, okay, I didn't mention, by the way, 13 takes place in a floating sky orb called Cocoon. You are in a floating world above the planet. Munchie?
I forgot. There's an ethnic in this one, right?
There's an ethnic?
Yeah.
Saz is a black man, yes.
Okay.
We did it. He's also the best character in 13, I think. He wants to protect his son. It's nice. Okay, so the end of the game is that you and your boys... Okay, so the thing that cursed you is called a fal'Cie. A fal'Cie is the thing that put the curse on you, that made you do this thing to wander around and fuck yourself over. Also, that's what gave you the magical powers you have, so that's cool. You became a l'Cie. They're very strange names for all this shit. So, ultimately, you decide, we are not going to let this shit run our life. We are going to literally storm the heart of Cocoon, blow up the fal'Cie that did this shit to us, and hopefully along the way, we'll kind of figure out what we were supposed to have been doing all along. Ben.
I haven't played any of the 13s.
Yeah.
What kind of setting? Is it more like fantasy or steampunk or hard sci-fi?
Sci-fi.
Hard
I mean, there's
sci-fi.
fantasy elements, but it's mostly sci-fi.
Aesthetically, it's way more sci-fi than like any of the other ones.
It seems like 12 was more fantasy.
Absolutely, absolutely
Okay.
true. Yeah.
So there's no real like pattern
Nope.
emerging here.
I mean, they
there's
go.
no trend.
No, there's not.
Yeah. Just different, probably worse. Than the last.
Okay, so here's the thing. So as I said before,
Trends on the quality graph going down.
as I said before, the point of this is our characters have to figure out what they're supposed to do, or they will turn into mindless killing machines called Seath. As we see happen to other characters who get cursed in the game. Ben.
Dark Souls.
It's similar to Dark Souls. I think this came out first, though.
He was just talking about Seath, because you said Seath.
Oh, I thought it meant like becoming mindless, like a hollow, you know?
Dark Souls.
There's so many layers. So our characters...
On a long enough timeline, every series becomes Dark Souls.
On the way to beat up the bad guys who have done this curse to them, they encounter the final bad guy. They fight him and they lose. This guy called Orphan, who runs Cocoon basically. Cocoon is run by the fal'Cie, who like literally use humans as like their livestock. Is basically how it works. Here's the thing though, the fal'Cie want to kill themselves. So because killing everyone in Cocoon will summon the Creator. Because the fal'Cie want to summon the Creator Because they want to talk to God who created them. That is their motivation. Yes, Ben.
Is any relation to the creator, the Alamau from the other game?
Let's assume it's the same character. I don't know. Tom?
How far above the planet is this floating city thing?
Maybe a couple miles. It's not that far.
So it couldn't be considered a moon.
No, I wouldn't think so. A low orbiting asteroid, perhaps.
There's like,
yeah.
There's so much lore and story to Final Fantasy XIII that it doesn't tell you, that you just have to look up.
Read the
yourself.
codex. Read the fucking
And
codex.
It almost gives you, in hindsight, this tragic feeling that like it could have been a really cool story if it had been presented correctly. But they just broke every rule of storytelling in the book.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of fucked up, and any story could be good if you tell it the right way. So, I mean, there's things I like about this too. Like one of the characters in your party, Hope, literally wants to murder another member of your party, Snow, and Hope is a kid and Snow is a man. He just has to work up the courage to like tell Snow, because Snow is sort of responsible for Hope's mom dying in an accident. She fell to her death at the beginning of the game. So Hope wants to murder Snow in vengeance for this, and there is an emotional climax to this. But the way it's handled is just kind of unsatisfying.
Like, all the high concept stuff, like the Fal'Cie are gods, but not really, and they want to kill you all so they can meet the real gods to ask them what's going on. And Cocoon's a big futuristic orb in the sky, and no one's been to the floor in forever.
Yeah.
Like all of that is like really cool Final Fantasy shit, but like the characters just suck, and it's not fun to watch unfold.
That's right. If the characters were fun, at least I'd enjoy going through this world, but they're really not. In any case, so as I said, your characters are doomed. They're going to turn to Seath soon, but they decide to just go try to kill Cocoon because fuck it. We don't want to be run by these Fal'Cie anymore. They get there, they fail, but here's the thing. One of your characters, Fang, had like her tattoo is like burned out. She's like different from everybody else. Her tattoo, when you turn into a l'Cie, you get a stamp. You get basically a tattoo. And as you get more and more close to becoming a Seath, it gets like more and more red, basically. But hers is like burned. And so she has all the powers of a l'Cie, but her tattoo doesn't progress like everybody else's. So everybody else at the end of the game, after you lose this final battle, turns into a Seath. This happens to every character except for Fang. And Fang is really upset about this, and she's like crying, and she's sad. She's like, oh no, everyone else is a Seath. I didn't want this to happen. For no reason, all your other characters turn back from Seath because they make their own destiny. This is literally the explanation that's given to us. Lightning, I thought you were a Seath. How are you not a Seath anymore? We make our own destiny. We won't be controlled by the Fal'Cie. We're going our own way. We are MGTOWs. We won't be slaves of the female matriarchy.
Everyone else doesn't make their own destiny.
Well, they just all collectively make their together destiny, I guess.
It's just like Ash Ketchum. The Pikachu tears made him turn from stone back into a boy.
Well, but that was at least good, and I liked him. That's 2 levels above this. This was not good. The entire game was motivated by trying to avoid this curse that there was no way to fix. So at least if they made like an explanation for how they fixed it, that would be something. But there simply is none given. It's just like willpower bullshit. I don't understand. There was no explanation.
It's kind of like time compression. Like the bad thing just happens, but it turns out that it doesn't mean anything.
That's right. That's right. Anyway, then they just fight the bad guy again, and this time they win. So here's the thing. If they kill, I think it's called Eden or Orphan or whatever. If they kill Orphan, like Cocoon will fall from the sky, but they're like, fuck it, we'll figure it out as we go. And all the people in the world live on Cocoon. There's like billions of people here. They kill Orphan, and Cocoon begins to fall from the sky towards the planet. And they're like, well, who could have anticipated this? So now, what happens is, 2 of our characters, Fang and Vanille, Fang and Vanille here, the 2 of them collectively transform into Ragnarok. Oh, by the way, the whole process to like destroy Cocoon, It was via them transforming into this thing called Ragnarok. But they like resisted that and they didn't do it. But now they're like, aha, now we'll use Ragnarok against them. We'll win at their own game. They transform the two of them into one Ragnarok, and they form a giant crystal pillar underneath Cocoon to stop it from falling down. They just make a big pillar. They stop Cocoon from falling. And so yeah, that's Ragnarok. Like on this, it's that horse guy. And they're like trapped in crystal now. They're trapped in crystal in this pillar. And then the rest of our characters like, okay, and that's the end. Munchie.
So wait, back up.
Yeah.
So is this the first bad one, in simplistic terms?
I would say so, yes.
Okay.
I would say. I mean, I don't hate everything about it, but I think yes, basically yes.
Okay.
You could maybe say, well, I don't know. 10-2 isn't bad. It's just like very silly. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Lightning 10-2 is about time travel and retcons, and you play as Lightning's sister Sarah. It's about, you go to like the end of time. It's kind of like Chrono Trigger. You go to the end of time. There's like end game stuff. You're trying to prevent the end of existence. You know, whatever. You do that. At the end of the game, for some reason, Sarah like disappears. Whatever. Who cares? And then in Lightning Returns,
Pick me.
tell us about Lightning Returns, Digi. I've never played this game. I just read the synopsis.
I haven't played all of Lightning Returns, so I don't know the whole story.
Oh, good.
But I encourage anybody who's never played 13 or 13.2 to play this game, because playing it with no context is fucking hilarious. Because it takes place 1,000 years after Final Fantasy X-2, in a world where everyone achieved immortality at the end of that game, and they've all just been alive for 1,000 years. The only way people die anymore is if they kill themselves.
Wait,
and
1,000 years after 13.
After 13-2.
That's what I meant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 1,000 years after 13.2, we get Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13.
So
And all this time, the main character,
Lightning.
has been not around.
She was like in a coma or something.
Yeah, but she's comes back and she's like real pissed off because she wants to get her girls out of the fucking out of the
She wants
crystal.
to save Sarah. She wants to revive Sarah.
Yeah.
Sarah got fucked, and Lightning is the chosen one of the goddess now.
But in the meantime, in this 1,000 years, all of humanity have just become like, you know, debaucherous. Like they don't give a fuck about anything because they're immortal and they've been alive for 1,000 years. Like no one new has been born, I think. So it's just like the same people who've been around all this time. Some of the old characters have just gone insane. I think Snow is just like a bad guy now.
Snow
or
has gone
something.
full nihilist, like
Just
real
because
nihilist.
he's lived so fucking long, and I love that shit.
Yeah.
And that game also has ass tons of codexes, and I was just reading them all like, what in the fuck is happening? Like, it's kind of awesome, and the gameplay is it's like a fucking Tales of Symphonia like active battle system. It's cool.
So I've actually played all the 13 games, and I will confirm that Lightning Returns, the third one, is actually quite a good game. And not only is it a lot more fun to play than the first two, and the world is like more open, you can do anything. It's kind of like Majora's Mask-y, how the fucking time is fucked up.
It's like a 13-day system.
That's right. The world ends in 13 days.
Not only is the gameplay better, but because of the 1,000-year time skip, like the story, like all the baggage is gone almost, and it's kind of like the characters are they finally get to be cool and interesting, and the story gets to be interesting. And I wish that Lightning Returns had just been Final Fantasy 13 and had come out years ago, because like Final Fantasy 13 is a good game. It just took them 3 tries.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
And like, what, 7 years?
I mean, 3 years waiting for this, or whatever. 2 years waiting for this, and then another 2 years for this, and then 4. Yeah, whatever, man.
It's almost sadder that the third one is good.
Yeah, because nobody knows. Nobody plays it.
No one's gonna give a crap.
I haven't played it, and I'm a Final Fantasy buff.
It's just fucking nuts. It's fun because it's fucking nuts.
Yep.
I mean, they're all nuts, but that one is like immediately the most nuts. Just by having all the characters be 1,000-year-old.
And you can dress Lightning up like Cloud and give her a bestie sword.
You sure can. You sure can. All right, guys. Let's simmer down and talk about a little game called Final Fantasy XIV. Now, Final Fantasy XIV actually came out in 2010, so before these ones, so we're going back a little bit in time. It's another MMO, so another one I did not play. Basically, the gist of it is that I think there are these things called primals that are basically just summons and elementals, and they're going crazy. And there's just a bunch of shit about the Beastmen again are acting up. This isn't a different world than Final Fantasy XI, and it's technically different races, but they're like virtually the same, just slightly tweaked and renamed different things. Digi.
I don't know if you were going to cover this, but
Yeah.
like the two different versions of Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah.
Because
That's right.
Part of this ongoing train wreck of Final Fantasy is that when 14 came out, it was an unplayable garbage dumpster fire that literally like got the most critically panned of any MMO ever, and they had to just totally recreate the entire game and release it as a Realm
I
Reborn.
remember the phrase "it's free until it's good" was out there for a while regarding that game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. That's accurate. Anyway, the
But
story.
apparently the final version is like one of the best MMOs still active.
It's
right
huge.
now.
It's huge right now. People really like it, which, I mean, that's great, except I simply do not care about MMOs. So even as a Final Fantasy fan, I'm not going to play it. Blah, blah, blah. Garlean Legatus Gaius Van Belisar, the Beastman's attempt to hoard crystals in some of their primals, etc., etc. Who the fuck knows what's going on?
I've been
Yes?
like a dream-like nightmare trance this entire lecture. I don't give a shit about anime or
Yeah.
Japan or anything. And you've just said like a Harry Potter hex on me, and I've woken up from my eternal sleep, and I've just entered the zombie realm, and I am now a walking corpse.
Yeah. I mean, it's...
You're a what's it? You're a thing with the hand.
I'm a nobody.
Oh, a Seath? He's become a Seath. You've lost your sense of self, and you're a mindless killing machine now. To be a bitch. Yeah, that's how they act. They're Pokemon. Okay, listen.
Take this back. I'm going back to being solemn again.
Literally, who cares about the story of Final Fantasy XIV? There are summoned things that you have to fight because they're causing problems. The end. Here we go. Final Fantasy XV, everybody. We're jumping ahead. 2016. It's been 10 years. I mean, so we've gotten some Final Fantasy XIII games in the span here, waiting for a new game. So if you liked Final Fantasy XIII, those might hold you over. I did play one of them, whatever. But really, people have been waiting for this game for a long time. This was announced at the same time as Final Fantasy XIII itself. In 2008 is when that was announced. And it's 2006. 2006. It was a 10-year cycle. It was originally Final Fantasy Versus 13. And of course, now it's finally released. It's Final Fantasy 15. The name was rechanged. It was made into a big one. Like, lots of concerning things during this development process. Tetsuya Nomura was the original director of the project. He dropped off a couple years, I think 2 years away from release of the game, so that he could work on Kingdom Hearts 3. So now Tabata was put in charge. And Tabata has a very interesting directorial approach to the series. He loves putting out, questions about feedback to the fans and hearing what they want. And I mean, Final Fantasy XV was released in an unfinished state, 100%. They are currently adding things such as, there was a movie, a full movie made, starring like fucking people from Game of Thrones and shit, and the bitch guy from Breaking Bad, Aaron Paul, called Final Fantasy XV Kingsglaive, which is a prequel, which was a fever dream nightmare. Consult the Plebe and Weeb episode where we discussed this.
Literally worse than the spirits within.
Literally, absolutely. And Brotherhood is an anime that with Final Fantasy XV Brotherhood. It's a bunch of prequel bullshit that just goes into a little bit of the story of each of the characters, but explains nothing more about them than we would have known otherwise. Ben.
Is Kingsglaive CG?
Kingsglaive is full CG, yes. It is a nightmare. It's terrible.
It's pretty to look at, but
I disagree.
well, okay. It has.
It is well. It is technically impressive. Agreed.
The previous one. But
Agreed.
Is a garbage film.
Without a doubt. Okay, so Final Fantasy XV is an interesting game. You play as Noctis Lucis Caelum, Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Insomnia, the city-state of Insomnia, that is being besieged by, I think it is the Arcadian Empire.
The Again?
I think it is actually referenced. Yeah, I mean, that is the same name. Okay, I could be wrong. Whatever. Who cares? Some empire. Munchie.
Can all this names being the same and things being the same and all of it stop and it be gone forever now and go to sleep?
Very soon. We're almost done.
Okay.
We're almost done.
I don't mean like me go to sleep. I mean like Final Fantasy and entertainment as a whole go to sleep.
I hear you, dude. That's what I want more than anything. I'm trying to fucking tell the name. Whatever, who cares? Doesn't matter. Listen, the point is, so Noctis is betrothed to be married, so he heads to a city to find Lunafreya, who is his betrothed wife. It's a big deal. She's like a seer or something. She's important for plot reasons. He is the chosen one. The kingdom of Insomnia that he is the prince of, they've got this thing called the crystal that the king himself is like tapped into and gives him crazy superpowers. So Noctis has crazy superpowers from his connection to the crystal by being a fucking prince of the place. Digi.
Why did the names get so fucking stupid and corny in these last few Final Fantasies?
I mean,
like,
I don't know.
Insomnia and his name is fucking Noctis.
His name is Noctis Lucis Calum. They're just going like Latin or something.
Stop.
The other characters are Prompto, Gladiolus, and Ignis. Remember Barrett? Remember Tifa?
Well, that game did also have Cloud.
Yeah, but Cloud's cool.
It's still a stupid name.
Yeah, I like Squall. Squall's a cool name. It sounds like a grumpy teenager.
I'm not saying the
Which is what
names
he
were.
is.
I'm not saying the names were
Yeah.
ever sensical, but like we went from Squall and shit to
Yeah.
like one game where everyone's named after like natural
Who has
phenomena,
ever had a-
like weather phenomena for no reason.
Has
And
anyone
then-
enjoyed saying the name Noctis at any point in their life?
No, it doesn't feel good.
It feels bad. It feels real bad. Cloud.
I
Cloud
just think
Strife.
it's corny as shit that he's like Noctis and it's Insomnia. Oh, it's
Yeah.
all nighttime themed.
Well, they're all
Stop it.
Incidentally, like the plot of the game is that like there's a weird thing in Final Fantasy XV where nights are continually getting longer because it doesn't work like the real world. There's like a push and pull between the forces of darkness and light that control how long days and night are, as it turns out. And nights are getting longer and longer. And later on, when things get fucked up, it's just night all the time, just due to people fucking with the crystal. It's weird, man. I don't understand it.
You would think that the Kingdom of Insomnia would be okay with it being night.
You'd think so, but no. So the point is, as soon as Noctis leaves his kingdom to go, marry some bitch, the whole place gets fucking destroyed by like the Arcadian Empire or whatever empire it is. It just gets taken over. His father is murdered, so he's the prince heir to the throne or whatever. And so now you and your boys need to go and acquire power so that you can defeat those guys, kick them out of your fucking city, and take it back. You go on a big quest to do this. It's a big road trip. It's fine. Whatever. You spend the game actually specifically like acquiring royal arms, which is similar to in Final Fantasy V when you get the sealed weapons, and acquiring like they're called astrals, which are just the summons of the game that are big, powerful beasts. They help you in combat. It's fine. People like this game. People like this game because it fleshes out the relationships between the four boys in your party a lot. I've got my issues with it, but the gist is just that eventually your characters they get back, rather they head to the heart of the Empire where the bad guys are because the crystal has been taken there from Insomnia where it's supposed to be. They head there to get it, and Noctis finally reaches the crystal. There's this character named Ardyn who turns out to be an ancestor who is now immortal. He's an ancestor of Noctis. He's like his great uncle or something. That guy has been attempting to facilitate Noctis getting stronger by sowing all this war so that Noctis will be forced to acquire this power so that Ardyn can kill Noctis, the chosen prince, the chosen one, as a way to get revenge on this whole bloodline that he feels betrayed him personally thousands of years ago. That's what's happening. That's what's going on in Final Fantasy XV.
Wow.
Yes, Jesse.
why wouldn't he just kill Noctis without giving him superpowers first?
Here's why. There's a reason for it. It's because he has to kill a fully actualized woke Noctis, because he has to be like fully in tune with the crystal, so that when he could kill Noctis, it will like kill the crystal at the same time, which is like related somehow. That's like the deal.
Sure. I'm not convinced
That's it.
by that.
Now here's a question: if Noctis doesn't have kids, why doesn't he just fucking kill Noctis and then like we're done here? I don't know. I got no answers. There's only more questions the deeper we go into the rabbit hole. So Arden actually helps you many times throughout the game, even though his goal is literally to kill Noctis for this reason. And ultimately, so later on in the game, Noctis encounters the crystal finally. He gets sucked into the crystal for, I believe it's 10 years. He is like gone from real life. He reappears 10 years later back in the world where it is now nighttime all the time. And his friends have been like hunters trying to, his friends are just alive in the real world. They've been surviving in this world. By the way, at night, demons come out. So when it's night all the time, real powerful demons. Like real I forgot about that. Yeah. I forgot about that. So when it's nighttime all the time, just more powerful demons are everywhere. Gib?
What's the deal with Final Fantasy XV's story being like unfinished?
Okay, there's a couple things with that. The story is finished, but first of all, it's very different from what it was originally said to be as versus 13. So like there's just changes there that are strange. Like for example, the character of Luna Freya is a completely new character. There used to be a character called Stella that was going to be the love interest. She is simply gone, and there's no explanation as to why. We'll come back to that. Tom?
So if the world now is night all the time,
yeah.
When do they mine?
No! That's an excellent observation. This is why they're fighting so hard to bring it back. They have to. They can't.
I'm now invested in the struggle again.
They're
Same.
almost out of diamonds.
They're down to their last pickaxe. They got to make it count. So I mean, Noctis just comes back after 10 years. He was like in the crystal for 10 years, like just absorbing power or something, I guess. It's a little bit unclear. But he awakens in the world. It's many years later. He reunites with his buddies, and they're like, okay, time to go fucking beat the boy. So they head back to like the nexus of this whole thing, which is Insomnia now, where the crystal has been put back, and that's where Argus is. That's where Argus is. Sorry, not Argus. Arden. That's where Arden is. They got to go there and stop him. So our boys head back there. They confront Arden, and Arden says, thank God you're finally here. I've literally just been waiting for you to get here, because remember, my whole goal is to kill you now that you are at max power. Now that you've done all this stuff, you've been through your struggle with the crystal for 10 years. I'm immortal. I just want to kill you so I can be done with this whole shit. So him and Noctis have a big DBZ-style battle. Noctis wins. Actually, what happens is, They just fight for a while in DBZ mode. They go like inside the crystal together, like inside someone's mind, or they're like in the afterlife or something. Noctis kills Arden's ghost, but by doing that, he uses like too much ring power. Or there was no way to avoid it. Noctis dies is the point. Noctis just also dies by doing this, which was fine, and he knew this was going to happen, so it's not that big a deal. Tom?
Arden, he's the big bad?
Yes. Arden, that's correct.
So if Arden's plan was to kill Noctis, once he's at max power, and by doing that it would fuck up the crystal, that's like the plan, that's like the point? Right?
I mean, he wants vengeance on this whole family line, but yes, which involves the crystal.
Why doesn't he just break the crystal while Noctis isn't there?
Maybe he can't. Maybe he has to do it by killing Noctis. I don't know. I have no idea. We can only speculate. Munchie?
If I'm like this, and my soul is turned to rot, and my body is broken, and my soul shall never recover, and my entire lineage is tarnished.
Yeah.
from just hearing about Final Fantasy. The idea of playing them for any moments at all would probably instantly shatter my bones and my penis.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel the same way.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Things have changed. Things have changed.
So okay, Noctis is dead.
Noctis is dead.
Thank God.
I mean, that's literally it. The bad guy who was fucking up the world is dead, but Arden literally got exactly what he wanted. He successfully kills Noctis at his most powerful, and I mean, the world is fine. Arden is presumably happy with this outcome, and Noctis is dead. So, I mean, it sucks for Noctis, but pretty much everyone else is okay. And that's it. That's the end.
So you just literally do what
You
you
literally
wanted
you
to
do exactly like he.
What a shitty story.
It's like the reverse of Final Fantasy VIII. How the villain's plan was just allowed because it was stupid.
Yeah.
And she fucked herself. In this one, your plan is stupid, and you're allowed to fuck yourself.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Excellent.
Yeah. I mean, there you go. That's it. So what else? Gib was asking just how is this game incomplete? There's lots of ways. For example, the game was first marketed as you could switch between your characters, which you would control individually. That was not a feature at the release date. It is currently now in the game due to patches and updates. When I played the game, I didn't get to play as the other characters. I guess I just didn't play the real game. But now it exists, and I think you have to unlock it or something. It's like an ability you can unlock. But you can now play as the other characters. A feature that was originally supposed to be in the game. They released it unfinished, and now it's in. They're also continually adding to the story. Like, Tabata is saying, like, hey, guys, do you want us to keep adding to the story of 15? Is there things you still don't understand? They're adding cutscenes where there were no cutscenes before throughout the game. Whoa. And they're doing this right now.
They've Kanye Wested the game.
Exactly. This is... They're Life of Pabloing it as we speak, and they're going to be doing so until next year. I'm not even sure I should be talking this game. We could be talking about a whole different game than the one that exists next year. Who the fuck knows?
So
but
I own
yeah.
This game. I should not play it yet. Is what you're saying.
Honestly, no. You should wait and get everything together, I guess.
Cool.
By the time Final Fantasy XV is complete, it will be Kingdom Hearts 3.
It will be Final Fantasy XVI. Yes.
The joke was this is actually Final Fantasy 16. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah, hey man, I wouldn't be surprised. And that's where we leave our final main entry in the Final Fantasy series. 15 is over. Yep, we're through it. 15 is done. There is no word on Final Fantasy 16. I think Square Enix is literally terrified of the notion. They're currently milking as hard as they can everything about this game, which was a development nightmare. Yes, Ben?
The way things have gone,
yes.
I know that when they announce Final Fantasy 16, it will be 25 years before it comes out.
Basically, yes.
They just don't even want.
I don't blame them.
Just go through that rigmarole anymore.
I don't blame them at all.
Of making games.
Here's a fact, though. They have released a game called Final Fantasy XV Pocket Edition. That is a mobile game version of Final Fantasy XV with the most retarded models of any character I've ever seen. We're talking like Final Fantasy VII level modeling, or Final Fantasy VIII level perhaps. Not even as good as 8, honestly. They look like actual nightmares, waking nightmares. I can't believe it.
But isn't it like a full port of the entire game?
That's what I mean. It can't be, can it?
What? It's like a full port.
That they market it as it's literally Final Fantasy 15 just on your phone.
I'm deeply curious.
What the fuck do you play it with?
Well,
you tap it.
How?
The game is like top down, so it's like playing like kind of like Diablo, where you kind of touch.
Look, I don't know. I'm not gonna play this fucking game. I have no. I put in enough pay. I put in enough time with the base Final Fantasy 15. I'm not going back. I haven't done the DLC, and I'm not going to. I just don't care. This game wasn't that fun, and I got the gist. That's enough.
Combat systems suck.
I never liked the combat system. Look, I don't want to just shit on this game all day. If you like it, fine. Well, fair enough. If you like it, that's fine. I think it's not super great. Munchie.
So I came into this expecting it to be some sort of like Homestuck Armor Retrieval-esque, like tear down of like how Final Fantasy like went to absolute shit. Like here's the play-by-play.
Yeah.
Here's what happened. But it just seems like a couple games were bad at the end, but like it was mostly a masterpiece.
No, you don't
through and
understand.
through.
Look at the time. Think of the time. Exactly.
You got to remember that
The time
for
frame.
these guys as kids, literally, Final Fantasy VII would have come out in '97. That same year, Tactics. They could have gone back, played all the classics in this time while they're waiting between 1 year, and then suddenly, if you don't like Final Fantasy XIII, which a lot of people don't,
Correct.
I hope you enjoy playing it for the next 6 years while you wait 10 years for the one that you were promised to come out and for it to not be good. This is why
That's
people
the
are so
issue.
mad. Because the Final Fantasy XIII through 15 has taken as long as like 6 through 10-2.
Yeah, and there's no question which is better. Yes, Ben.
When we were in like high school,
Yes.
it was like
Right around
here. If not like a masterpiece game, like a great game was coming out like every year or two, and it was just you just took it for granted that you were gonna play Final Fantasy. You're like, of course you're gonna play the next Final Fantasy. Why would you ever not?
I understand.
And then all of a sudden, I don't know, things just started to turn around after Spirits Within.
I understand.
And just it just went right off
Yeah,
the deep end.
the markets have shifted. I understand that. But when I just look back at this time, it was an incredible time. Like a new Final Fantasy game. These are my favorite games to this day, like every fucking year. And I know we're all chasing the AAA dragon right now.
Stop. They need to stop.
They will never stop. They will never stop.
It's just crazy to think that like, if they don't have to tone down the graphics all the way down to the level of Final Fantasy VII to get a game out as fast as they got that game out. Like they could tone it down to the level of Dark Souls and get a game out in a year that was as good as a classic Final Fantasy game.
Tom.
What do you think about Bravely Default and the upcoming Octopath Traveler?
I was just going to bring up Bravely Default. That's the thing. See, there's no saving this series right now. It's dead. But Square Enix has subdivisions that work on other games. Bravely Default is basically the current old-school Final Fantasy. I played the first one and quite enjoyed it. It wasn't perfect, but it was very good. It was like a classic Final Fantasy game. There's Bravely Second that's come out. I haven't played it. I've generally heard it's not as good, and it is a direct sequel, as opposed to like mixing it up with like a new entry the way they've done here. So, and Octopath Traveler, though, is clearly designed to be almost like indie level of development, but it is a classic RPG. Clearly, there's no doubt about it. I look forward to trying it, and I really hope that they're successfully, and that's by the Bravely Default team, by the way.
How silly would it be if that game just crushes it and it has like nothing after all that 10
I hope
years
it does.
of Final Fantasy 15? Like this little
I know.
sprite game just fucking trounces everything.
Unlikely, but man, I hope it does.
Oh, it would be hilarious.
Munchie?
I don't have anything to add
Yeah.
on that, but I just want to say that Octopath Traveler is the shittiest looking game of all time.
No,
and it looks absolutely
What do you mean
awful.
it looks
it's fucking
awful?
disgusting, and it's
Well,
the worst game I've ever
Are you
seen in my
referring to the
entire
name
life.
or the actual game look?
The name is awful.
I mean, it's a
The
nightmare.
worst
The
name
name is a
for a game
nightmare.
I've ever
It was a template name, but I guess they're just sticking with it now.
Well, okay, sure that, but like the aesthetic and visuals of it are like a nightmare.
Which is deliberately supposed to be a clash between 2D and 3D, is what they're
and
going
it looks
for.
like a nightmare, and
all right.
and like if I were to if Slender Man was my dad, I still turned out like this.
Look, as long as the game plays okay, I'll be happy. I don't fucking care.
Do you agree?
I'm inclined to.
All right, listen, guys, we're almost done here. Let's just finish the last fucking point so we can all kill ourselves. All right, here we go. Last final points to wrap this shit up. A couple of games in between. Just of note, you got your. Let's talk about Dissidia, but I'm going to put that one on hold just for a minute. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, Final Fantasy Adventure, aka what would become the Mana series, and you got a miscellaneous bunch of anime and shit. There's a bunch of spin-offs. What? Yeah.
You say would become the Mana series, but it was just a misnamed American release of a Mana game. Like it was Seiken Densetsu released in America as Final Fantasy.
That's actually not
Adventure,
true.
right?
It was the full name was something along the lines of Final Fantasy Gaiden Seiken Densetsu blah blah blah. So the original was a Final Fantasy title. It just also had Saiki
But then
Densetsu.
when they made the next ones, they just like.
They just dropped that.
Totally
they just dropped it. That's right.
changed
But it was originally it was a Final Fantasy title. Mystic Quest was a goofy game released specifically to the West. It came out in the West first to ease people into a baby version of Final Fantasy to get them into it. I think that was around 95 or something. It's kind of a joke and people laugh about it. The main character's name is Benjamin, which is kind of hilarious.
Embarrassing.
just downright disgraceful.
Have you played Crystal Chronicles? Any of them?
I've played a couple of the Crystal Chronicles games, like Ring of Fates on the DS. I never played the original.
Explain what it is.
Feel free, sure.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to explain what it is.
If you want to.
Well, Crystal Chronicles is just another world. It's kind of like Final Fantasy XII. It is another world that takes place sort of in a more modern era where there's more technological advancement. And there's just a bunch of fucking monsters running around, and you've got to fuck them up, right? Is there more beyond that?
Well, the main thing that's different about it is that it's not a like regular, RPG. It's an action RPG, and it's about the world is covered in miasma, and you have to use these crystal chalices that are full of this liquid that you have to carry around, and it creates basically it dispels miasma, and so you're an adventuring party trying to save the world.
Miasma.
You know what? I don't care anymore.
Yeah. You carry around
Point
buckets.
is, there's 3 or 4 of them, and they're in their own little universe, their own little play style, and nobody who likes Final Fantasy gives a shit about them.
Yeah.
Because the first one came out on the GameCube at a time when Final Fantasy was all Sony. And,
That's right.
Also, it required the use of Game Boy Advanced link cables to do multiplayer.
That's right.
And even if you did it, the multiplayer sucked dick.
What a concept.
So,
what a concept.
We could all use a little change.
Listen, okay, here's the last thing we're going to say about Final Fantasy. Game called Final Fantasy Dissidia. Dissidia Final Fantasy. It is the fighting game crossover between all the Final Fantasies. Canonically, it is a separate world version of Final Fantasy I, where all the main characters and the main villains of the other games have been summoned to do glorious battle. There's a couple of games in the series, and it's not worth going into. There's a god Chaos, there's a god Cosmos. They fight against each other for control of the world. Whatever, it's fine. But what is interesting about Dissidia is that it touches an element that actually pervades in some of the Final Fantasies. And it's what Guy was asking about before, if there's crossover. Technically speaking, there actually is a couple of areas of canonical crossover between these games. And they have to do with Final Fantasy V, the Interdimensional Rift, and the character of Gilgamesh. So just real quick, the character of Gilgamesh, towards the end of Final Fantasy V, becomes an ally of your party, where he was a villain before. And he actually sacrificed himself against this guy called, I think it's called Necron, actually, a villain, a lieutenant of Exdeath in that game. And the two of them get thrown into the interdimensional void, and as far as you know, he's dead, and you never see him again. But the character of Gilgamesh shows up in other Final Fantasy games. I believe the next time he shows up is in Final Fantasy VIII. So he goes from 5 all the way to 8. Yes?
I kind of thought he was a side character in 6.
In 6, I think it's one of the remakes, he shows up later on. So it can, retconned, he is in the Colosseum and shows up in places to do glorious battle with. At least I think so. I think it's in the remakes. But in any case, maybe it's in 6. But in 8, he shows up and he literally says, Bar. And he says the beginning of Bart's name from Final Fantasy V. So basically what I'm saying is, through the Interdimensional Rift, Gilgamesh travels between Final Fantasy games. So canonically, there is an actual character who travels between literal Final Fantasy games, even though they are in separate universes. And there's one other interesting thing here that may or may not involve the Interdimensional Rift. And that first example is good and real. This one is more retarded and stupid. And that's what we want here. That's what we want. In Final Fantasy X-2, there's a character named Shinra. And Shinra is very interested in the Farplane and the Pyreflies and and everything having to do with those guys. And he actually thinks that he could possibly By the way, Shinra is a member of the Gull Wings, which is your crew of Charlie's Angels girls. He's like your mechanic and stuff. He's like the genius guy. He's an Al-Bhed. He thinks to himself, you know what? I bet we could use these farplane shit as energy if we harness it right. So let's do that. So like we were saying before about how the farplane is like literally the life stream from Final Fantasy VII, it's the same thing. It has been confirmed canonically that the world of Final Fantasy X is in the same universe as 7. So at some point in the future, Shinra, a character in your in your party in 10-2, like founds the Shinra Corporation, or at least his family travels from the world of Final Fantasy X to another planet where Final Fantasy VII takes place, and that character establishes the Shinra Corporation, like at the beginning foundations of the like literally the Cetra of Final Fantasy VII must have had the Shinra Corporation for this to make any sense.
Why?
I don't know. You tell me. Unless, I mean, okay, maybe some aliens that are the people of Final Fantasy X. Yes, Digi.
Well, so at what point was this confirmed canon? Like, what made this canonical?
I mean, the developers specifically said, like, yes, that Shinra is the Shinra from Final Fantasy VII. And this is the sequel to 10 that's confirming this.
This either implies that the Cetra are Al-Bhed aliens.
Correct.
or the people who broke off from the Cetra were Al-Bhed aliens. Or that happened, but then Al-Bhed aliens showed up years later.
That's right. That's right. That's possible.
There's just aliens.
And then they founded the Shinra Corporation, or they kept it going.
Everybody in a suit is a fucking alien. It's like they live now.
It's aliens all the way down.
There's a tendency in Final Fantasy games to like to dig down to like existential bedrock. Like, what is it that like what's the foundation of the planet we're on? Like, what keeps us going?
God. The whole point of Final Fantasy VII, the whole point of it is this eldritch Lovecraftian horror.
Yeah.
There is one alien, and it's the most terrifying fucking horrible thing you can imagine. But now there's just aliens. They just live there. They're just people.
In Final Fantasy IV, there were the Lunarians, and then in the sequel, they just, now different aliens. Also, those aliens were the most important aliens. Forget those other ones.
Does that mean that Genova is like a sin? Genova is sin now.
Probably.
They're all aliens.
Something like that. Digi?
I just want to add that regardless of how stupid any of these were, the Final Fantasy IV, the later years, probably has the dumbest plot of all the fucking games.
Oh, it's,
The fact that it's just another moon,
it's
but
just
not
another
the same
moon. It's
one.
not the same moon.
It's just another moon. That is the laziest thing
and
that
also,
ever happened.
that moon was responsible for, like, everything that happened in the other games. Gib, yes?
Do any of these aliens have their own planet?
Totally unaccounted for. We have no idea. We have no idea. They just don't go into it. Munchie?
Well, so what's the deal with Advent Children? What is that? What's the deal?
Well, Advent Children was a sequel that was basically, it was literally just created so that they could make a movie about Final Fantasy VII. And literally, it is a movie. And they make it in such a way that they say that Sephiroth, it's a fan service movie,
It's like 70 minutes and most of it's action.
All the characters from 7, all our heroes, they show up, they do something or other. And Cloud fights Sephiroth, and like that's it. That's it.
The final battle is like 15 minutes.
The plot is Sephiroth didn't really die. He got split into a couple people. Cloud fights them and beats them. They then form into Sephiroth. He then fights them and beats them as Sephiroth. They then go away, but with assurances that he will be back and we will do this again forever.
Wait.
That's it.
Okay. First of all.
Yeah.
Dear God. And second of all.
Yeah.
They're like all like emo, right?
Oh, they're emo, all right. Oh, they're emo, all right.
Everyone's just in like black spandex in that movie.
Yeah.
Is there a reason? Or?
Is there a reason why they're emo?
Yeah.
The reason why they're emo is because the current executives at Square Enix who chose to make that movie interpret Sephiroth as an emo character.
Okay.
That's why.
All right.
That's
cool.
why.
All right. Get this away from me.
All right, everybody, we've made it through the entire lore of the Final Fantasy series.
Final Fantasy: The Crystals Within, the 1995 Yay, directed by Rintaro.
That's in miscellaneous anime and movies.
Is that the one with the gun, where he's got like the gun that has the magic bullets that are combinations of other?
That is Final Fantasy Unlimited. That is an anime series.
Tell me about Final Fantasy Unlimited.
Final Fantasy Unlimited is a weird show about like two kids that are running through like this weird like mystical Final Fantasy world. There's a guy who looks like Vincent who equips.
There's a magic gun and
he puts like dust.
Fire and other fire and powder and the three combined into Phoenix bullets.
Yeah,
Ow!
he just does like a bunch of that bullshit. Like. It's a bunch of bullshit. Look, this is the important stuff. You can watch the anime if you like. We're done here, folks. I hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned everything. Question? No?
I love Final Fantasy.
Everybody, let's. But what's happening, Crystal? Final Fantasy. It is cool, and I really like it. I really do. They still making them. Shit, I don't know what's happening. Please stop. Please retire the series. We're done here. Just call it a new one. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back with another lecture soon. Goodbye. You all get Fs.
For Final
Fantasy! Ah!